Chapter 1-S.H.I.E.L.D. Burning Bridges. 1/5. The head of S.H.I.E.L.D. is just an old BD who burns bridges when he crosses rivers. He is not a thing. Li Xian looked at the scrapped agent certificate in his hand and gritted his teeth. In the early morning, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, interviewed him and told him that he suffered from war sequelae and was in danger of losing control, and was then voluntarily retired. Damn it! Didn't I just kill a few more scum? Is there still a risk of losing control? Dr. Banner won't lose control. I originally wanted to remind them to be careful about Loki's scheme, but it was all in vain. Li Xian threw the fragmented agent certificate aside, put the piano case back on his back, and walked along the commercial street of Times Square. What next is to go to New York City and work alone as a mercenary to make money? Or go to Hell's Kitchen and have some fun with the Defenders? He didn't think about it. But there are indeed many differences between New York in the millennium and New York 20 years later. Much older. There are also many black girls. Unappetizing. I really miss the past. Li Xian was originally a surfer on the internet. Because of his bravery, he came to the world of integrated comics and embarked on the road to becoming a hero. What man doesn't dream of standing out and being admired? By completing the mission, he received the Crazy Kylan Blood plus Blood Drinking Crazy Knife rewarded by the system, and was successfully promoted to a superhero. Although due to his ability, the scene was littered with corpses, bloody and violent, and he was nicknamed the Butcher. But it doesn't matter. In the process of saving people, he met the superhero Black Widow. After several in-depth exchanges with this agent, he also became the listed agent of SHIELD. It's different to work with a big organization. There are special uniforms and weapons, as well as reconnaissance troops to collect information. After each battle is completed, the Beetle team cleans up the traces, turning superheroes into a well-organized welfare profession. But after Iron Man Tony Stark arrived, this has all changed. The team's focus fell on the Playboy. And he was extremely disapproving of Li Xian's brutal and crude killing behavior. It was just a small friction at first. But as of a week ago, after the video of Li Xian killing a supervillain was exposed to the entire internet, a frenzy of public opinion swept over him. Oh my god! How can there be such a superhero? He is a perverted villain. 20 lives were all killed by this butcher. Bloody butcher, get out of New York. There seemed to be a pair of invisible hands arranging things in the darkness. Move him to the forefront. Later, he was interviewed by the S.H.I.E.L.D. chief and kicked out of SHIELD. Now playing an emergency announcement. An unidentified explosion occurred near 3rd Avenue in Queens, and a person with super ability was suspected of robbing. Suddenly, a piece of news was played on the big screen in the mall. A 15-second short video was played at the bottom of the video. Through the screen, you could see that the bank door was damaged. A strong white man ran out in a hurry with 2 boxes of money. Countless sands were flowing under his feet, as if there was something there. Lifelike. Li Xian glanced twice and stopped. He recognized the man in the video as the supervillain Sandman. At this moment, he should be grabbing money to pay for his daughter's medical expenses. But according to the inertia of the plot, he will be blocked by Spider-Man, causing his success to fail, and his daughter will be killed as a result. But as a father, he just wanted to borrow some money to save his daughter. What's wrong with him? It's all evil capitalism that doesn't give people a way to survive. Why don't you join in the fun? Give those guys who call themselves righteous people some pain. Li Xian pondered. Ding, the host's intention has changed and the system has started to upgrade. Upgrade completed. Ding, the villain achievement critical hit doubling system has been started. Ding, a random mission has been detected nearby. Sandman's wish, in order to pay for the medical expenses of his critically ill daughter, Marco escaped from prison and evaded the police. He accidentally fell into a particle accelerator and was affected by radiation. He gained the ability to control sand. After gaining super ability, he has not forgotten his original intention, but actively robs to pay for his daughter's medical expenses. However, the evil Spider-Man Peter Parker has repeatedly ruined this good thing. Ding! After accepting this mission, the host needs to help Sandman escape and save his dying daughter in the hospital bed. The reward for this mission will be doubled depending on Marco's gratitude level. Good guy, the system helped me, thinking I was helping others. Li Xian took long strides and ran quickly in the city center, especially when he took long strides and flew away in the wind with a floating posture. This was no other trick, it was the wind god kick that came from the wind and clouds. He has already assembled the combination of Crazy Kylan blood plus blood drinking Crazy Knife. There is no reason not to add wind god legs, but he just suffers from not having the chance to use it. Who makes Black Widow greet her warmly every time? Chapter 2 Black Spider-Man, you don't deserve to be called a superhero at all. 2/5. John, did you see it? Someone is actually flying. No way, you must be drunk. Oh my God, Father God, this is true, this is true. Next to the commercial street. The homeless people and pedestrians who were performing stopped their movements and looked into the air, their eyes full of shock. They saw a man carrying a piano case clicking a few times in the air and flying up, as if he had escaped the influence of Newton's gravity. The coffin boards can no longer hold it down. It also benefits from every field trip. Li Xian was not recognized because he was wearing a silver-gray mask. If they knew that the person in front of them was the butcher. I'm not sure what your attitude will be. Maybe he was so scared that he peed on the spot? 3rd Avenue in Queens is only 4 kilometers away from this straight line. If I speed up, I will definitely arrive in 2 minutes. Bully Spider-Man, you have to wait for me. Li Xian moved forward at full speed. A few streets away. In a dark subway station. Sandman looked nervous while carrying 2 boxes of money. The station was in front of him, but he did not dare to act rashly. Because the superhero Spider-Man has come after him. Call out. The sound of pulling spider silk was heard. In the blink of an eye. Peter Parker fell in front of him. He is wearing a black spider suit, just like in Spider-Man 3. After being parasitized by the venom of alien creatures, Spider-Man Noir's behavior becomes more and more violent. I saw him ejecting the spider silk and pulling up a big stone and throwing it towards Sandman. Sandman staggered and dodged away from him. However, Spider-Man was faster and took the lead, flying towards him and already kicking him to the stone wall. 2 boxes of money were thrown aside in the impact. 2 stacks of dollar bills slipped out from the corners of the damaged box. When Sandman saw this scene, he looked fierce and excited. UFGBD. Why do you always find trouble with me? Don't blame him for that. After all, after Sandman gained ability, he didn't do any evil, and he didn't kill people for fun. I just want some medical money to save my daughter. But that damn reptile blocked him again and again. This is simply unforgivable. Sandman stepped on the sand pile next to the railway track with his right foot, and activated his sand control ability. As countless sands gathered on his body, the arms that were originally flesh and blood began to expand and expand. In the blink of an eye. No less than 10 feet. Like a giant hammer. Sandman wielded the huge amounts of sand fist and blasted forward. Punch me! Boom! Smoke and dust billowed. Mixed with terrifying explosions. A black figure flew out. As Spider-Man Black turned around in the air, he was not injured. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and hooked the iron shed of the station, raised his head and praised. Cool, this punch is no less than 10 tons, right? Then come and taste mine. Peter jumped out with his legs and punched Sandman with both fists. Bang! Bang! Two super ability people confront each other on this ground. Even if it is not a heavy tank bombardment, it also caused the earth to collapse. Let the dust fly. The aftermath of this fight between gods also caused those passengers who were supposed to take the subway to panic and run towards the exit. Before they leave, Spider-Man Peter has always been on friendly terms with Sandman, and has not shown a tendency to crush them. But after the last passenger left, Peter fell from the air. He shrugged, held his head up with his palms, twisted his body, and said with great disdain, "That's it. You only have this little ability, and I'm not in the mood to keep making trouble with you. Damn reptile." Sandman was furious when he heard this. Even though he was an honest man among super criminals, he couldn't bear to be despised. He controlled the sand to transform into a giant and rushed towards Peter. Boom! Boom boom! The ground shook. The stable reinforced concrete platform also had countless cracks, and it was obviously overwhelmed. And this giant Sandman takes it in stride. Punch hard. The aftermath alone caused part of the ground to dent. If the superhero nearby sees it, he must have turned pale with fright. But Peter roared forward without giving in, and part of the black symbiote fell off from his head, condensing into a terrifying skeleton that was flying, and then retracted in an instant, adding a bit of a weird feeling. Immediately afterwards, Spider-Man Black rushed forward. Although he was only the height of an ordinary person, after being strengthened by the Venom symbiote, he was no weaker than those powerful supervillains. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Punch and punch. Punch to the flesh. After the confrontation, countless amounts of sand fell from Sandman's cheeks. Under the continuous attacks of the Black Spider-Man, the huge amount of Sandman was beaten back and forth, and almost fell to the railway track. Click! Spider-Man Noir was so powerful that he grabbed Sandman's head and pushed him towards the fast-moving subway. A sharp and harsh friction sound sounded. Sandman let out a piercing scream, and even though his whole body turned into sand, his perception as a human being did not disappear. When the brain gradually collapses, he heard the sound of his skull breaking. And the feeling of fear came to my heart. But the black palm at his neck was like a branding iron, holding him down. Can't move. Couldn't move at all. Sandman struggled desperately, like a drowning person, but no matter how hard he struggled, it was to no avail. Spider-Man Black's face hidden under the mask gradually became distorted. Feeling this violent action, the desire deep in his heart was satisfied. It was like eating an entire iced watermelon in the summer and being chilled from head to toe. But while he was enjoying it as if no one else was around. Click! Click! A series of shutter sounds sounded. Spider-Man Noir raised his head and looked forward. He saw a man carrying a piano case smiling at him and waving his hand. "My friend, the performance you just performed was so wonderful that I don't think I can enjoy it alone. I'm going to submit an article to the daily newspaper. The title is called Spider-Man Shows Off His Power and Crushes the Head of the Villain Sandman." Chapter 3: The Beaten Black Spider-Man and Captain Steve. 3/5. You are looking for death. Black Snake Spider-Man's hair exploded in an instant, and even Sandman didn't care. He let go of his hand and pounced towards the man in front of him. In Peter's opinion, this behavior of being photographed by strangers has violated his bottom line. If it were in the past, the most it would have been was breaking the camera. But now, he was ready to teach the BD in front of him a lesson. Let him know that there are some people not to mess with. After all, Spider-Man will always be the savior of New York citizens, he will always be righteous and bright, and he will never be stained. If anyone dares to undermine this, then he is dead. Roar! Sharp roars erupted from Spider-Man Black, and the patterns on his symbiote suit moved, forming a ferocious spider pattern. Ordinary people would be frightened to death just by seeing this scene. However, Li Xian seized the opportunity and pressed the shutter several times. Only when the Spider-Man came in front of him, he held the piano case with his right hand and raised it flat. Draw the knife. Out of body. Like a dragon roaring. Like a tiger roaring. Accompanied by a flash of cold light. The black Spider-Man moved back at a faster speed. At this moment that no one else noticed with the naked eye, the black Spider-Man had already made a move with Li Xian. He fell short. Since the debut of Spider-Man Noir, it can be said that it has been smooth sailing with his extraordinary dynamic perception and Peter's inspiration. Defeated many enemies along the way. But today, this guy actually almost hurt him with a knife. It's really unbelievable. And after Peter glanced up and down, he found traces from his knife-holding posture and the bloody long knife. It turns out it's you, the butcher. What, the killer butcher? Sandman managed to regain his human form by relying on the sand beside the track. After hearing these words, his originally rosy cheeks turned pale in an instant. Does he know how famous this superhero has become recently? In the New York City gang, if this guy's name is exposed, it will make the bosses behave like cats. Other superheroes can only break a few bones. But this one is different. He really beheaded him. According to the fragments circulated, it can be seen that when this person's eyes glow red, he looks like a crazy demon, like an evil ghost crawling out of hell, and can eat all human flesh and blood. It was unlucky enough to meet Spider-Man today. Meet this one again. Sandman's heart has sunk to the bottom, and he feels that he will definitely not be able to pass this hurdle. But is his daughter still waiting for him? With the bond of family, how can you lose? He had to fight to the death and fight to the end. Sandman clenched his fists. But just when he raised his head and looked at the two people, the young man holding the knife made a smile. Today, I'm on your side. You want to help a criminal. Spider-Man Noir looked extremely impatient after hearing this. He glared at the man in front of him and shouted, "Are you going to fight against justice for a robber? Why are you so excited?" Li Xian laughed when he heard this. He held the knife in front of his chest and said slowly, "I took photos of you abusing Sandman. In my opinion, you are the violent villain. After all, he didn't hurt anyone in today's attack. On the contrary, you, Spider-Man Noir, are the criminal. You're messing around." Peter's tone became more and more impatient. In his opinion, these super criminals deserved to die, even if he had struck harder. He can absorb sand and recover. Moreover, if the theory of truth is serious. This guy in front of me. This is true killing without blood. He is a butcher who cuts off people's heads with his sword. I'm going to capture you all and hand them over to the law. Peter raised his head and said decisively. Then let's try it. A blue light appeared on the blade of Li Xian's hand. There are actually superheroes willing to stand up for criminals. When Sandman saw this confrontation, Monk Zhang-er was a little confused. After all, he was not related to the butcher. I never thought I would be helped by him. But after seeing this scene, there was some resurgence of excitement. Deal with a person. There is a better chance of winning against two people. Sandman turned his hand and looked at the money bag that fell not far away, with burning desire in his eyes. Even that was only a measly $1 million. But this is money he will never make in his lifetime. And with this money, only then could he continue to pay the high daily expenses in his daughter's ICU, and only then could he have hope for her recovery. How is this evidence of a crime? This is clearly a life-saving panacea. Sandman looked up into the sky. What a butcher, this is obviously Angel. Then Angel took action. The terrifying sword light swept across. The azure sword energy swept across the sky and struck down. Just watching. It gave Sandman a feeling of hairiness all over his body. It was really hard to imagine how Peter would feel when faced with this move. If you can't avoid it, you will die. The Black Spider-Man was facing a formidable enemy, and was obviously frightened by this move. Through his far superior perspective, he could see that the surrounding stone walls were flattened by the sword energy. Unimaginable. This would be damage caused by cold weapons. Even the shells fired by heavy tanks can only reach this level, right? The symbiote on Peter's body twisted, and as the black creature like a plastic plate twisted, 2 arms actually grew from his waist. Zilla. 2 more arms grew from the waist. It is the 6-armed Spider-Man. He really deserves to be Sony's biological son. He can even explode on the spot. But the sword shines past. It seems like just a knife. But the first, second, and third moves of Ahun's 6-Ju were overlapped. The shadow of the knife is heavy. Just like Senluo's sword domain. In an instant, the 6-armed Spider-Man flew out and hit the wall hard. It doesn't seem very strong. Sandman touched his head and gave such a comment. Then he seemed to remember something and hurried to the carriage to pick up his suitcase. But before he could pick it up, bang! The star shield came flying at high speed and hit him. Sandman lost his balance and fell to the ground. Flying back with the shield, Captain Steve appeared with a shield and said seriously, "Kid, you can't take this thing." Chapter 4, One Wave Comes After Another. 4/5. Captain America. Sandman glanced up and down, looking at the man in front of him, and felt like his face was turning green. This is simply too grassy. They just robbed $1 million, but they met these superheroes one after another. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Are they all so idle? But if this requires him to give up. Absolutely impossible. Sandman lunged forward, fighting for his life against the suitcase that fell to the ground. Captain Steve naturally wouldn't let this happen, so he rushed forward and started fighting with him. As the first-generation super soldier, Captain America is a perfect product. He has an extraordinary physique and will. He possesses many excellent qualities and has reached the level that symbolizes the spirit of the Star-Spangled Banner. In addition, he has a shield that can reflect all energy. In the state of body and shield oneness, the combat capability shown by Captain Steve cannot be underestimated. Even though Sandman had a body that was constantly reorganizing, the winner could not be determined quickly, but instead fell into a stalemate. Bang! But then there was a sharp and dull impact. Sandman flew out sideways, but when he looked forward, he was stunned. In a dark corner. First there was the sound of roaring beasts. What followed was countless twisted objects like black tentacles. Assemble a terrifying humanoid spider monster. Not so long ago, Li Xian used the blood-drinking sword's own 6 Ahun techniques to defeat Spider-Man Black. And hit the wall again and again. It also made Spider-Man, who was already in blackened state, completely crazy. The venom suit that was originally an auxiliary on his body also began to grow wildly under the influence of the host's spirit, dividing and multiplying rapidly, and finally formed a strange beast similar to a reptile. Where does the superhero Spider-Man look like here? It's just a scary mutant spider. Sandman stood speechless. Captain America, who was witnessing everything happening, also looked embarrassed and felt that the situation was difficult. What made him even more stunned was the knife-wielding Li Xian. You know, before he quit SHIELD. The combat power that can be unleashed is far less terrifying than it is today. Has he been acting all this time? Steve pondered, and Xiaojuju came to his mind. If it is as he expected, where is his purpose based? A powerful person who has issues with SHIELD. Nothing to think about. Will become a major hidden danger. Unless it can be eliminated immediately. After all, Steve had been frozen for 70 years and was deeply separated from the world. He didn't know that there was a creature called a wall hanging in this world. They don't need a reason to become stronger. Even the steps of cultivation can be omitted. Just pose properly. Li Xian holds the blood-drinking crazy sword and activates the sword energy. After the biting cold air swept out 3 feet of ice, the sword move inherited from the second of Ahun's 6 techniques was unleashed. As the wind and frost hit his face, the sharp sword energy condensed into an ice wall. The ice was 3 feet thick, and even Spider-Man Black was trapped in it. A superhero was dispatched so easily. The young man holding the knife turned his head and turned his attention to Steve. What a coincidence. Captain. I can meet you here. Li Xian, I'm sorry about what happened to you. Steve raised the shield in his hand warily, and after pressing the communication device on his right ear, he started talking to the man in front of him with a sincere expression. Li Xian's response was simple. The handle is just a knife. After Steve dodged sideways, he realized that there was a knife mark about 10 feet long not far in front of him. If you are hit by this move, even his strengthened body would break. Are you crazy? We were once companions. Steve roared with an angry look on his face. Li Xian said calmly. Iron Man is on his way here, right? Maybe Black Widow and Hawkeye are also there. Even if you want to contact us, why do you need to do such a small trick? My dear companion. This. After Steve heard this, his face turned red, but he couldn't say anything to refute. After all, what the young man in front of me said was true. At most 2 or 3 minutes will pass. They will rush to this subway station. It was also Steve's own choice to betray this friendship. Butcher, don't make the same mistake again and again. He still wanted to try harder. Captain, I only hope that your mouth escape can withstand that crazy spider. Li Xian said no more, beckoned Sandman to his side, and then swung his knife to kill the frozen spider. Xia's sword energy was chopped into pieces. Good guy? It's like a wild beast coming out of its cage. A huge strange spider walked out from the shadows. It was extremely ferocious. Even the reason in its eyes was gone, leaving only madness. Under the influence of the venom, Peter fell into a state of rage where he could not distinguish between friend and foe. Steve's face turned green. But firstly, he cannot fly, and secondly, he cannot have superior combat power. I could only watch the 2 people leaving the subway station. Chapter 5, The Regretful Captain Returns a Critical Hit. 5/5. It's all my fault. If I had acted more safely, maybe the butcher wouldn't have left. Steve fell into self-reflection. Although it is also a matter of making amends. But he still couldn't help but fantasize about the good. Right. We are companions. Even if there is a gap, it can definitely be eliminated. There are no unsolvable misunderstandings between true companions. Just when Captain Steve was distracted, he was knocked away by the violent black Spider-Man and hit the ground hard. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. But this monster was attacking like crazy, tirelessly. Captain Steve's situation is already precarious. Tony, how long until you arrive? He pressed the earpiece and asked. The next second, small missiles dropped from the sky. Following a violent explosion, the metallic humanoid mecha fell from the sky. None other than Tony Stark. After he took off his helmet, he responded coolly, right away. Captain Steve stood up, gripped the lock of the shield tightly and said, I need your help to subdue this out-of-control superhero. Out of control, superhero. Upon hearing this, Iron Man turned his attention to the huge black spider opposite. Its sharp claws continued to scrape across the rock wall, piercing the steel plate, forming dense small holes, which could vaguely be seen. Let some light shine through. You call this a superhero? Iron Man Tony shook his head, expressing his disapproval. Another dazed time. Steve was whipped into the sky again. Without Tony's help, his defeat is a foregone conclusion. But that BD playboy was happy to evaluate the number of pairs of legs on the strange black spider in front of him. not in a hurry to take action. This BD egomaniac. Steve's face turned blue with anger. Another moment passed. After the playboy turned his head and saw Roger's embarrassed appearance, he suddenly realized it, controlled the armor, and joined the battle. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. A dense barrage of bullets was fired. A fire dragon formed in the sky. This time it was Spider-Man Black's turn to suffer. Despite his agility, he also took a lot of shots. Also under this firepower suppression, Steve started assisting, knocking on the iron sheets of the surrounding walls, making a harsh and roaring sound. The huge venomous Spider-Man seemed to be getting more and more irritable and started a fierce counterattack with even greater force. Iron Man is okay because he is flying in the air. But Captain America is miserable. Boom! After Captain Steve took a hit, he flew backwards again. He covered his trembling arms and fell into deep thought. Could it be that my guess was wrong? This black spider just hates noise. The noise doesn't affect him much. Steve showed an expression of sudden realization. He patted the shield and said, I understand, that big black spider's weakness is melee combat. As long as we break its limbs, it will have no fighting power. He rushed forward with shield in hand. When Iron Man saw this, he also suppressed it with firepower. But 10 minutes passed in a row. But the symbiote couldn't be defeated no matter what. Even if its black body is destroyed. Can it be restored in the next second? Are you still playing with a hammer? Iron Man complained, you are the most elite super soldier ever? Is that wrong? Steve shook his head stubbornly and said, it's impossible. The conclusion is correct, but the method is wrong. Strength, it must be insufficient. How about you try to use missiles to blow its body into pieces? Only with great force can miracles happen. Iron Man, hey! Just when the members of the Avengers team continued to suffer. However, Li Xian gained a lot. As he took Sandman away from the superheroes and successfully arrived at the hospital to pay the bill, he was just waiting to perform surgery on her daughter next week. This mature man knelt in front of him. Said with red eyes. You are my savior. I just did some very trivial things. Li Xian shook his head. After all, his motives were not pure. After hearing this, Sandman was even more moved, and said with tears in his eyes, Li Xian will be his best friend and partner, and he will go through fire and water without hesitation. And the sound of the system's improvement also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fulfilling Sandman's wish and starting to settle rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fengyun, magic knife. Ding! It's been detected that Sandman's respect for you is off the charts. This reward will be doubled as a critical hit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the Hokage, Mangeki Sharingan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hokage, Indra's blood succession limit. Good guy? Buy one get one free. Chapter 6 The Supreme Mystery of the Demonic Sword, Demonic Heart Crossing. 1/5. I have already obtained the Feng Shen legs, the blood-drinking crazy sword, and the 6 Aehan art, and now I have obtained the demonic sword. Isn't it just the standard equipment of the god of wind? Li Xian's eyes were full of joy. You must know that this magic sword has been used throughout Nifeng's martial arts career, and was once considered the strongest sword technique. Although it has the risk of people falling into the devil's way, it does not hinder his cards. Even in Fengyun 2 and Fengyun 3, Nifeng, the god of wind, broke up with Buletin Jingyun. But the supreme secret of the demon sword he masters, demon heart crossing. Still no less impressive. There is a saying that is right. 10 years of monasticism. It's better to become a demon all at once. When falling into the devil's path, martial arts practitioners will gain huge amounts of combat power increase. This improvement increases with the martial artist's own strength. Compared with Nifeng, who mastered the demon heart crossing at the beginning, Nifeng became a demon. It's not on the same level at all. To sum up, this magic sword is a skill that can be enhanced as the strength becomes stronger. This kind of sustainable development. It also established its importance. And mastering this magic sword is equivalent to having the ability to explode. Even if I face some gods, I still have the confidence to fight them. Li Xian was thinking about it and looked at the other two benefits of the system. Needless to say, the Mangeki Sharingan. It is the heavenly eye known as the strongest in the ninja world, possessing earth-shattering eye skills. Including but not limited to, copying, hypnotic ability, observation, and analyzing opponents' moves. If used in combat, it can also summon Amaterasu, the most powerful fire escape type move. What? Do you think this flame is not strong enough? So what about Susanoo? Only by developing one's own pupil power to the extreme and having powerful energy can it activate the ultimate pupil technique. Its file size exceeds the mountain peaks, and the overall appearance is like a god of war. The armor on the back transforms into wings, which can soar in the sky. In Skyrim, the weapon is equipped with double swords, which can easily split mountains and meteorites, and can also use the ninjutsu that the caster is good at. This is equivalent to having a large super strong thug. And big is strong. And strength means oppression. Just the size alone is a huge advantage. It's enough to make those young people frightened by the news. Although if you use this Mangeki Sharingan too much, you will become blind. But Li Xian glanced at the next limit of Indra's blood inheritance and felt relieved. After all, this is the bloodline that comes from the ancestors of the Uchiha clan and can perfectly match the Sharingan. After integration, it can not only make up for the flaws and shortcomings of the Sharingan, but also achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. And after integrating into this bloodline, it can also change the practitioner's body to the point of possessing unique yin attribute chakra. This kind of thing in the ninja world is enough to make those cage-level experts break their heads and fight for it. When it comes to Li Xian, it actually becomes a buy one get one free offer. Or as a couple. A bit cheap? What also makes him excited is that this pupil technique system does not conflict with the Fenjiun martial arts system he extracted. To some extent, they are complementary. Martial arts heavenly eye? See through everything. Li Xian felt that he was making a lot of money this time. You must know that before the system is upgraded, if he wants to obtain the system's ability, the tasks he needs to complete are much more difficult than this. During the mission to obtain the blood-drinking knife, Li Xian was almost completely blown up by TNT explosives. In the end, he managed to escape from the rebel camp with 3 broken ribs. But this time, just for helping others, I got several times more benefits. I understand. Li Xian murmured to himself and clenched his hands unconsciously. Director Nick is such a good guy. He knew that he was not strong enough, so he let himself go out alone and had the opportunity to help the villain. And the returns are huge, more than 1,000 times? What is this equivalent to? He fed all the food directly into Li Xian's mouth. Increase his strength step by step. Then I have to give you some fun. Otherwise, I'm sorry for the repay s.h.i.e.l.d gave me. A smile flashed in Li Xian's eyes. The night is dark. At the other end of the station. Even with the powerful combination of Captain America and Iron Man, it took a lot of effort to subdue the spider demon. Steve lamented, this battle was so difficult. Iron Man controlled the armor and scanned and compared the man in front of him. This black creature most likely came from outer space. It is different from the creatures existing on the Earth, and the material is excellent. If we can make good use of it, there is great potential for development. Tony, don't even think about studying such dangerous things. I will definitely stop you. After hearing this, Steve stepped forward and refused unceremoniously. In his opinion, these dangerous gadgets should be destroyed on the spot. If those scientists are allowed to study, maybe something will happen. Tony snorted at this. He did not take this threatening word seriously. Instead, he said sarcastically, "I don't know who swore that it can be defeated in close combat. It's totally the opposite. This kind of black creature is afraid of light, heat, and sound." You. Steve stared angrily when he heard this, and could only turn his head and ask, "Why aren't Black Widow and Hawkeye here yet?" Tony looked up and said, "They had a little accident on the way here." Little accident? Supposedly there was a fight with a blindfolded superhero. What's the result? Of course I won. Iron Man said, and when Captain America wasn't paying attention, he reached out and cut off a piece of the symbiote from Peter. He murmured contemptuously, "An old thing that can't keep up with the times, how could I fail?" Chapter 7 The Shocked Female Ninja Turtles Reporter. 2/5. New York City is much more dazzling at night than during the day. The streets of the city are full of drunken men and women hugging each other, using the sky as a quilt and the ground as a seat. Let's have a vigorous battle. Pooh. Nausea. April walked from the crowded street. After a day of running around, she was extremely tired. However, her professional habits as a reporter still allowed her to instinctively observe the surrounding environment, trying to capture something exciting from it. News. But except for those roaring like wild beasts, there is no more exciting place to be. Just like I can't catch the criminal evidence of the Bigfoot gang, I can't find the 4 turtle people living in this sewer," she whispered. Starting half a month ago, April began to track the case of female abduction. Although judging from the evidence at the scene and the surveillance cameras, it may have been done by the notorious Bigfoot gang. But there is no real evidence. She could only watch the Bigfoot gang go unpunished. While she was deep in thought, a man walked by not far in front of him. He was carrying a piano case and looked very quiet and delicate. This well-informed female reporter couldn't help but look up for 5 seconds. Until the red light on the roadside changes color. April just woke up from a dream. But just as she was crossing the street, something happened suddenly. Under the shade of the tree, 3 masked men rushed out. The black cloth covered their faces tightly, and only the tattoos on their shoulders could be seen. It can be seen that they all belong to the same organization. The female reporter saw that this posture was wrong and started running without saying anything. But how could she compare to those professional thugs wearing high heels? After a while, he was cornered. "You can't do this. I have a few strong friends. They come and go without a trace in the dark. You don't want to meet them." She waved her hand. "It's a pity that this pretending to be calm can't coax those big guys at all." One of the bald white men even took out a stick from his arms and shouted, "If you have a friend, then let him come to us. I was in Hell's Kitchen, so I didn't get scared." The other 2 people nodded again and again, obviously agreeing with what his friend said. April's heart tightened when she heard this. Apparently he was aware of the difficulty of the situation. "Are you really going to die here today? Excuse me, can you please give way?" Just then, a male voice sounded. "Go according to the reputation." The weak man carrying the piano case came into view. He seemed to be very anxious, and he waved his hand specifically to let them leave. "Boy, are you looking for death?" The bald man instantly raged, swung his stick, and hit the man in the face. This bald man has a fierce look on his face. But gradually, the movements of my hands slowed down. The 2 partners behind the bald head were not aware of the sudden change in the situation, but instead said excitedly, "Why are you so sympathetic today? Do you still want to play with this kids, eh? It's such a good training opportunity, so you have to bring me along. These bastards." When April heard such wanton remarks, she was very angry and wished that these scumbags were all dead. But what follows is worry and fear. If this man was killed because of her, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. "You 2B, how dare you come at me?" April plucked up the courage, assumed an unfamiliar boxing stance, and waved to the two men. This female reporter's figure is undoubtedly excellent. Especially the one who looks like he is going to fight against evil to the end. Makes people feel resentful. The urge to crush her to pieces. The two gangsters rushed towards her almost in no particular order. When April saw this, she also clenched her fists, and she wanted to fight against evil to the end. Then, bang! She got punched hard. His eyes went white. He fell to the ground. Just when the female reporter felt dizzy and a double image appeared in front of her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp explosions sounded. The 3 punks exploded from top to bottom. Blood and water were scattered everywhere. It's like a coconut shell being split open and the juice splashing around along with the pulp. Before April could recover, she noticed a pair of hands lifting her up from the ground. Her mind was still dizzy and she could only hold back vomiting and asked, "You, who are you? If you are willing to help me publish this thing, you will be my friend." The man smiled and took out a camera from his arms and handed it over. Then he looked at the female reporter in front of him and trembled all over. "You actually got a picture of Spider-Man. This is something that only the Daily Bugle can master. If it's just an ordinary photo, that's fine. This is Spider-Man's dirty stuff. God knows, if this thing is published, what kind of sensation it will cause." April said in disbelief. Li Xian spread his hands and said, "Looks like I'm very satisfied, so I'll ask you to publish this." Hearing this, April pulled the camera closer, and hurriedly asked, "Why do you want to give it to me if you have such a good thing? Aren't you afraid that I will run away and not admit it? I know your appearance, and I don't think you will default on your debt." Li Xian said, pointing to the mess around him. "After all, the consequences of going against me won't be very good. You are a butcher." Chapter 8 Superheroes Peeking in the Dark. 3/5. Today's encounter was so exciting. It's just a gangster looking for trouble, but I actually met a butcher. The way he kills gangsters is so cool. April walked quickly towards the apartment. Although her face was still expressionless, her heart was full of turmoil. Thanks to the promotion of the mastermind behind the scenes. In the past week, there has been a lot of news about butchers. Report after report. It outlines the image of a bloody, brutal, and ruthless murderer. His principles of doing things are different from most superheroes. He is the kind who can be ruthless. No matter who the criminal is, as long as he makes a mistake, he must be punished. Use thunderous means. Only then can we kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The Daily Bugle even jokingly said. There are only 2 types of superheroes in New York City, one is the butcher, and the other is superheroes other than the butcher. Before today, April was just an ordinary female reporter. But because of his relationship as a gangster, he came into contact with this superhero. He was even entrusted with a task. What a huge amount of trust! April felt like a warrior on the battlefield, as if she was completing some mission. Hypocritical Spider-Man, I will make you pay the price. If it were in the past. This female reporter will also think that Spider-Man is a representative of justice and the savior of all residents of Queens. He is like a flawless nemesis of evil, bringing justice and protection to the residents. But after the photos and videos taken by the butcher were seen, April discovered that there was quite a lot of dark side hidden deep in this person's heart, if not for this reason. How did he turn into a big spider? The female reporter whispered, and her impression of Peter dropped to an extremely bad level. At this time, she didn't realize that right between the tall buildings, there was a man in a red uniform listening to everything happening around him. There was still a new injury on his waist, which made him look very embarrassed. At this time in the past, Daredevil is already traveling through the city, fighting criminals. But today's lawyer Matt is caught in self-doubt. Not long ago, he was spotted by two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents because he attacked a few gangsters too harshly. He was identified as a criminal, was injured, and fled. This is an extremely absurd reason. As a lawyer, he can clearly know his bottom line. As for the perpetrator, it's pure bullshit. Even if he moves to the most authoritative court, he can defend himself with a few words. But why can those two guys think that they are the bad guys? And he still shoots arrows without saying anything? Can their actions be called justice? Daredevil felt that the balance deep in his heart was overturning, and his anger was burning. It is also for this reason that Daredevil keeps watching the female reporter gradually move away, but does not show her figure. He clearly witnessed the whole process of the butcher's torture of those gangsters. He also clearly saw the female reporter being rescued. If he had followed the previous moral principles, Daredevil would have been unable to help but jump out and accuse the butcher of his behavior. But after being hit today, he gave up on himself and said, "I am a violent law enforcer." Then what is he? Haha. As long as the result is just. So what if there are some twists and turns in the process? In a hospital affiliated with SHIELD. After Spider-Man was knocked unconscious, he was taken to a high-level ward where he was treated by professional doctors. The entire process was completed under the watchful eye of Nick Fury. Naturally, he did not miss this good opportunity. Not only were several tubes of blood drawn from Spider-Man, but some of the stem cells and some organs in his body were also preserved. All these actions were completed by Fitz, a new scientist in SHIELD. Because he usually focuses on experimental research, he seemed very nervous when facing the director's report, but he still completed the report with due diligence. The superhero Spider-Man has some genes that overlap with those of spiders. This benign mutation gives him strength and speed far beyond ordinary people. He also has the ability similar to dynamic vision. Because of the rapid neural response, he can often react accordingly before danger occurs. What's even more amazing, is the black substance on his body. I've compared all the creatures on the Earth today, but I haven't found anything similar. It's almost like it was developed by another system. It is aggressive, ambitious, and can give people aggression. If the structure can be extracted from this black substance, the soldier's combat power may be greatly improved. If the derivative rules can be extracted from this black substance, it may be possible to solve the cancer that humans cannot solve today. This is the best news I've heard today. Director Nick smiled and nodded, then gave some encouragement and arranged for Agent Fitz to continue working. And when there is no one around, the helmsman of S.H.I.E.L.D. took off his disguise and kept BG on the table, muttering, "Butcher, a powerful killer." As a partner who has worked with Li Xian, Director Nick knew very well that underneath his indifferent expression was an unwavering determination. He is like an executioner, judging the darkness according to his own will. If as a companion, this will be a solid shield. But as an enemy, it will bring them unimaginable despair. Listening to Captain Steve's report, Butcher's strength was still hidden when he was in S.H.I.E.L.D. This is really troublesome. Chapter 9 Spider-Man, Get Out of New York City. 4/5. Director Nick is a veteran who has a strong desire for control and is good at taking precautions. As an agent who has lived since World War II, if he had not been good at calculations, he would have been dragged down by white people wearing tinted glasses. It is also because of the keen perception of crisis. Only then did he realize that the butcher's growing strength would cause a series of immeasurable reactions to the current surface peaceful situation. After all, according to his plan, after absorbing Iron Man to join SHIELD, not only can he use this scientist to invent technology, but he can also rely on his popularity among the public to create a good publicity for SHIELD. In this case, all parties will benefit, and all they have to do is sacrifice the vicious butcher. It couldn't be a better deal. In fact, this is indeed the case. How can personal strength compete with powerful capital? Even if he is punishing R and eradicating evil. But compared with the benefits brought by Iron Man, they seem extremely small. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable. I still have to talk to Tony. Director Nick sighed. He hoped that this incident would not develop into the worst possible situation. But if it still happens, then he could only use thunderous means to nip the danger in the bud. After all, the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. was led by the heroic Agent Carter and Drive Howard. It was established during the war years. During this period, it experienced countless crises and tests, and countless agents sacrificed their lives. This organization not only carries their ideals, it also carries countless blood and sacrifices. And this group will surely move towards glory. Early in the morning. The morning sun shines on the earth. New York City. It was another peaceful day. Inside the New York Times headquarters, April was putting on makeup to prepare for her speech. After getting the dirty information about Spider-Man last night, she actively contacted the editor-in-chief and even got her approval to participate in the 7 o'clock morning live broadcast. You must know that in the past days, this show was hosted by celebrities in the group. Now the opportunity fell to her. Come on, you can do it. April cheered herself up, walked into the studio, and signaled the photographer to start working. This is the New York Times 7 a.m. show, and I'm your new host, April. I'm very happy to be able to bring you some special news today. It's about our city's hero Spider-Man. Everyone, please look at the big screen. The man in the black suit is Spider-Man. This character, who was supposed to be our protective umbrella, super policeman, and life-saving hero, is actually a monster behind the scenes. Everyone, take a look. It's starting to become deformed. It has sharp fangs, sharp joints, and huge amounts of mouth parts. How can this be our hero? Just after this news was broadcast. In less than 10 minutes. News about Spider-Man has become a hot search topic on the web. Even in this millennium when the internet is not prosperous, there are still a large number of netizens who like to share and discuss current affairs news online. Not to mention it still revolves around the superhero Spider-Man. If the Butcher news a week ago had already shattered the public's understanding of people with super abilities, then Spider-Man's mutation today was undoubtedly a depth bomb that shattered the public's outlook on life. After all, compared to the Butcher, Spider-Man spends more time doing good deeds in New York City and has accumulated more fans. This kind of idol figure becomes more and more legendary as time goes by. At the end, he was tied to the altar. If anyone can pull it off, that would be a huge impact, like a tsunami. How could Spider-Man be such a vicious monster? No, I definitely don't agree. These are all fake. Yes, the photos have been modified and the videos have been synthesized. Spider-Man will always be our protective umbrella. Stop dreaming, okay? Open your eyes and take a good look. This Spider-Man is a monster in human skin. It doesn't matter if he is a monster, we still like him. He, the retarded idiot upstairs, I really hope that after you meet this monster, you will be eaten by him, so that you can still cheer. Finally integrated with Spider-Man. The heated discussion on the internet is in full swing. But April's news about Spider-Man did not stop, but only added to the fire. Put Sandman's identity onto the screen. Based on my investigation over the past 2 days, I have found the identity of the robber Sandman. He is Flint Marko. As a criminal serving a 5-year sentence, Marko performed extremely well during his more than 4 years in prison. He not only cooperated with the prison guards, but also actively accepted reform. But just half a month ago, he unexpectedly escaped from prison. He escaped from prison not for anything else, but for his terminally ill daughter. From a legal perspective, he is a criminal, but from a father's perspective, he is undoubtedly excellent. I'm not advocating robbery. It's not about criticizing Spider-Man's motives. I only know that Sandman is a great father. Even if he has to accept legal sanctions, he should not be abused, ravaged, and severely damaged by this Spider-Man. We like superheroes who protect the city, not this kind of BD trash. Spider-Man, get out of New York City. Chapter 10: The Little Green Goblin's Excitement, Peter's Despair. 5/5. Within New York City. In addition to the history of Iron Man, Stark Industries. The only one with a better name is the Osborn Group. But in the past few weeks, this fast-moving giant ship has been hit by rocks one after another. First, the group's president, Old Osborn, died unexpectedly. Then little Osborn suddenly became seriously ill and was living in a villa to recuperate. Crack! A crisp crashing sound came from the villa. It was like a switch had been flipped. Roars and laughter spread. Peter! Peter, you have today too. How does it feel to be abandoned by the residents you saved? Little Green Goblin Harry held his head and crawled on the sofa, the moment he raised his head. What caught his eye was a face that looked like a madman. Especially those green and black eyes. Just like a vampire bat. Spider Demon? That's a good name. You are a monster like me. We should be best friends. But why? Why did you kill my father? The little green goblin Harry roared like a madman. Just as he stared at the female reporter on the TV, he began to talk a little bit, and he said, Peter, who can make you feel weak? I should find him too. I'm going to ask for his help. I will definitely let you feel my pain. In a high-end hospital affiliated with SHIELD. Peter was groggy. When he opened his eyes, he saw not only the medical workers, but also Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye standing aside, extending their hands to say hello. What am I? His memory still lingers on the battle with the Butcher. He was defeated by the Butcher. He felt both angry and helpless. Because that man is too powerful. He kept getting beaten. And at the end of the battle, he seemed to have turned into a giant spider. Peter suddenly opened the quilt, looked at his hands again, and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there were no distortions. But then he discovered something unexpected. He was not wearing a mask. No. Peter roared angrily, swinging his fists and hitting the edge of the bed. At this moment the metal frame deformed. Peter suddenly jumped up from the edge of the bed, absorbing the wall with one hand, and throwing the other guardedly towards the three people in front of him. Who are you? Where am I again? He waved his fists emotionally and assumed an aggressive posture. When Eagle Eye saw this, he didn't show any weakness, and in the blink of an eye he caught a long arrow. Black Widow also took out a short knife from her waist and assumed a fighting posture. Steve saw something was wrong with the situation and jumped out in a hurry. He waved his hands outward, looking harmless, and said, Peter, relax, everything is over, you are safe where you live. You're Captain America. Peter's heart tightened when he saw the familiar face, and he said with some suspicion, didn't you die 70 years ago? Kid, you know, I was injected with super serum and happened to crash near a glacier, so, I was lucky enough to survive. Captain Steve was walking as he spoke and had already reached Peter. Under his comfort and explanation, Peter's mood quickly stabilized. But at this moment, dong dong dong, there was a rapid knock on the door. Scientist Fitz rushed over and shouted to everyone in the room, no, the black symbiote is out of control. The black symbiote is out of control. After Captain Steve heard the news, he looked extremely angry. Didn't I tell you to lock it up? What did you do again? It's just some small experiments. Fitz explained. The black symbiote? Is it my suit? Peter was stunned when he heard this. Immediately afterwards, the anger that had just calmed down in his heart burst out again. These bastards not only took off their masks, Let your identity be exposed. He even took off his battle clothes. Out of control? What experiments did they do with their suits? I have to save this. Peter jumped up and immediately flew out of the ward. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. Chase. Captain Steve looked gloomy and chased after him first. He didn't want to watch the superhero cause trouble in SHIELD. Two groups of people were running forward one behind the other. But Peter is faster. He explored quickly. Where have you gone? Bang. Peter broke open a door again. He saw a black, sticky substance struggling painfully under the glass cover. I found it. Peter flew to the glass cover with a sudden movement, and then punched upwards with a fist. Bang! Bang! The glass was not moved at all. No. Peter punched hard again, and just as he tried hard, the venom trapped in him also punched out. Zilla! Zilla! There was a crackling sound. First there was a crack. Then several cracks spread. Spider webs formed. It was also at this last moment. Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow rushed into the house. Peter, stop what you are doing, this suit is dangerous. Captain Steve yelled, throwing out the shield and throwing it forward. Wow! Peter stretched out his left hand to catch the shield, and then swung out his right fist fiercely. Crash! The glass cover shattered under the blow. The thick venom climbed up and melted into his body. Black Spider returns. You are the danger. Peter raised his head and said, the suit on his body was squirming, with 6 spider legs extending out, like a madman. The next moment, he rushed towards the 3 Avengers. Chapter 11, The Deflated Captain Steve, Massacre is Born. 1/5. Bang! There was a violent crash. Captain Steve was knocked out of the room. The whole person fell down from the upstairs. Although he relied on his strong physical fitness, he was still hit hard. Cough cough cough. Steve stood up from the ground, his face no longer calm, but filled with unknown fire. Hello Peter. Isn't that just taking off your evil suit? You still turn against us, are you out of your mind? Bang! That's when another figure flew out. It's Hawkeye. When he fell headfirst to the ground, Steve rushed forward and pulled him up. If not, he would definitely break his legs. Captain, that's a lunatic. Hawkeye said with some fear, he is by no means a normal superhero. All I see in his eyes is violence. We have to stop him. Steve interrupted, and the 2 of them hurried upstairs. Hawkeye is just an ordinary person who can only run upstairs. Steve is different. Especially Steve from Body and Shield Oneness. You can also use the shield to jump between floors. He looked at the laboratory getting closer and closer. High morale. Bang! In the laboratory. After Black Widow was also knocked down, Peter suddenly felt palpitations, and then felt unreasonable nausea. He felt the venom suit trembling on his body. What did those scientists do to the venom? Peter reluctantly cheered up, and then hurriedly pulled away and hit the window not far away. He wants to escape from this place. After he gets a safe environment, he will see how venom reacts. Wow! Peter sped between the buildings, especially when the black spider webs were pulling at him, causing his speed to reach over 200 yards per hour. And just as he was running wildly, but he didn't notice that the symbiote wrapped around his body had expanded into a pustule. As the pustule gradually expanded and became larger. Bang! A long, thin red line sprayed out. The symbiote venom gradually calmed down his mood. And the symbiote daughter that was ejected. It's not another creature, but the second-generation massacre. At this time, it had no formal understanding of the outside world, but had a vague feeling that it had been abandoned. Wronged? Anger? There is also an indescribable feeling. This symbiote in its newborn stage decided to fill its stomach when it thought that it was hungry. After April's morning news was played, the discussion surrounding Spider-Man has become more and more intense. It's like throwing a big stone into the lake. What stirred up were layers of waves. First are the netizens who go online. Then there were countless migrant workers. They all talked about how the city's superheroes turned into monsters overnight. In the dark sewer, the black figure was huddled in the corner. Not someone else. It's none other than Spider-Man Peter. At this time, after he calmed down a little, he asked Venom, "How are you feeling? I have been in contact with this symbiosis these days." Peter already knew he was an intelligent creature. "So I tried to communicate with it. It doesn't feel good." Venom uses consciousness to convey emotions. "What happened?" Peter continued to ask. "Those hateful guys in white clothes injected me with a mysterious liquid, and I became uncontrollable, and it seemed like a child was born." Venom told this experience over a period of time. But Spider-Man was suddenly shocked when he heard this. "Have a baby? Is this a mysterious ghost operation?" He couldn't believe it and checked with Venom again. After knowing that the situation is true, his face turned very ugly. After all, he knew how powerful the suit he was wearing was, but now, he was forced to give birth to a child under the experiment of those S.H.I.E.L.D. bastards? Then isn't the battle suit you are wearing unique? This feeling, as if he had stepped on dog poop, made him nauseous. What makes him feel even more frustrated is, it's just a night's work. The surrounding residents began to collectively resist Spider-Man, and even posted slogans such as "Spider-Man get out of New York" on street corners. You know, it wasn't that long ago. When Peter put on the Spider-Man suit and went out to do justice, the surrounding residents cheered. How could they change their minds so quickly? And he also posted countless vicious words? This feeling of being abandoned by everyone in an instant made his faith feel like a heavy blow. No matter how much Peter scratched his head, he still couldn't understand why the house collapsed so quickly. Butcher. It just happened after contacting him. This guy is also from SHIELD. It's all S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fault. What a fool, S.H.I.E.L.D. I must take revenge. Peter roared angrily. Manhattan Island, within the neighborhood of Hell's Kitchen. It's in the basement disguised as an abandoned factory. Push the switch. What comes into view is the exquisitely decorated safe house, which is fully equipped with kitchen and shelter, especially water and food, which have been stocked for more than half a year. Even if the water and electricity are cut off, it can still meet the daily necessities of life. And walked along the big round table towards the workbench. There is also a high-tech computer. 9 LCD screens are constantly playing and capturing social news and hot topics. Tick. Li Xian put down the coffee in his hand, and as he continued to browse online information, he also knew that Spider-Man's reputation was declining. This kind of action against superheroes is just the result of his convenience. Not worth mentioning. Another short video caught his attention. The mysterious man's punches are so powerful that he can make people vomit blood with just one punch. After clicking on the video, what came into view was a homeless man with a slovenly beard. He was wearing a tattered jacket and his whole body showed an embarrassed temperament. However, the moment he punched, there was a radiance of his own. The hammer held by the gangster just touched the bare fist and was blown away. Is this Iron Fist Nick who just came down from Kunlun? Nick is now at a low point in his life. Although he has a lot of skills, his identity is not recognized by Milcom Industrial Group. Even his parents' shares are occupied by Harold's family. If he hadn't returned, some skills have been swallowed up by capital long ago and no bones are left. But if he can get his parents' shares back, you can become a young billionaire. Although not to the level of Tony Stark. But Danny also has a unique advantage. He defeated Xiao Lao in Kunlun and obtained the magical Iron Fist by putting his hands into the brazier in the heart of the immortal dragon. Although this power is not used to the extreme. But no matter what, you can still have a 50-50 fight with Captain Steve, right? Li Xian is preparing to bring down the Avengers, but he does not intend to disintegrate them from the level of violence. Instead, he is preparing to defeat them from a higher level, from the level of beliefs, and ideals. Not all of them call themselves superheroes. Don't you want your hands to be stained with innocent blood? Even if there is a chance to kill those superheroes, they must be put in prison. This kind of behavior of being a BCH and setting up a memorial arch is undoubtedly even more disgusting. Do you choose to let people go? You are amazing. You are noble. But have you ever thought about it? When these super criminals come out of prison again, how many innocent people will they kill? I will tear off all your hypocritical masks, starting with Spider-Man. I can't wait long. At this stage, first collect like-minded companions. Chapter 12 Investment in Iron Fist, Massacre Mission. 2/5. In Block 15 of Hell's Kitchen, although it was afternoon, there were still very few pedestrians, and the occasional ones passing by were some skinny drug addicts. They were acting like no one was around. But there was a man among them, but he did not complain about others. Instead, he fisted his fist and muttered to himself. The elders taught me to be chivalrous and righteous. I saw a woman being bullied and I jumped on her. Isn't this correct? But I just broke his tooth. Why does that woman say I'm crazy? And just as Danny walked to the burger cart, he smelled the aroma and his stomach growled. Although Danny suffered a lot in order to escape from the Kunlun secret realm. But in the wild, he can still use the skills he has learned, and he can also hunt for food. But after arriving in the city, Danny found that he had become a waste to a certain extent. It's not just the money that's gone. Even my own habits are out of touch with the world. Just when he was ready to fight against the exhaustion of his body with strong perseverance, 2 burgers were handed to him. Danny looked up. What caught his eye was a young man carrying a piano case. Without waiting for him to say the words of rejection, the young man gave an irresistible reason. When you're full, why don't you fight with me? You want to fight me? Danny's eyes lit up after hearing this. After all, he has practiced martial arts in Kunlun for many years, and the only pure skill he has mastered is fighting. He immediately gave him a fist in a warrior's manner. Then he said, "Then I would be disrespectful." Then he took 3 bites of a hamburger and finished them off quickly. At the end, he touched his mouth and said words of thanks. Li Xian looked at the man in front of him and said with a smile, "Maybe you can have some more." Really? That would be so embarrassing. Danny patted his belly and said honestly, "I'm only half full." 10 more. Li Xian did not miss this opportunity to increase his favorability. It's only a few dozen dollars. But it can provide help in times of need. It's quite a bargain. After some time, Danny rubbed his belly to show that he was full. The owner of the dining car had a look of horror on his face and was speechless looking at this man. Is this still a human being? Show off 20 of them in one go? If it weren't for Danny's rosy face, the boss couldn't help but call the ambulance. With plenty of wine and food, Danny naturally started talking to Li Xian. When will the showdown be? But Li Xian resisted and said, "It is not suitable for strenuous exercise just after eating." Oh. Danny nodded and chatted with him. It didn't take long for him to reveal all his details. Although Danny did not explain that he was studying in Kunlun, but it also said that he came out of seclusion in the mountains. It is somewhat incompatible with the modern environment, and also encountered a lot of trouble. Originally, he wanted to ask Harold to find out whether the crash that year had anything to do with him. But what is frustrating is that in the past 2 days, Danny tried to contact Milksum Industrial Group, but was kicked out without even meeting. Actually, you can talk to your childhood friend, Li Xian suggested. In the original plot of Iron Fist, Danny was drugged and imprisoned in a mental hospital while talking to his childhood friend Joey. If he didn't end up with the aura of the protagonist, he might have been imprisoned for how long? The icing on the cake. After all, it is better to provide help in times of need. This is an opportunity to increase your favorability. Li Xian is ready to help Danny when he is in trouble. In this way, he may be able to turn this cute new superhero into a friend in need. I really have to talk to them, Danny muttered, but what he was thinking about was going to talk to Ward Meacham. In today's Milcom Industrial Group, the current president is Ward. As for his sister Joy, she assists him in financial management and has no actual helming power. Suddenly, the sound of high heels trampling the ground came quickly. Look up. But there was a black female police officer running over at a sprint speed of 100 meters. When Danny saw the policewoman, he seemed a little panicked. He turned to Li Xian and said, "Sir, I enjoyed chatting with you, but I have to go. Let's duel next time. You can contact me through it." Li Xian handed him a mobile phone with his backhand. "Okay." Danny ran forward 2 steps at a time. The policewoman wanted to stop him, but when she found that she couldn't catch up, she could only sigh and walk away in disgrace. And Li Xian looked at her back, thoughtfully. He had recognized the woman's identity. Officer Misty. In Hell's Kitchen, she is Luke Cage's fighting partner. Sure enough, these superheroes are all gathered together. A carrot in a pit. Find the right place. There will definitely be something to gain. Why don't we join the Defenders for fun? Li Xian was thinking. And just then, suddenly a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! A random mission has been detected nearby. The Feast of Slaughter. Slaughter has not had enough to eat since it was born. It is so thin that it can only find food in the slaughterhouse. But even though it is careful, it is still targeted, and even killed by Kingpin's top killer. Bullseye chased. Ding! After accepting this mission, the host needs to help the massacre escape and let him have a good meal. The reward for this mission will be doubled based on the massacre's gratitude level, and the critical strike will be doubled. Chapter 13 Suzanu's Carnival. 3/5. An orgy of slaughter. When Li Xian received this task, he was a little confused. After all, in the original plot, the massacre was only split when the reporter Eddie was killed. Now it's obviously still Spider-Man's suit. It was actually born. Is this the plot change I brought about? Li Xian murmured. So he chose to help with the massacre. After all, there is nothing pitiable about Bullseye in the comic book plot. He does all sorts of evil, including burning, killing, looting, and so on. But because of the bullshit bond of good and evil, he still survives even after fighting dozens of superheroes. There is no momentum at all to receive a box lunch, and it looks like an old lady's foot binding cloth, which is smelly and long. I won't be that nagging. Life or death depends on my heart. Li Xian dodged and flew towards the target location. A few blocks away. In that dark factory. Bang! The explosion was accompanied by a burst of fire. From the dust, a killer with a cold face walked out. He stared at the huddled, shivering symbiote in the corner, with a crazy smile on his face. Run! Why don't you run away, you BD? Dare you mess with my men? I must give you some color to see. Bullseye raised his gun and pointed it at it. The carnage howled in agony. Face ordinary people. It is a born hunter. But face the Bullseye. He's just a guy who takes a beating. Because Bullseye isn't just Kingpin's trump card. He is also the top killer among humans, and his physical fitness has reached a level comparable to that of Captain America. His throwing abilities, close combat, and beast perception are also far beyond ordinary people, and he can kill an entire special team with his bare hands. In addition, Slaughter was injected with medicine by S.H.I.E.L.D, which caused the birth of symbionts and congenital malnutrition. That's why he was beaten half to death. Just when the massacre was being suppressed, several more men in black clothes came over and stood respectfully behind Bullseye. Chug chug chug. Bullseye didn't stop his movements when he heard the sound, and turned to ask, "Has everything been done?" "Everything has been done. There is a certain tenant who refuses to move out, and he is still clamoring that he will fight the evil to the end. Of course we are not used to it, a beating. So what if he has a hard bone? He's still kneeling in front of us. If that's the case, let's discount the compensation. The original price was 100,000 yuan. I'll just give it 5,000 yuan. Bullseye ordered. As soon as these words came out, not just the one who spoke. Even the younger brothers around him looked at each other in shock. You must know that the demolition compensation for this land is worth millions of dollars. Now the boss actually only gave me a fraction. Really? I really deserve to be respected by Boss Wilson. We'll do it immediately. The gangster boy wisely turned around and left, but before they could go far, he let out a burst of hoarse screams. Monster! What a scary monster! It was accompanied by some weird tearing sounds. After Bullseye saw this situation, he frowned instinctively. Is it the recent appearance of masked superheroes causing trouble? Some time ago, the news of the Red Vigilantes appearing in Hell's Kitchen had already spread to all gang organizations. It is precisely because of this incident. Only Kingpin would send Bullseye out to patrol, which has a sense of calming down the situation. Bang! The factory door was pushed open forcefully. The gangster boy who ran out earlier fled in a hurry, repeating, "Monsters, monsters, monsters!" Crack! He fell hard to the ground, but did not dare to stop and crawled up on his hands and feet. Suddenly, his figure paused. Immediately afterwards, it was as if something was dragging me into the darkness. It can be judged from the flashing picture. That turned out to be a hand. Just in time for the bullseye gaze. An eye was opened on the giant hand. The eyes were empty, dead, and desperate, exuding a chilling coercion. The next second, the huge amounts of the palm were completely displayed in front of Bullseye, its ferocious knuckles, the skin exuding a terrifying purple energy, the shiny cuticle, and the fleshy foam that was constantly dripping blood. All craziness that makes people cringe. Even Bullseye, a well-informed top killer, was stunned in place. But Slaughter took advantage of this gap to quickly recover its figure and ejected towards the window on the side. It didn't care who was coming. It just wants to escape from this ghost place. Close. Getting closer. Just when the massacre smashed the window and was about to plunge into the dark sky of the outside world. Wow! A hand suddenly stretched out, as if grabbing the throat of fate, and pinched the symbiote in the air. Carnage kept struggling to escape. But the owner of the palm held it tightly. Let it twist in the air. Bullseye looked up and watched the man grab the disgusting creature with a playful look on his face, knowing that he had encountered a tough situation. In addition, there was a strange big hand around, which made him feel that the situation was not good. Maybe we can talk. Bullseye forced a smile from his face. Of course, but only if you survive. Right. Susanoo. Li Xian pointed to the huge palm. Bullseye's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Chapter 14 Bullseye's End, Peter's Backstab. 4/5. Wow! As the huge hand called Susanoo began to move, Bullseye was caught in the process of running away and hunting. Although he is a top killer, but he is not good at parkour in the factory. Only a few seconds had passed. He fell into a dangerous situation. If I had a choice, I really want to fight that BD daredevil, instead of this weirdo who came out of nowhere. Bullseye is a pure human being. Where have you ever encountered such a strange situation? My whole body felt numb. But he had to run away in a hurry, like a poor little mouse. At this time, he realized the feelings of civilians who were tortured and killed in the past. He felt like he was being teased mercilessly. Like a guinea pig. Angry. Angry. Nothing can be done. I'll fight you. The bullseye glanced at the man who was masturbating to carnage. The next second, he chose to attack the man. Passive defense. Not his style. Bullseye thought that the weirdo in front of him might be easier to deal with than the weird hand, so he swooped over. And as the distance gets closer, he could see the man in front of him standing there blankly, not even taking a defensive posture. I knew this BD was not good at melee combat. Bullseye was ecstatic in his heart, and he raised the firearm in his hand and fired continuously. Bang! 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 Dozens of bullets sprayed out. Lean on the man. Bullseye was shooting crazily and shouting, "Go to hell, go to hell." Just after he fired all the bullets, the man in front of him was not dead. Instead, he raised his palm and made a gesture. Immediately afterwards, crack down hard. It's like slashing someone with a knife. Fooling Suingsu. Bullseye raised the gun again in disbelief, but before he could shoot again, his hand softened and the weapon hit the ground. What's going on? Bullseye looked down, only to find that his entire palm had fallen to the ground. Blood spurted out from the wound. How is this possible? That man just made a gesture and got hurt? It must be an illusion. Bullseye shook his head. But he never expected that. The broken hand was just the first symptom. His legs gave out and he fell to the ground. He looked back and saw blood spurting out of his calf, which was split open from the Achilles tendon. This time even his legs were cut off. And you can't even see how to make a move? Bullseye felt his head buzzing, and his face was full of horror. What exactly did you do? How can you hurt me? Bullseye no longer looked like he was winning. Collapsed to the ground. Like a pathetic creature. Li Xian did not explain too much, he just said. Devils are born out of nothing. Bang! The bullseye died in response. The whole body exploded. You must know that Li Xian's gesture with his hand before was not a random move, but a move using the magic sword. As the terrifying sword energy of the demonic sword circulated in Bullseye's body, the life force in his body was wiped out in a short period of time. Slaughter was still struggling at first, but after seeing Bullseye's tragic situation, he became as obedient as a chai. I don't even dare to move. But the man in front of him did not let it relax. Instead, he kindly controlled the giant hands to carry the broken bodies. When Slaughter saw this, he was trembling with fear. OMG! Isn't this weirdo going to eat me? Its dark red skin began to squirm. But the next second, carnage was thrown into it. Li Xian said with a smile on his face, "Are you hungry? Do you want to have a meal?" Slaughter, I feel like I'm in a dream. S.H.I.E.L.D. is affiliated with the hospital. AIM-S. As Captain Steve, Hawkeye, and Black Widow were being pulled to bandage their wounds for treatment, Agent Fitz picked up the mess. Although he learned some new ideas for improving the agent's armor by studying Venom's body structure. But it was also because he was too aggressive and injected modified drugs that caused the Venom to escape. This was a big mistake. If director Nick hadn't personally spoken and helped him shoulder most of the responsibility, he might have been pulled outside and shot. But the sequelae and troubles are not small. Agent Fitz has to submit an answer that satisfies Director SHIELD within a few days. Otherwise, Captain Steve's anger alone is enough to make him eat a pot. And just when he was inspecting the damage to the instruments in the laboratory and preparing to declare new materials, there was an abnormal sound near the cold and damp drainage pipe. Agent Fitz stepped forward and got closer to see clearly. What's there at the sewer outlet? Wow! A dark shadow flashed. But a familiar sticky black object popped out. It instantly sprayed out a substance like spider silk to entangle it. Before Fitz could come to his senses. Then Peter jumped out of the vent and jumped from the ceiling. "BD Doctor, how dare you experiment on my suit? I must make you pay the price." Peter leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Like a devil whispering. Fitz's heart dropped when he heard this. Chapter 15: The Limits of Immortality and Azure Blood Inheritance. 5/5. "Maybe, we can talk." Then Agent Fitz from S.H.I.E.L.D. opened his mouth to explain something. But he was punched hard by Peter. Bang! Just for a moment. He was beaten so hard that stars appeared in his eyes and he was in a daze. But Peter didn't want it to end so easily. He then ejected the spider silk and hung him upside down. He also ordered Venom to strip the agent naked. He raised his camera and took a picture of his embarrassment. "A hole, I won't let you go." Fitz's eyes were about to burst when he saw this, and his face turned red with anger. Crack! Peter walked up and slapped him twice, then leaned closer and said, "This is just the beginning. I will destroy what you care about. I want to see how you stay in the future. You won't succeed." Fitz was furious and wanted to say something, but Peter slapped him and knocked him out. "I don't know how long I slept." As his consciousness gradually became clearer, what caught his eye was a familiar braised egg head. "Nick, Director Nick," Fitz said respectfully. But the Black Director did not show a smile when he heard this. Instead, he waved his hand and said solemnly, "That mutant Spider-Man has caused us a lot of trouble. He has now published a piece of news that slanders S.H.I.E.L.D, and also published your nude photos. Now the internet is in turmoil. We have a public relations department that can minimize the impact." Fitz said hurriedly after hearing this. "I have already arranged for people to deal with it, but the work is not worth the effort. If you can't produce some results, your job position needs to be adjusted." Director Nick spoke, and in a few words he decided Fitz's fate. The young agent's complexion turned livid in an instant. He understood the threat in the director's words. What if he couldn't develop a suitable weapon? He will be abandoned. And he ended up like the butcher, expelled from SHIELD. Perhaps even worse, because he also offended several Avengers members. "In 3 days at most, I will give you an answer sheet." Fitz forced out a smile and made a promise to the braised egg head in front of him. "Is there enough time? Is it too tight? I can give you 2 more days." Director Nick had a hypocritical smile on his face and greeted him cordially. "That's enough, that's enough. I don't dare to live up to the director's expectations." Fitz also laughed when he heard this, but his smile was too stiff. Just like a puppet on strings. In the middle of the night. Inside Hell's Kitchen. In a cold factory. The originally bloody venue looked as if it had been brushed by dozens of cleaners, so clean that no trace of blood could be seen. And as the initiator, Slaughter also burped. This is the most filling meal he has ever eaten. It's a great meal. The system's lifting sound also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Feast of Massacre and starting to settle rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fengyun, Suanwu True Skill, Top 10 Martial Arts. Ding! The massacre is detected and I am in awe and fear of you. This reward will be doubled for critical hits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Naruto, Immortal Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Naruto, Azure Blood Succession Limit. Did you actually obtain the Suanwu True Skill this time? And it can also upgrade my qualifications? Buy 1, get 2 free. Li Xian's eyes lit up. At this moment, he has collected Nifeng's standard equipment, but he doesn't know much about the explosive moves. The magic knife is a move that can hurt others and yourself. If combined with Crazy Kylan's blood, it will be easy to kill all the enemies on the scene without leaving anyone behind. Killing decisively is a good thing. But if you have all the fun and don't distinguish between friends and foes, it will be a bit unsatisfactory. But this Suanwu true skill is different. Even in the later stages of the storm, the world of relatively high martial arts can still occupy a place. Because this Suanwu true skill was left behind by the top 10 warriors of a generation of wizards. Among them, the killing move Invincible in 10 Directions has a potential that is not inferior to that of Maha Wul Yang. After the move is unfolded, it is almost beheaded. With the nearly immortal half-dragon Duan Lang, Nai Feng could slay the dragon by himself if it weren't for the inertia of the plot. Not to mention the subsequent Hokage immortal technique. Just a 24-hour power bank. After mastering immortal technique, not only can the naked eye see natural energy, but the body can also absorb natural energy. In this case, Li Xian can make himself stronger every moment. This is similar to Superman's ability to absorb sunlight and become stronger. As for the Azura blood inheritance limit, it is a key to liberating the body's potential. After all, Li Xian had already absorbed the bloodline of Indra before. Plus this kind of bloodline limit. The two are superimposed on each other. It also allows him to break through his own bottlenecks. Possess the qualifications of a six-path immortal. Although he is only the eldest son born to Kagaya Otsutsuki in the ninja world, his old mother has absorbed the fruit of the sacred tree and is the strongest existence in the world. Is this another character who became a god relying on the treasures of heaven and earth? It's so shameful. Li Xian originally wanted to practice martial arts hard until his martial arts broke through the void, but he didn't want to accept this kind of victory. But, free prostitution is so delicious. Is this something you can win without struggling? You can also lie down to the so-called level of God in the small world. How about giving it a try? Chapter 16 The Ninja Turtles were scared to death. 1/3. Li Xian chose the system's reward. Let's start with Fenjiun's Suanwu true skill. With a flash of emerald green light, he mastered the secret book of high martial arts from the world of wind and cloud. As soon as he specialized in it, he felt the internal force in his body gathering and compressing into a higher concentration of energy. If Li Xian's original energy intensity was 10, now this once transformed, it becomes 100, enhanced 10 times. As his strength increased, the dense energy in his body gathered and condensed into a projectile in his danshan, reaching the level of a land god. If it were placed in ancient times, he can already become an immortal and an ancestor. And Li Xian hurriedly received immortal technique and Azura blood succession limit. These two rewards are even more terrifying. Originally, the Indra bloodline that Li Xian absorbed was extremely yin and pure, but this Azura bloodline was extremely strong and strong. Yin and yang meet. The effect can be far greater than any one item alone. Like thunder. Like a tsunami raging. Boom. Boom. The blood in Li Xian's body gradually transformed. This is a big step forward. As his transformation is completed, powerful energy waves are released. The steel beam was broken. Let this factory collapse and turn into ruins. Cough cough cough. It was Slaughter that climbed up from the ruins first. It shrank into a ball and was carefully pointing with its tentacles, but it didn't dare to look far away. It is only a few days old. Why go through these intimidations? Slaughter carefully stuck out its head, just as it was thinking about whether to run away. Dark clouds cover the sun. The wind was blowing hard. Thunder and lightning gathered in the sky. It fell towards the factory. Carnage almost PD himself, although it has greater potential than Venom, and of the symbiote's two weaknesses, sound waves and fire, it is immune to sound waves, but fire still serves as his weakness, and even a certain degree of high temperature can make him weak. And witnessed with his own eyes the galloping thunder and lightning falling from the sky. Hit the ruins hard. Just seeing it. It's shocking. What is even more amazing is that after the thunder and lightning struck down, they intertwined and condensed into a violent thunder unicorn. Li Xian slowly rose from the ruins. As he stepped on the thunder and lightning, the thunder unicorn seemed to become its assistant, coming alive. This is the ultimate form of thunder escape, the thunder unicorn. Originally he didn't know this kind of trick. But if you can't stand this man, he will cheat. As the blood in his body returned to its ancestors, he gained the Tao and techniques inherent in the power of the sacred tree. Various types of ninjutsu techniques emerged from Li Xian's mind. Seek Dao Jade, Yin Yang Escape, 3 heads and 6 arms. Arrow of Indra. 6 paths Super Large Jade Spiral Shuriken. 6 paths Earth Exploding Stars. Immortal Dharma would release true thousands of hands transformation into Buddha on top. The sky is hindering the earthquake star. 8 Gate Dunjia Yekai. In this art like stars. He chose a thunder unicorn to try. Unexpectedly, I found that the effect is not bad. And this is only the second time he has helped others and helped the villain. If it is the third, fourth, or fifth time, it will make him reach such shocking strength. Li Xian was so excited that he rubbed his hands together, black and white luster emerged, compressed the lightning unicorn into his palm, and then swallowed it in one gulp. But he didn't wait for the power in his hand to dissipate. The slaughter that was originally huddled in the corner shook its head and appeared in front of Li Xian. As he carefully stretched out his tentacles to explore the room, he even expressed his intention to be touched by Li Xian. What does this mean? Although Li Xian was puzzled, he reached out and took the little massacre into his hands and folded it up. 1 time. 2 times. The black and white power also fell into the symbiote. Just 7 or 8 strands. It made the massacre expand in a circle. And the palm is as big as a ball. This caused the massacre to change from light red to blood red, sweeping away the decline and becoming extremely aggressive. It's because of the deficit caused by premature birth, so, does it need external help to make up for it? Li Xian stretched out his hand to form a seal, leaving a Tai Chi mark on its head, then patted the massacre and said, "Then go hunt evildoers. I want you to completely muddy the waters of Hell's Kitchen, and when you complete the task, I will give you more rewards." "Thank you, sir." Slaughter spoke in an unskilled tone, with a full milky voice. After a while, he left Li Xian's hands, but turned back to look at him step by step, and finally disappeared around the corner. For it. The man in front of me is such a good person. Not only did he feed it, but he also made it a lot stronger. This kind of selfless behavior adds a strong color to the massacre of young minds. Make him stand in awe. And Slaughter did go all out to complete the task assigned by Li Xian. The night is dark now. Inside Hell's Kitchen, the third-rate forces of the Raint family are trading white noodles. Although there were only about 10 people, they were all holding guns and looking serious. After the Hand and the Kingpin cooperated to carve up the underground trading place in Hell's Kitchen. Life has become difficult for these small gangs. A lot of effort. I can only pick up some leftovers to eat. And in this extreme environment, it also tests people's bottom line. Fake squid. The leader suddenly cursed, "You bastards, you actually fooled me with defective products." Damn it, he found out. The small group on the opposite side saw that something was wrong. Just shoot. The two sides started fighting. Just when they were fighting in full swing, Slaughter controlled the symbiote's skin to grow into the image of a blood-armored warrior. The 2 knives transformed into 2 hands were 2 meters long. As the legs exerted force and suddenly fell from the air, they could complete beheadings in an instant. There were wailings all around, and this sudden blow made this already restless area even more bloody and violent. Goodoo. Right at the sewer, there was a pair of black, shiny eyes watching. You can see it through the corner of the streetlight. It is a green turtle man. This is no one else. It was Michelangelo/Mikey from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He swallowed his saliva and thought with shock on his face, where did this monster come from again? Chapter 17 Donatello exclaimed, "This is the way of ninja." 2/3. As a friendly resident who grew up in New York City, although it has been living in the sewer, but this does not prevent Mikey from becoming an upright young man. He likes reading comics, sleeping, and skateboarding. Except for the weird shape. Mikey even thought that he was no different from human beings, but when he saw the massacre and frantic harvesting of human heads in front of him, he instinctively felt fear and timidity. What if I faced it? Will he be killed instantly? Can Master Mouse win? Mikey suddenly felt chills all over his body, and in the few seconds he pondered, there was no longer a living person in the original trading place, and Slaughter squatted down and cleaned up the mess. Its bloody mouth was like a deformation. Like an alien, the hellish scene that follows becomes even more frightening. The turtle man broke through his defenses in an instant, turned around and rushed towards the sewer. His bulky body burst out at extremely fast speeds, and disappeared under the moonlight in just a few seconds. Strange turtle, I don't know if it tastes good. Slaughter raised his head, thinking with imperfect values, and then shook his head. It's more important to complete your mission first. Crash. After passing through the dense and narrow sewer, in the deepest part of that pipe. But there is a place suitable for people to live. But the camp was not peaceful at the moment. Because all 3 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sneaked out to play. That made Mr. Splinter so angry. I saw this big rat holding a ninja stick, standing at the edge of the door, scolding. The human world is very dangerous. Why do you still go to the surface after warning so many times? Leo, please kneel down. As the leader of a 4-person team, how can you lead the team? Crack. The Ninja Turtle, who was carrying 2 katanas and wearing a blue eye patch, knelt down in response. Behind him, the man holding a pair of iron forks was still snickering. But then Mr. Splinter hit him with a ninja stick. Clang! This one was also punished to kneel. Just when Weeful was angry, he raised his head and swept the corridor in front of him, and said with some realization, "Donnie, I didn't bring you any electronic equipment. You must have been the one to tell the truth." "I don't." Donnie, the smartest inventor among the 4 turtles, retorted. "It was the master who discovered your little trick. How many times have I tried it and I still don't have a long memory? It must be you." Weeful was furious when he heard this, but after receiving 2 more blows from his master, he lowered his head and became honest for the time being. "So where did Mikey go?" Teacher Splinter waved the long stick in his hand and continued to ask. "I don't know, but he told me that he was going to steal comics." Leo looked up and said. Mr. Splinter's face turned green when he heard this. "Good guy, this turtle is too big to leave anyone alone. The wings are stiff. They actually went to the human world to steal things." "No, he told me that he wanted to go skateboarding." Donnie noticed that something was wrong with the situation and hurriedly spoke to mediate. The big rat waved the ninja stick in his hand without answering, his smile showing a coldness. "It's over, the boss said something wrong and the 4th boss will be beaten." Donnie stood in the corner and prayed for him in his heart. Clang! Just in time. At the center of the discussion among the turtles, Mikey rushed out of the sewer pipe with a panic look on his face, swooped down, and landed in front of Mr. Splinter. "If you don't study well, you still have to steal things. How good are the comics?" Crackling. Ninja sticks kept flying in the air. Hit him. If it were in the past. Mikey had been jumping up and down in pain, constantly begging for mercy, but at this moment he was in shock, but he raised his head and muttered, it's over, something is going to happen. It's bad, the master beat the 4th child stupidly." Weefoo suddenly jumped up from the ground, ran quickly, hugged Mikey, and blocked the stick education for him. "Tell me, what happened?" When Mr. Splinter saw this, he temporarily put away the ninja stick and asked. Mikey's face was dull. He raised his head and glanced at everyone, and said in a daze, "Blood, it's all blood." A murderer appeared in New York City. Fourth brother, please make it clear. Wee Fu stretched out his hand and patted the man in front of him on the shoulder constantly, just under his calling of love. Mikey gradually calmed down. Then he told what he had seen and heard before. After listening to his narration, the 3 ninja turtles and 1 ninja rat were silent. After a while, it was the hot-headed and hot-blooded Wee Fu who spoke again. He said, "This is ABDS cannibal world. People are dying all the time. The murderers are just slightly stronger individuals. I'm not afraid." Leon nodded when he heard this, and he continued, "No matter who it is, I will protect my brothers." Teacher Splinter put the ninja stick behind him, stretched out his hand to stroke Mikey's head and said, "There is a lot of danger outside, but don't panic. We are a unit, and the combined strength can break through stubborn rocks." He was still speaking as always from the Riddler and Chicken Soup Master. But after what the Mouse Master said, the moods of these 4 turtles have improved a lot. Drinking chicken soup is a beautiful thing. But afterwards, Donnie, the maintenance genius among the turtles, returned to his room and tinkered with the damaged LCD monitor. Mr. Splinter's words didn't give him much confidence. He plans to rely on his talent to link up the monitoring network around the camp for real-time monitoring. In this case, even if some murderer attacks, you can also prepare early. His hands flew up and down in the dense lines, making this old instrument glow with new life again. Yes, we can monitor the surrounding environment in the future. Donnie waved his fist in the air, but just as he was celebrating, smoke suddenly appeared from the line behind the screen. No. Donnie hurriedly took the vise and started repairing it. Although he grinned from the electric shock, it did not hinder his repair. After some tinkering, the display page became normal. Call. It's settled. Donnie leaned on the chair, but as he adjusted the angle of the surveillance, in those 20 surveillance images, he saw an unusual one. He saw the entire factory collapse in an instant. He saw thunder and lightning gathering. He saw a terrifying Kylan roaring. He saw a man standing proudly like a god. How is this possible? Chapter 18. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles decide to follow the adults. 3/3. How is it possible that this kind of ninjutsu exists? Donnie has studied ninja with Mr. Splinter for many years and has his own understanding of this skill. It is an assassination skill. It is a close combat skill. You can never fly to the sky or escape from the earth. But the man in front of him just made a few simple seals and summoned thunder and lightning, and even transformed into a thunder unicorn. Is everything we learned before false? Donnie felt a strong impact on his outlook on life. Dong dong dong. That's when there were calls from outside the door. Donnie, it's time to eat. The chef is cooking today. There are delicious udon noodles. No. Donnie agreed, then thought about something, and hurriedly turned back and shouted, "Don't eat yet, something serious has happened, go and call the master over." Something big happened. Wee Fu shook his head and asked, "Is there anything bigger than eating noodles? I don't believe it. You must be playing tricks on me. This idiot." Donnie almost had 3 black lines on his face, but he could only explain, "I discovered the real ninjutsu, the one that can summon thunder and lightning." Clang! There was silence for a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, the door of the dormitory was pushed open violently. Wee Fu said enthusiastically, "Donnie, please tell me what you found. Take a look at this first. What's so good about a rundown factory?" Wei Fu reached over his head and took a few glances. After finding that the scene had not changed, he turned away with a look of disgust. He finally figured it out. It must be this smart brother who is fooling his own IQ again. Snort. If you play tricks on me next time, I will definitely ask you to duel. Wei Fu glanced at the screen one last time. Then, the picture changes. The factory exploded. And the thunder and lightning gathered in the man's hands, as if they were alive, changing postures in the air, roaring again and again. This is a seal, is this a ninjutsu? He could never take his eyes off him again. As the thunder unicorn roared, thunder waves spread out, damaging the surveillance camera. Wei Fu was so angry that he slapped his thigh. Why is it gone? Why is it so short? I really want to see this legendary ninjutsu. Hurry up and call the master. Donnie spoke and pushed his younger brother out of the door unceremoniously. It's really too much. Wei Fu felt that he was just a big injustice. But the video of Lei Kailan really piqued his interest. Wei Fu ran quickly and dragged the other two brothers and the master over. If you don't give me a good reason, I will definitely beat you up. Mr. Splinter said angrily. As he glanced around, the three turtles lowered their heads. Only Wei Fu shouted heartlessly. It will definitely look good, I'm sure. Although this is an ordinary factory, but my god, it exploded. Look, thunder and lightning, there is a man controlling thunder and lightning. Seal. This is ninjutsu. This is the legendary way of ninja. Just after this video has finished playing, Mikey's mouth was the largest, almost splitting to the base of his ears. He stretched out his fingers and said tremblingly, "No, it's impossible." Leo, the boss of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, was also shocked, but he turned around and asked Master Mouse, "Is this really something that ninjutsu can do?" Teacher Splinter acted even more exaggeratedly. He kept rubbing his eyes with his hands and muttering, "I have been practicing ninjutsu for so many years. Could it be that what I practice is all fake? And this is the real thing?" Good guy, even Master Mouse is numb this time. Wei Fu's eyes widened and he said to Donnie, "Look at the good things you have done." When Donnie heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he ignored the fool in front of him and said, "Master, what do you think we should do?" Crack! The ninja stick Ben was holding in Mr. Splinter's hand had fallen to the ground. He glanced at the four turtle sons in front of him and said, "If you can, the truth will follow this lord's way of ninja." "Master, are you not sick?" The other four were also shocked when they heard this. This is different from his usual rigid and conservative behavior. Could it be that Master Mouse has damaged his brain? Such a brilliant way of ninja, don't you want to pursue it? Master Splinter said over his shoulder. He is different from these turtles whose minds have not yet matured. He has already tasted all the joys and sorrows of this world. During the years when they were just beginning to become wise. It was the big mouse who worked hard to raise the four turtles. And Ren said. In Mr. Splinter's mind, fighting skills have long ceased to exist. It is a spiritual pursuit. It's faith. How could anyone have seen that gorgeous ninja Deo? Can you still resist pursuing it? For a long time, we have chosen a passive closed-door attitude. Now we have to change our policy. Master Splinter looked back at the four turtles and said. Then what should we do? Leo asked, not questioning the teacher's decision. We have to take the initiative. Master Splinter finished speaking and turned his attention to Donnie. Donnie understood what the teacher meant. He lowered his head and fiddled with the surveillance video and said, "This place is not far from us, it is also 3 blocks away. Should we go search it now?" Master Splinter nodded, "It's better sooner rather than later. If such a big movement is discovered by the relevant human departments, it will be in trouble." Click. The camera shutter sounds. As citizens of New York City discovered that the factory had collapsed, they called the police. The police were not the first to arrive at the scene. Instead, it was the reporter April. Thanks to the news that exposed Spider-Man a few days ago, she not only received a promotion in her position, but also had a special car with dedicated personnel to conduct interviews. This news was tipped off by her friends in the police district, so she could arrive first. It would take 15 minutes at the fastest from the police dispatch to here. She and her partner planned to complete the investigation within 10 minutes, and compiled the first-hand information into tomorrow's headlines. There are no traces of gunpowder, no traces of explosions, it just looked like it was destroyed by a hurricane. It's like mutant super ability. After speaking, Fern became a little excited. This is big news. April was a little excited after hearing this, but then she was attracted by the unusual movement in the sewer not far behind her. It was like a creature flashed past. Am I dazzled? Chapter 19 The Terrifying Thunderstorm Mutant, Dr. Banner. 1/3. After April said hello to her colleagues, she walked towards the place where the previous abnormality had occurred. She was already standing at the entrance of the sewer, looking down at the dark water pipe. It's like staring into the abyss. She felt a little weak. But after a while, nothing happened. Maybe I'm overthinking. April turned around and left. After she walked away a short distance, the green and black eyes opened and closed. Wee Fu stuck his head out, patted his forehead, and sighed, "It always feels familiar." "You idiot, what are you looking at? Come on!" The fourth child, Mikey, shouted not far behind him. Wee Fu hurriedly turned around and chased after him. It is worthy of being an extraordinary creature that has opened up its wisdom. In a short period of time, they have searched the scene. Unfortunately, except for a few pieces of broken clothes, they have not found anything else. However, through the analysis of the inventor Donnie, it is very likely that it is. What the ninja god is wearing, needs to be tested. Even before Li Xian knew it. The combination of 4 turtles and a mouse has taken a liking to him and worshipped him as the god of ninja. And I want to follow it to the death. Dawn on the second day. When the sun shines on the earth again. Female reporter April also released another sensational news in New York City. A thunderstorm destroys the factory. Another powerful mutant descends on New York City. She described the power of the thunderstorm vividly. If it happened in the urban area, it would cause immeasurable losses. After all, not everyone can resist Electro's motors like Spider-Man without changing his face. They will die. It's like a sharp knife hanging over the residents' heads who doesn't know when it will fall. The people who had only been settled for 2 days were plunged into panic again. Inside SHIELD. When Captain Steve saw the news, his face turned gloomy. He pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "During this period, more and more powerful ability users have appeared. We must strengthen our team, otherwise we will not be able to protect the people." Not enough to protect the people. Iron Man laughed out loud after hearing this, and said, "Relax, Captain, my armor is enough to deal with all dangers. Enough to face all dangers." Captain Steve was furious when he saw the Playboy's careless look. He asked, "Just one spider demon has made us so miserable. Where do you have the confidence? Don't forget that he escaped from you." Iron Man stood up and exposed it unceremoniously. "If he still dares to come over, I will let him never come back. By the way, I have to go to my pool party, so that's all for today." After the flamethrower is activated, Tony flew into the sky in the Mark III. This look of a playboy did not put Captain Steve in his eyes at all. His face has turned dark. And at this time, Captain Steve then remembered his former companion, the Butcher. Compared with this playboy, the Butcher is more reliable. Although he is a ruthless killer, he is also protecting the people. We should give him more patience, let him learn to use love to influence those super criminals. He pondered and began to reminisce about the past again. Hawkeye was also a little touched after hearing this. He was an agent who obeyed orders. He had killed people in previous infiltration missions, but he was not as unabashed as the Butcher. Evil people should end up in hell. Why should a soldier with such firm belief be given up by Director Nick? He shook his head and didn't understand. But there was still regret in my heart. Tap tap tap. At this moment, when the atmosphere was gradually freezing, Agent Hill opened the door and walked in. She looked at everyone and said a piece of good news. Considering the current situation, Director Nick has recruited another super ability talent, as a partner of the Avengers. As soon as she finished speaking, a researcher wearing a blue shirt and black-rimmed glasses walked in. He looked at everyone and said hello. Is this a weapons developer? Hawkeye said jokingly. Let him explain to you. Agent Hill said. You can call me Dr. Banner. The man spoke, and then added, I am a combatant, but trust me, you don't want to see me angry. Ha 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 ha. The members of the Avengers all laughed. The atmosphere was peaceful. Captain Steve also patted Dr. Banner on the shoulder and said, Welcome to join. Agent Hill did not laugh. She knew how powerful power was hidden under the peaceful appearance of the man in front of her. Even if no one stops it. Just him alone. Just destroy New York City. It's going to be a double-edged sword. As for the S.H.I.E.L.D. Weapons Research and Development Department, after Fitz issued the military order, he fell into a state of frantic work. He did not want to be an abandoned chess piece. It was also under this strong sense of oppression that he broke out into an amazing display. Ability. On the first day, Fitz initially designed a prototype of a battlesuit. The next day, Fitz made structural adjustments to the newly designed suit. On the third day, Fitz selected the materials and reorganized them according to the symbiote's body structure. It was also on the night of the third day. Fitz presented the designed suit to Director Nick. He had deep dark circles under his eyes, but he straightened his waist and pointed at his uniform and said proudly, Although it is not possible to fully demonstrate the effect I studied in a short period of time, the effect of this first-generation suit is also amazing. It can not only enhance the user's combat effectiveness by more than twice, but also greatly improve the user's physical strength. Speed, in theory, allows ordinary soldiers to reach 100 meters in 8 seconds. What if Captain Steve puts on this suit? Director Nick asked. Fitz thought for a moment and replied, Then Captain Steve may be able to settle a war alone. Agent Fitz, you did a great job. Director Nick was very excited when he heard this. He said to his men, Call Captain Steve to the training ground, and we will test the effectiveness of the suit tonight. During this whole process, although Agent Fitz acted very calmly, but there was a fire in his eyes. He can't wait to see his scientific research results change everyone's perception of him. He wants to be punished and make meritorious service. Just when he was excited, he accidentally glanced and seemed to see a pair of black shiny eyes staring at him from inside the ventilation duct. Another blink. The eyes disappeared again. Am I hallucinating? Chapter 20 Slandering the Butcher? Captain Shi Amon's face is swollen. 2/3. When Captain Steve received the training ground to test the new equipment, he did not show much excitement. He was like a peace advocate. First he sighed and lamented that world peace is not easy, and then followed the agent's guidance. Came to the training ground. After a few people exchanged pleasantries, Steve put on the black suit and started testing ability. Originally, he had peak human physical fitness. With the blessing of this pirated symbiote suit, there are also huge amounts of improvement, reaching 1.5 peak human ability. Especially when Captain Steve pulled out 2 tons of force with a dynamometer in his hand, Director Nick's face turned red. The effect improvement is too obvious. Braised Dantas said. I have already imagined all the members of the Avengers wearing this suit. They have all become little Supermans. What a butcher! What a mutant! Killing indiscriminately. Just when he was thinking happily, Fitz fell into panic. He pointed to the ventilation duct not far away and shouted, Monster, there is a monster hidden in there. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. Director Nick frowned and motioned to the agent beside him to take a look. Click. The ventilation duct was opened. But no abnormalities were found. Captain Steve thought he was joking and said, "Agent Fitz, even if you develop the equipment, you can't deceive everyone." But Fitz couldn't bear the accusation. He squatted down and curled up with his head in his hands. "No, I didn't lie. It's true." But Captain Steve insisted, "But the monster didn't appear. It must be because you have been too tired recently. Take a good rest." After hearing this, Fitz also fell into self-denial. "Am I really suspicious?" With the help of the agent on the side, he stood up and walked towards the outside of the training ground. Director Nick looked at him and secretly speculated, "Have I put too much pressure on Fitz recently, causing him to go insane? Since this research and development has been effective, then I should also give him some preferential treatment. After all, he is a treasure." Just as he was thinking, Captain Steve on the opposite side raised the shield in his hand with a look of horror on his face, and even assumed an attack stance towards him. "What's going on? Is there an enemy attack?" Director Nick took a deep breath and reached out to hold the firearm at his waist, but before he could shoot, crash! Two sticky black tentacles had wrapped around his waist. A feeling of weightlessness came. Nick was spinning for a while, and when he came back to his senses, he had been thrown into the air. The smelly tongue swirled around his head, and the venom opened its bloody mouth. "It's sure to be a good meal. Going to suffer." Director Nick was shocked when he saw this, but Naihe's arms were tied and he couldn't fire a gun to fight back. He could only watch as he got closer and closer to the bloody mouth. Boom! There was a crackling sound. At this critical moment, Director Nick gritted his teeth and said, "A hole, you forced me. I will definitely make you pay the price." Immediately afterwards, he detonated a bomb hidden in his trouser pocket. After the explosion, he and Venom were forced to separate. Venom was covering his head and howling in pain because of the fire and explosion. Director Nick, however, held the bloody thigh and looked at it with grief and indignation. In this small explosion, his lower body was bruised and bloody. Even the second brother was hit hard. Although since he turned 80, this thing has become useless. But that doesn't mean Director Nick can tolerate this happening. If he hadn't been restrained and could only move his fingers, Nick would not have ended up like this. "Captain Steve, I want you to teach this BD a lesson," he roared. "Definitely." Whoa! The shield shining with the 5-star pattern flew out in an instant, and then Steve pounced on him, knocking the venom back again and again before he could react. In the last battle with the Spider Demon, this Steve is not yet able to exert such combat power. But who upgraded him? But it has enhanced half of my strength. Steve felt that his confidence had greatly increased, and he felt that he could easily deal with this enemy. The next second, Venom's claws hit the sound-absorbing shield hard. But unfortunately, he was blown away instead. "Well done." Director Nick collapsed on the ground and raised his fist, completely unaware of the crisis coming behind him. 2. Now that the venom is here, how could Spider-Man Peter not come? Boom! A figure flashed past, followed by a flying kick. Director Nick was kicked out and had 2 teeth knocked out, and then he was hit hard by a punch. His eyes darkened and he fainted. "It's you, Peter Parker!" Captain Steve exclaimed, and then added, "UBD, you still dare to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. and run wild, I won't let you leave easily." Yet, a crazy smile appeared on Peter's face when he heard this. "It's just right, I don't intend to let you go smoothly." Immediately afterwards, the Venom symbiote attacks at the same time as Peter. Following the 2 attacks one after another, Captain Steve got punched. Captain Steve got kicked. Captain Steve was knocked away. Different from the previously expected battle situation, Captain Steve was beaten and retreated continuously. It was also with this punch and kick that he recognized the reality. He is just a human being. He's just a super soldier. Fundamental. No way compared to these mutant superheroes. Captain Steve rarely cursed, and it was only at this time that he became more and more aware of the importance of his companions. If only the butcher were still around. According to his unparalleled sword skills. So what if the spider demon and Venom join forces, under that bloody and brutal sword technique? No matter who you are, there is only one destination. That is death. And in other words, killing people who are stained with blood and doing what a butcher does has nothing to do with comradeship. Amen. Even if he has to accept public condemnation, it is still his behavior alone. It's just a pity that such a useful companion is missing. Steve sighed, his eyes full of gloom. Bang! Right now. Spider-Man caught his flaw, punched him hard, and knocked him to the ground. This training ground was originally made of high-strength reinforced concrete. But at this moment, he was dug into a deep hole. It was smashed out by Steve in the face. His cheeks were swollen, a lot of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and 2 broken teeth fell from his lips. You are really a powerful superhero. Spider Demon Peter said with praise, but his words were full of sarcasm. Chapter 21 The Captain Who Suffered a Brutal Blow, Electric Shock Treatment. 3/3. I could fight you all day. Captain Steve mumbled these words out of his mouth, and stretched out his hands to help himself get up from the ground. But nothing. Peter reached out and pressed harder. Already having broken pieces of concrete stuffed into Steve's mouth. And also at this time, Peter thought of something fun, and ordered Venom to take down the camera he usually used for photography, and then taught him to take pictures of Captain America being tortured. In the hearts of today's citizens, Captain Steve's reputation can be said to be irreplaceable. He is a figure who has been on the altar for decades. He is a saint who lives on through word of mouth. If this picture of being beaten were made public, there will be an uproar. Maybe Spider-Man can still rely on this opportunity to stand up again. Peter smiled crazily, and in the process he patted Steve's cheek and said, "Captain, thank you so much." You. Steve was furious when he heard this, and he also saw what this BD did. Of course you know how powerful this photo is. Don't say anything else. It is a huge amount of blow to the free spirit that it symbolizes. Who made him die decades ago. Then, with the help of politicians and the media, he was established as a benchmark figure. Now, it has become a national idol. Knocked him out. It is undoubtedly a major blow to national morale. I can fight with you for a whole day. Steve stopped beating the ground crazily and raised his head halfway, looking directly at Peter with his angry eyes. Crack! Peter was laughing wildly and pushed him to the ground. Just like fish on the chopping board. Let others play with it. A sense of powerlessness gnawed at him. I don't want to lose either. Steve's face turned red with anger, he opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. Just as he was in a trance, he heard the hateful spider demon shouting, "Hurry, Venom, press the shutter, or you will miss this wonderful scene." Already, Steve's eyesight went dark, he couldn't hold on any longer, his consciousness sank, and he fainted. "Captain, Captain, wake up quickly." In the dark, calls came one after another. Steve reluctantly opened his eyes, and what he saw was Hawkeye's concerned gaze. Then, he felt his head being torn apart, and severe pain kept coming. "I seem to have been knocked unconscious. How is Director Nick? Is he okay?" While he was talking, however, Hawkeye showed a constipated expression. He pointed behind Steve and said, "In fact, you are tied to him now." What? When Steve came back to his senses, he looked down. That scene that made people's blood boil appeared. His suit was stripped off. Nick's clothes were also stripped off. 2 grown men were tied together by spider silk. This is such an unscrupulous operation. Captain Steve felt that his face was flushed and bleeding. He looked at his companions in front of him and wanted to curse. What does it mean to replace him with a new one in this situation? Isn't it shameful enough to dislike him? The eagle-eye agent felt guilty after being stabbed by the resentful gaze, so he explained in a somewhat desperate manner, "I also want to know if you are injured. So now do you have a satisfactory answer?" Captain Steve gritted his teeth and responded. The Hawkeye agent nodded and said, "I have already called the S.H.I.E.L.D medical staff. They will be here in 2 minutes at most." What? After Captain Steve heard this, his eyes suddenly went dark. If they could see themselves like this. That's not bad. He struggled wildly, trying to break through the limitations of the spider silk and struggle out. But after some hard work, the result was not achieved. Tap tap tap. There were also some footsteps outside the door. Captain Steve looked at Hawkeye with sadness in his eyes. He shouted, "Knock me out quickly, I don't want to see their strange eyes. Let me hit you." Eagle-Eye Agent heard this and shook his head. He said, "You have been seriously injured. I will not hurt my companions. If you don't come, then I will." Captain Steve arched his buttocks with a look of grief and anger, and banged his head against the ground. 1 time. 2 times. Blood continued to fall down his forehead. But at this critical moment, however, he did not achieve his goal as he wished. Instead, he became more sober under the influence of the sting. Captain Steve's face was full of bitterness, and Hawkeye couldn't bear to turn his head away. Zilla. The door is opened. A group of medical staff rushed over carrying steel frames. But what came into view was the scene of Captain America and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D being tied together. Row is that they are well-trained agents. Still amused by this absurd and funny appearance, Hawkeye gritted his teeth and managed to maintain the appearance of a cold-faced agent. Steve Agent, who had not yet fainted, also closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, but he was not in a relaxed mood. Instead, he squeezed out crystal drops of water from the corners of his eyes. It's so bullying. He felt social death. This subsequent series of actions also became Steve's lingering nightmare. He could sense the strange and burning gazes of the people around him. He could hear their murmurs of excited excitement. He even noticed 2 hands constantly crossing his body. As the captain of the once roaring agent team, current spiritual leader, Captain Steve has never been hit harder than this. Wait, Captain, he seems to be awake. Just when he felt extremely uncomfortable, the whispers of the medical staff around him frightened him so much that he closed his eyes and started pretending to sleep. Hurry, quickly put on the electric pacemaker. Another doctor on duty called and asked the agents to push a huge instrument over. They actually wanted to give Captain Steve electroshock treatment. After Hawkeye saw this posture, he twitched the corner of his mouth and said in a coquettish tone, "Perhaps we can adopt a gentler approach. After all, the captain is a super soldier, and his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. There is no need to do this. You are the combat agent. You know how to treat the hammer." The attending doctor responded with words. Hawkeye was stunned speechless. He could only quietly retreat behind him, praying in my heart, "Captain, I wish you good luck." Zitzizi. The pacemaker's current was adjusted to the maximum, and the attending doctor also issued the order at this moment. Start treatment. Chapter 22. The captain was electrocuted and urinated. Eunuch. 1/3. Zizi. Zitzizi. Captain Steve felt the powerful electric current penetrate into his body and pierce his internal organs. This feeling is like having your stomach opened. Use the hook to draw out the flesh and blood. But he didn't dare to open his eyes or wake up, thinking that he would have to wait until Director Nick died first. Otherwise, Steve felt like his face would be completely lost. He gritted his teeth and thought, preparing to fight this instrument to the end. Why is there still no response? The attending doctor frowned and looked confused. This was already the limit that ordinary people could bear. But Captain Steve didn't react at all. Is it because the current is not high enough? He patted his head and thought, this is a superhero. He has a strong body and strong tolerance, so he didn't react. If that's the case, then increase the current. The attending doctor told the agent next to him. After a while, the instrument was connected to wires and operated at high load. Zit-zi-zi. The current almost came out of the instrument. The attending doctor said with excitement, "We are going to rescue Captain Steve." Zizzy. Zizzy. That violent current passed through the body. Captain Steve's chest hair was scorched black. It was pain that cannot be described in words. Even a well-trained super soldier like him almost collapsed. He was chanting about Hawkeye crazily in his mind. He's still my companion. He actually lets these doctors torment me. Don't you know how to take cover? If this continues, I will be beaten to death by them. Keep pumping the gas. The attending doctor issued the order again. This time, the electric shock pacemaker reached 200% overload operation. The strong current even made Captain Steve feel that his body was being penetrated, and even the control of his limbs disappeared in an instant. It was also at this moment that he finally couldn't bear it anymore and opened his eyes, looking straight around him. Oh my God, Captain Steve was saved by us. This modified stun gun is really useful, and our treatment method is right. Why does it stink so much? Peed. Captain Steve is incontinent in bed. They chirped. It was like a sharp blade, piercing Steve's heart. Even superheroes can't withstand this kind of physical and psychological double blow. Just when his eyes turned black, there was a groan of pain from the simple hospital bed not far away. Steve turned around and found that Director Nick had also woken up, and he was more seriously injured. The attending doctor persuaded him, "Director Nick, your lower body was seriously injured. Even though your self-healing ability is very strong, you still have to urinate. The organ has been blasted and needs to be cultivated and implanted to be effective." Hiss. Captain Steve took a breath when he heard this. Although I knew he was seriously injured. But the doctor's treatment and diagnosis still exceeded his expectations. He cast a look of pity on Director Nick, and the emotion of sharing weal and woe and sympathy slowly rose. Director Nick took a deep breath after hearing this and did not make any remarks. Instead, he reached out and pinched his chin and said, "It's okay, I don't need it anyway." Hiss. This time it was the turn of two female nurses to take a deep breath. Is this news they can hear without paying? Captain Steve was also stunned after hearing this. Although his biological age is 90 years old. But others are old-hearted. Unexpectedly, the director of Braised Eggs was a little loser. Poor Director Nick, it turns out that his happiness has long since disappeared. Captain Steve thought so. Director Nick felt a little uncomfortable because of the gossipy eyes of everyone. He closed his eyes and began to rest. Zilla. The iron door was pushed open. Tony Stark walked in with a stinking look on his face. When he saw the miserable state of Captain Steve and Director Nick, he patted his shoulders and said, "Another defeat. You guys are too inferior. I think we might as well change our name to the Beaten Alliance." As soon as these words came out, not just the person involved. Even these agents were filled with indignation, their eyes widened with anger, and they were very angry and wanted to take action. Captain Steve slapped the edge of the bed and almost stood up. In his opinion, Tony can be regarded as a companion, but now he is just making sarcastic remarks and adding insult to injury, which is really too much. Director Nick looked much calmer. He looked at the man in front of him and said, "So, we invited you. As the famous Iron Man, you will definitely help us solve our troubles, right?" This rhetorical move has the meaning of generalizing an army. Unexpectedly, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. admitted this failure. "But don't you, Tony, claim to be able to solve any problem? I'd like to see how you respond." "That's natural." Tony was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then the smile on his face became brighter. He said, "I even gave up the pool party just to come here to eliminate the influence. If we can't even subdue the spider demon, how can we talk about saving the world?" Under Tony's explanation, he has laid a dragnet across New York City and launched specialized satellite monitoring to cooperate with Jarvis's entire network search. As long as Peter hasn't fled the city, he will definitely be discovered. "Tony, how long do you expect it will take to catch this mouse?" Director Nick asked. "There will definitely be gains within 24 hours. Tony said confidently. In his opinion, this Spider-Man is just a supervillain who relies on his ability. Even he doesn't have the ability to escape the whole network's search. So what if he had defeated Captain Steve and Director Nick? Is he great? He is a genius researcher and can solve all problems." Steve, who was watching him, frowned. He knew clearly that the spider demon was not an easy person. After all, he was very capable of lurking in the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent building without being discovered, not to mention that he was ruthless. Decisive, obviously planned. "Tony, your plan may not work," Captain Steve said. "You old stubborn who has been frozen for more than 70 years, what confidence do you have to deny me?" Tony glanced condescendingly. "Facts will prove whether what I said was wrong." Captain Steve didn't waste any time, but turned to look out the window. The night is dark. Inside that Hell's Kitchen, the massacre gradually swept the entire gang. Those who do good things praise. That's the Red Devil from Hell. Chapter 23, Carnage vs Venom, Autistic Peter. 2/3. The bloody apostle from Hell is murderous. Wherever he passes, there is no sign of life. What? You asked me why there is no blood. Of course the devil stuffed it into his mouth. The fat white man knelt down in the room, trembling all over and speaking at a loss. The remaining rationality in his eyes also decreased sharply in the process. The person looking at him was a more muscular bald man. He raised his head and said, "The story is very exciting. But as far as I know, Daredevil is not a devil, he is just a blind man, and he can still eat, isn't it human?" "Blind? No." The white man suddenly jumped up. He pointed at Wilson, Kingpin, in front of him and shouted, "That is definitely not a human being. He is a devil in human skin." When he recalled the crazy killings of the massacre, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Think of this." The white man described it in increasingly confusing words. "The devil holds 2 knives, like cutting grass, with huge amounts of tongue. This lunatic is talking nonsense. Did you lie to me that I haven't seen Daredevil?" After Wilson heard this, he felt more and more that the guy in front of him was unreliable. He waved his hand and asked his subordinates to drag him down and deal with it. And when there was no one around, he couldn't help but look bitter. A few days ago, after Bullseye and his younger brothers disappeared, Wilson had no reliable person under his command. Although he still had strong money and power, he was not satisfied with recruiting the desired thugs in a short period of time. "Haha, no matter who it is, whether it's Target Smoke or Daredevil, you'd better hope not to meet me." "Why not? I will let you know the fate of the betrayer." Wilson slammed his fist on the table. Click. There are deep punch marks on this thick panel made of alloy. As the king who established an underground force, Wilson was not only cunning by nature, but his physique also reached a level beyond human beings. That mountain-like physique was not due to excessive obesity, but was made of large muscles. In the anime, he is a man who can arm wrestle with Spider-Man. And because of his outstanding personal strength, he often made fools of Daredevil Matt. Tap 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 tap. The man with the guide stick walked along the street. Just a few days ago, lawyer Matt jointly opened a law firm with his friends. Now he is working on a new case, which is about a joint company accusing employees of stealing funds. According to the information currently available, the probability of overturning this case is not high, but he is still working hard. Have you heard about the weird bloody hunter that appeared recently? Partner Foggy said from the side. Obviously. As Hell's Kitchen messages go viral, it has also gradually spread into daily life. Matt frowned when he heard this, and he said perfunctorily, yes. In the legend, he has sickle-like palms, especially the huge amounts of mouth, which can swallow people in one bite. Foggy kept talking. Matt's expression turned grim. After all, he doesn't want his hard-working image of a righteous vigilante to be subverted. In these days of daily life, due to fighting crime in the nearest few blocks, Matt did not encounter the massacre. Therefore, he naturally associated these rumors with himself. I think so. After all, the bloody demon haunts the night, fights evil. Doesn't this fit perfectly with his behavior? Lawyer Matt was thinking about whether Daredevil was evil or good, just when he was about to argue with his friends. The New York City Police Department arrived not far away. Let's get down to business first, he thought. And in this dark corner that ordinary people are unaware of, in the center of the house, densely covered with red spider silk, is a huge amount of cocoon. Crack! The cocoon began to crumble. Then, the blood-red symbiote crawled out, and as its limbs twisted, it synthesized the appearance of the Darkin killer. It moved its hands outward, and the two knives became more and more ferocious, and there were also growths on its back. After pairing its wings, it looked more and more like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. And between the wings, there are still countless small holes, and wisps of silk threads come out. Even the heavy security door was pierced by the light silk thread. Not to mention the concrete walls inside the house were becoming scarred. I've become stronger, Slaughter said in a milky voice. Originally, it needed to be attached to others to exert its powerful combat power, but after Lee Su used chakra energy to feed it, it had the opportunity to be reborn. Coupled with the punishment of evildoers for several consecutive days, it accumulated with enough energy. Transformation has also occurred. Just when it was full of confidence and ready to report the good news to Li Xian. Clang! Glass shattered. A pitch-black Spider-Man crawled in from outside the wall, his mask removed. When Peter glanced at the carnage in front of him, his eyes showed excitement. I finally found you. And the shoulders of Peter's originally dark suit also twisted and revealed a ferocious human face, and Venom said in response, my son. Meow meow meow. Jean didn't react when he saw the two strange guys in front of him. But soon, the memories hidden in my mind gradually emerged. It was this black symbiote that gave birth to itself. Then just ignore it. I almost starved myself to death. It wasn't until today that I came to my door. The venom is already strong enough, plus this symbiote daughter. I want to see who else can stop me, not S.H.I.E.L.D, not the butcher. I will lose everything. Take it back. Peter clenched his fists and vented his emotions as if no one else was watching. 2. As he made a huge mess in S.H.I.E.L.D, no one could stop him. The spider demon became contemptuous of everything around him. He thought, if the butcher can be found, he will definitely be able to avenge his shame. This son of the symbiote looks more powerful than Venom. Let me hug you quickly. Peter glanced around greedily just as he couldn't wait to get close. Killing, who was originally calm, had a cold look on his face. The sharp hand knife flew up and down, gaining momentum. Finally, he gestured to the Spider-Man in front of him. "It's okay to abandon me, but if you dare to be rude to the butcher, then don't even think about leaving." Chapter 24. Both humans and ghosts are showing off, only Peter is being beaten. 3/3. Peter was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the son that he and Venom worked so hard to find would have surrendered to the enemy long ago. This made him very angry. You must know that even when facing Captain America and the director of SHIELD, he can have the upper hand. Now, he was actually defeated by this symbiote daughter. There was an unknown anger arising from his heart. Peter greeted Venom and said, "Let us give this ignorant boy a little pain." "Good," Venom responded. He and Peter had been together long enough. During this period of time, he had already developed a strong relationship with his host. So what if the massacre was his son? Their symbiote family has no concept of family affection. Some are just the law of the jungle that grows wildly. If you don't obey, then kill him. Maybe it would be better if he was the only symbiote in the world. Roar! Venom and Peter integrated again and transformed into Dark Spider-Man, and then they pounced towards the blood-red carnage in front of them. Getting closer. Just when the sharp claws were about to catch the slaughter, Peter laughed wildly. "Suffer death. How dare you refuse my invitation? Die! Die! Die!" Crack! The imagined scene of disembowelment did not occur. On the contrary, when Peter and Venom were close, Carnage used the wide blade to smash Spider-Man in the face. This move comes with force. As soon as Peter's spider reflex was noticed, he was hit in the face. This heavy blow sent him flying into the sky and then hitting the ground. Crack! Peter stretched out his hand and slapped the ground to steady himself, but when he opened his mouth to spit out, 2 bloody teeth came out. This massacre showed no mercy at all. This solid blow slapped the spider demon hard in the face. And the massacre was not intense enough, so he said, "Trash, who only talks trash, trash." This made Peter and Venom very angry. You must know that when they joined forces, even a benchmark figure like Captain America was defeated, but now they are defeated by this fledgling boy. Such a huge awareness made him feel that his self-esteem had been trampled on. Not to mention the venom, the feeling of being slapped in the face by his son was even stronger than Peter's. Anger. Unwilling to do so. All in all, this allowed the spider demon to accumulate strength and launch another attack on the enemy in front of him. Boom! 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 They fight together. Every move burst out with unimaginable power. Let this already severely damaged house become even more shaky. But it's different from Spider-Man crushing Sandman. The current massacre has long been reborn, so what if our parents are our opponents? He had only one thought in his mind, and that was to severely defeat the enemies who despised Master Li Xian. Also with the blessing of this kind of mind, Slaughter unfolded the wings that were originally folded on his back. The sharp blood-red bone spurs were like sharp knives, cutting the air and further compressing the spider demon's activity space. Although the reaction speed of this spider demon is extremely fast, it is difficult for a clever woman to make a plan without rice. Those huge amounts of wings take up half the room when they are stretched out, not to mention that they are extremely flexible and can hit wherever they point. Fortunately, Peter still had the help of Venom, otherwise, he would have been scratched by the sharp bone spurs. It's so frustrating. Peter felt like he was limited in this fight. If it were someone else, if it were a different place, he can guarantee that he will beat his opponent to pieces. But this massacre is the craziest murderer, and every attack is aimed at his weakest point. He restrained his attacks at every turn. If that's the case, then everyone should stop playing. Peter flicked the spider silk from his wrist and took the initiative to break the situation. As the spider threads connected in the room, even though Slaughter's wings were extremely sharp, they couldn't cut all the cobwebs into pieces for a while. When Peter saw this, he felt even happier. After all, as long as the wings were restrained, it would become easier to deal with the massacre. He kept working hard and turned the room into a pantsy cave. Peter shuttled between the spider webs. He stared at the carnage in front of him, who was hurrying to choose a way to cut off the spider webs. However, for a while, he couldn't cut it clean. He could only be trapped in place, and he felt more and more happy in his heart. After all, the invincible spider demon. But the little symbiote daughter will not be defeated. Even if you lose, Peter will also think hard to find a way back. I am Spider-Man! Peter yelled, his hands turning into claws under the venom. The sharp claws pierced the air and almost hit the Slaughter's body. It seemed that the symbiote could be disemboweled in the next second. But it's hard. Peter's hands stopped in front of the door. The spider demon looked frightened, and he felt as if there was an invisible force restricting his movements. What's going on? Just when he couldn't believe it, the venom squirmed, split into half a face and said, "It's silk threads. These tiny threads restrict your movements." After Peter heard this, he took a closer look and found that countless tiny threads were mixed in the spider silk, catching his movements and hanging him in the air, like a puppet on strings. "Venom, please help me!" Peter shouted. But the next second, Slaughter's mouth was split to the base of his ears, and astonishing sound waves spread out from his mouth. Roar! Just for a moment. This drove Venom into madness. After all, his weakness is his fear of high notes. When Peter saw this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Now he was completely defeated and was being slaughtered like a wretch. Zzz. But Slaughter raised the butcher's knife. The sharp blade glowed. It's like the last boost to end the spider demon. Peter looked even more crazy when he saw this scene. He was not willing to let this end. He still has many missions to complete. How can I be willing? Peter squirmed and looked crazy, like a poor joker. Clang! Along with a burst of explosions from the wall, countless cement stones were scattered, and only the familiar battle suit was seen falling from the air. As the steel mask was opened, the familiar face of Tony Stark came into view. When he saw the spider demon Peter being slaughtered and subdued, he was amazed. Buy one, get one free, there is no better deal than this. Chapter 25 The internal conflict between Iron Man and Captain America triggers the mission again. 1/3. Iron Man Tony boasted in front of Captain Steve and Director Nick that he would arrest the Spider-Man. But in these 2 days, satellite surveillance revealed nothing. He hid it too well. If it hadn't been revealed just 10 minutes ago. Iron Man will not go to Hell's Kitchen to search, but when he comes to this area, he will blow open the houses with artillery shells. But unexpectedly discovered that there was another symbiote. This is a pie-in-the-sky thing. Tony is not the kind of waste agent of SHIELD. Even if he doesn't put much thought into the research on symbionts, he has discovered that it has great prospects. This thing that can change its shape, hardness, and structure at will is rare in the world. Boom! Iron Man released several small missiles again. This isn't the first time he's fought a symbiote. From the previous time, Tony knew that these creatures were afraid of sound and fire. So they unleashed this type of long-range attack. And just when he was confidently waiting for the harvest, he unexpectedly discovered that when the smoke dissipated, only a black Spider-Man was left on the scene, and the red symbiote disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Just when Tony started the skin mode search. Clang! There was a strange sound coming from the manhole cover at the entrance of the sewer. The red figure disappeared under his eyes. Did he run away? Iron Man was so angry when he saw this that he already regarded these 2 symbiotes as his own. But I didn't expect that some of the cooked ducks flew away. We must not let this spider demon escape. Iron Man fell from the air and stared at Peter, who was still rolling on the ground, with disdain and contempt in his eyes. After all, they are still inferior mutant creatures. So what if it has great potential? As long as a genius like him discovers a weakness, he can attack it in a targeted manner. Tap tap tap. Among the smoke and dust, another man wearing a star-striped suit ran out. It was Captain Steve. He ran all the way to Iron Man's side. When he saw that the enemy spider demon he had been thinking about day and night in front of him had been subdued, he was overjoyed. He has not forgotten his death with Director Nick. Every injustice has its owner, and every debt has its owner. He kicked Peter hard in the face. It can be said that things are changing. Peter reluctantly opened his eyes and saw Captain America saying happily, "How is it? Is it very comfortable?" The expression on his face became very pleasant, as if he had taken some kind of stimulant. Captain Steve reveals a rare dark side deep inside his heart. And this scene also shocked the Iron Man next to him. Tony looked at the man in front of him carefully, as if he wanted to redefine him. You. Peter barely managed to get a few words out of his mouth, but once again because of the captain's force, half of his mouth was filled with dirt. This is a great humiliation. You must know that just a few days ago, he was showing off triumphantly, slapping S.H.I.E.L.D. in the face like a winner, and watching the photos of Captain Steve that humiliated Captain Steve over and over again afterwards, feeling the pleasure of tearing apart justice. But just today, he suffered defeats one after another. First, he was severely beaten by the Butcher. Being suppressed by Iron Man and Captain America again. Frustrated. Resentment. And there is nothing we can do. Peter once again exuded despair from the bottom of his heart. He had only experienced this feeling with the Butcher before, but he didn't expect that today, these successive misfortunes would also knock him into a state of confusion. He hated himself for being so powerless. I also resent this world even more. Why, you want me to experience all this irreparable pain? Peter struggled feebly, and the venom in his body that was still twitching seemed to sense this emotion and was gradually affected. Tony, thank you very much for capturing this spider demon. After Captain Steve took his foot off Peter's face, he smiled at Iron Man. You may not believe in S.H.I.E.L.D., but you have to believe in Iron Man. Tony said, with an even more open expression on his face. Then let me take this criminal away and detain him. Captain Steve continued. Why should you take him away? This is the person I arrested. Tony retorted. According to the law, you do not have the right to imprison super criminals, but I do. Captain Steve spoke unceremoniously, his face full of righteousness, as if he was announcing something extremely glorious. Hypocritical slogans from politicians. Tony sneered. He didn't believe that the man in front of him wanted to uphold the law. Just in the contact, Tony has seen Captain Steve's dark side. If he gave up this spider demon, he would definitely be fulfilling his selfish desires. How can this be as reliable as doing your own research? After all, his research and inventions are changing the world. What Captain Steve did was undoubtedly a dirty deed under the banner of light. I won't let him go. Tony said, as a billionaire and the smartest genius, he has the ability to be arrogant. Captain Steve was also angered by the retort. In the past, he relied on his charisma and rhetoric. It has always been invincible. But the young boy in front of him is a tough guy who doesn't take soft or hard advice. In this land, only the government can deal with criminals. If anyone could detain criminals without authorization like him, wouldn't the entire society have been in chaos? And even criminals have human rights. Only by enforcing order can the greatest peace be achieved. The atmosphere between the two became more solemn, and the tense atmosphere gradually deepened. Ah! That crazy sound like a beast's roar sounded out of thin air. On the ground, the dark venom continued to differentiate, filling the entire room in a short period of time. Peter, who was in the center, was also wrapped in the venom, synthesizing a huge spider monster that looked like a skeleton. You arrogant bastards, I'm Spider-Man. No one can trample on the dignity of a superhero. Ding! A random mission has been detected nearby. Chapter 26S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's settle old and new grudges together. 2/3. What a mess. Captain Steve watched helplessly as the venom in front of him expanded and formed into a giant monster. This seemed to be a skeletal spider made up of pitch-black skeletons. Its sharp mouth parts were like serrations, piercing the air and creating sharp reverberations. But at the heart of this monster, there is a thick layer of periosteum growing, protecting Peter hidden within. Compared with the last change, this time it looked even more barbaric and ferocious. The weird distortion even affects the host's sanity. He fell into madness. Kill. The remaining belief in Peter's heart is for him to kill the two superheroes in front of him. But at this moment of tension, Iron Man Tony clapped his hands and applauded. He looked at the huge amounts of monsters in front of him and praised. I still underestimated the potential of this alien creature. It can actually produce such benign mutations in a symbiotic state. I really want to dissect your body and see the inner structure. As soon as these words came out, it's not just Captain Steve. Even Hawkeye and Black Widow, who had just rushed to the battlefield not far away, were stunned. They looked at the tall monster and saw their own insignificance. But Iron Man said that he would defeat Peter and even do research on him. Isn't this crazy? This would make sense if it were said about a mad scientist. But this guy in front of me is a playboy. Is this alien creature really a treasure? Let this well-informed genius inventor be unable to contain his inner ecstasy and express some ideas. In this case, you need to inform director Nick to bring in more manpower. After all, good things can't fall into other people's hands. Hawkeye and Black Widow looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. And just then, the spider demon in the sky, which was already in rage state, also started to take action. In its view, the group of ants in front of it were obviously having some evil intentions. Just right. Let's settle old and new grudges together. The huge amounts of spider legs fell, carrying terrifying power. Boom! It fell in response. A huge pit 3 meters wide appeared on the ground. If this blow fell on a person, it would definitely trample him into a pulp. Captain Steve looked solemn, unable to think of a way to break the situation for a while. Not as confident as he was just now. Iron Man Tony was also surprised when he saw this, but he quickly found a way to deal with it, and ordered Jarvis, activate the Iron Legion. In order to face possible future crises. He has already designed many different battle armors. In the past, they only existed in weapons arsenals next to laboratories. But today, all members of the Iron Legion attack. Surround this big spider. And just as Tony was looking far into the distance, groups of fire spewed out from the horizon, ranging from small to large, and gradually became more conspicuous. Warning, warning, there are huge amounts of spider monsters in Hell's Kitchen, please don't get close and take a quick detour. After Peter and Venom turned into giant monsters, news broke out on the internet. Li Xian also discovered this news in the secret base. When he browsed the web and scanned the short video that came with it, he found out that it was members of the Avengers fighting the spider demon. And he fell in love with him. A glass of happy water and snacks to amuse you. Spider-Man was beaten violently by him. And the members of the Avengers are like a nest of snakes and rats. There is really nothing to look forward to when the two fight. Zzz. At this moment, the Carnage crawled in along the edge of the door. It walked carefully to the workbench and reported its work respectfully to the man in front of it. He talked about the impact of this period on the gangsters of Hell's Kitchen. He told about his encounter with the spider demon Peter. When the slaughter said, he knocked out 2 of Peter's teeth. A smile appeared on Li Xian's face. He reached out and rubbed the cute thing in front of him. I admired this friendly incident of father is kind and son is filial. Isn't this right? The pet he raised actually killed the superhero Spider-Man and the cheap daddy. Isn't this better than the burning from Boruto? What made him feel even more happy was that this massacre had only transformed once and had such a strong improvement in strength. It was hard to imagine how much impact he would have after acquiring the physique of the Divine Tree bloodline. And this American comic universe is indeed a world filled with outstanding people, and it is extremely full of all kinds of energy. Li Xian felt that his body was like a black hole, frantically absorbing the surrounding energy into his body, trying to present a fairy body in this world. This kind of 24/7 hang-up. It's even more exciting. So beautiful. Different from when I first obtained the Divine Tree physique, I am at least 5% stronger now. It would be nice if the mission was triggered again. He was thinking a little greedily. Ding! A random mission has been detected nearby. The rage of the spider demon. Peter the spider demon first experienced the humiliation of being massacred and then having his face stepped on by Captain Steve, and then faced the risk of being dissected during the discussions between the Avengers members. He was angry and wanted to make this happen. A group of superheroes who despised him paid the price. Ding! After accepting this mission, the host needs to help Peter slap his face and make the Avengers members lose face. The reward for this mission will be doubled depending on Peter's gratitude level. After Li Xian saw this mission, his eyes lit up. His first task was to help Sandman slap Spider-Man in the face. I've already picked out Spider-Man's wool. Now it can be operated again, and it still slaps the Avengers in the face. This is not a one-time mission. Is it fun twice? Are old and new grudges settled together? Do I enjoy the blessings of others? Li Xian felt at ease, then stroked Slaughter's head and fed it a second energy meal. Hurry up and eat your fill. Next, we still have things to do. On the other side, as the news about the giant spider demon appearing in the sky over Hell's Kitchen spread, April also got the news and urged her partner to drive the vehicle towards the destination. Along the way, from time to time, she saw vehicles driving in the wrong direction, as if they were escaping from some terrible disaster. April, are you sure we really want to go to that damn place to shoot news? Yes. But look, how many people are fleeing, but we thrown ourselves into a trap, aren't we too stupid? Do you like hearing compliments from others? Do you want to be paid handsomely? Do you want to be famous? Then come with me. April said, with an amazing enthusiasm on her face. And as soon as these words came out, the partner didn't say much anymore. After all, no one can resist the temptation of fame and fortune. Chapter 27 The defeated captain, the satellite cannon begins to annihilate. 3/3. Crash. After a sudden braking of the vehicle, what came into view was a ruined and scorched earth. It's hard to imagine that in this modern city, such a doomsday-like scene would occur. When April got out of the car, her legs were a little weak. And just as she was looking far away, the huge amounts of spider demon came into view. Just looking at it is intimidating. If faced with a giant spider 2 or 3 meters high, people will not lose confidence in resisting because the gap between the two sides has not widened to the point where it cannot be bridged. But this spider demon is as tall as a 10-story building. As he trampled, you could see buildings being trampled to pieces by him. The exposed steel bars and broken floor tiles all told of this atrocity. April turned her head and looked around. What she could see were injured people fleeing, but she didn't see any sign of rescue. What about those superheroes who claim to be able to solve all problems? Aren't they partners of justice? Why not come and fight evil? The female reporter greeted her partner and wanted to move towards the center of the fight. Are you crazy? We could die. I'm not crazy. Look at the tragedy around here. We are reporters and we have to record all of this. Believe me, this is not only big news, but it can also be used to combat those hypocritical superheroes. April's eye spoke with reason and emotion. After her partner was successfully persuaded, they walked to the central location together. The place where they are staying at the moment is located on the outside of the battle circle. It's still 1,000 meters away from the central location. More than 10 minutes later, when April and her partner passed through a house with only half of the wall remaining, they truly entered the decisive battle. Immediately, she was shocked again by the scene in front of her. The sets of battle armors that far exceeded the current level of technology were flying in the air, emitting colorful laser rays and burning the giant spider demon in the center. He was surrounded by more than a dozen battle armors and looked very embarrassed. If it weren't for his rough skin and thick flesh, he could be defeated with just this move. He also sensed the coming crisis. Peter, who is at the heart of the spider demon, also shows extremely high fighting talent. He originally had a spider sense, which could predict upcoming crises. This time he was besieged by Iron Man's Iron Legion. Although he suffered a lot, it also allowed him to quickly control this huge amount of body. Although his eyes were red and he looked completely irrational, it didn't mean that Peter was weak. On the contrary, abandoning all the influence of reason, he inspired the hunter's instinct. Kill! 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 The huge amounts of black spider stretched out its 8 pairs of long legs like a sickle, spreading out an airtight blade. Withstood the Iron Legion's attack in an unexpected way. Just when Iron Man was still a little dazed. Bang! Those huge amounts of length were enough to destroy 2 armors with lightning speed. Fire mixed with debris fell from the sky. Clang! It shocked several people on the ground. It's so sharp, if it had hit me, it would have been turned into flesh. Hawkeye murmured, with a look of fear on his face. Captain Steve also looked helpless. After all, he was only a human being and there was really no way to fight against the huge amounts of monsters. Needless to say, Black Widow is using communication equipment to report the situation to SHIELD. They were all shocked by the powerful combat power that Peter and Venom unleashed after merging. Apart from reinforcements, I didn't think of any other solution. Captain America? Agent Hawkeye? Black Widow? Although April has never met a real person, she is familiar with the Avengers team formed by SHIELD. Now after seeing it for the first time, he actually looked shriveled. You really deserve it. April laughed, but she thought of her encounter with the butcher. Although she only had a brief contact with him, she also knew that the man only hated evil and dealt decisively with criminals. After all, when dealing with those super criminals, we should kill them instead of showing mercy and leaving them to be judged by the law. But the Avengers actually eliminated him? This is so stupid. April turned her head, with residual anger still on her face, and greeted her partner. It's big news to film the embarrassment of these superheroes. I know. The partner had already pressed the shutter and captured this rare scene in the camera. The tide of battle began to turn. As Peter gradually mastered the huge amounts of the spider's body, it was his turn to show off his skills. The harvester-like mouthparts could also eject large amounts of spider silk, turning the surrounding area into a hunting ground. The toughness and strength of these spider silks are very high, and as they spread into a web, they can also cause line-of-sight strikes. Even if the steel armor can spray flames, as long as there is a slight hesitation in action, it will be chopped into pieces by the sharp sickle of the spider demon. 3 more battle armors were damaged. Exploding in the air, it was like fireworks, extremely dazzling. This damn spider demon. Thick skin. The blood is thick. An area damage? After Iron Man Tony saw this unfavorable situation, his face darkened. After all, the Iron Legion he created is not a big deal. Each armor costs tens of millions of dollars, and only Stark Industrial Group, a big spender, has the ability to burn money. But every time the spider demon attacks, these expensive armors are being damaged. This made Tony feel unhappy. But the material losses alone are nothing. But, if he can't attack for a long time, isn't this a slap in his face? Is he a genius scientist? How is it possible that even this brutal supervillain cannot be subdued? Then activate the first level combat state. Tony ordered to Jarvis, connect the satellite cannon and set the target to be the spider demon Peter Parker. Chapter 28 Satellite Cannon Annihilates Peter, Captain's Ugly Face. 1/3. It depends on the situation, Tony won't be able to hold on much longer. Captain Steve was hiding in the dark, and when he glanced at the steel armors in front of him that were being continuously destroyed, until he was the only one left to fight in the end, he came to this conclusion in advance. Although he also wanted to go out and help. But after seeing the previous fighting between God's posture, the three members wisely gave up the idea. It would be okay if they were allowed to fight ordinary super criminals. But it is powerless to fight against this huge amounts of monster. Hawkeye held the crossbow tightly, but did not dare to shoot an arrow at the enemy. Even Iron Man's laser couldn't penetrate the spider's shell. It was even less likely that his gadgets would harm it. Even in normal times, they are indeed dissatisfied with Tony Stark's words and deeds, but when this crisis comes, they have no one to rely on and can only rely on him to fight against criminals. But now looking at this posture, even he is in danger. Maybe, our new partner can. Captain Steve turned his head and spoke solemnly, with a convincing look on his face. That Dr. Banner who claims to be a combatant. Hawkeye responded after hearing this. That's right. Captain Steve nodded. But he looks so weak, how can he defeat such a powerful enemy? Hawkeye continued to retort. And so it is. After Dr. Banner became involved in this organization, he did not show his true strength. Let alone trust. Except for Captain Steve, who is the role model of the team. On the second day after Dr. Banner joined the team, he followed Agent Hill to learn about his situation and abilities, and also watched a clip of a battle. When Dr. Banner became angry, a green monster was born from his body. They came out and flattened a school. This can be said to be deity's power. If it can be used well, it will have a strong impact on the pattern of world peace. After all, weapons of mass destruction such as atomic bombs are still deadly. And Dr. Banner is alive. Captain Steve looked at his companions around him and said meaningfully, "So what about Tony? He can't beat the new Dr. Banner." As he spoke with certainty on his face. Beyond the sky, the powerful impact cannon penetrated the clouds, carrying a huge force, and hit the spider demon Peter, who thought he had a chance to win. Boom! A violent shock wave spread out in an instant. Dust was kicked up. Wrapped up debris. Hit it hard again. The ruins are rendered more and more like a wasteland. Peter was also wailing in pain in this beam of light. Even though the venom in his body had strong potential and merged with him to create a terrifying thing like the spider demon and destroy this area, the light and heat were still there. It is his nemesis, but it has been reduced a bit by this hard shell. But at this moment, as the light beam penetrated the shell, the damage was directly applied to the venom. The severe pain caused the venom that had originally expanded to the limit to begin to shrink and dissolve. It's like an ice cube that is constantly losing volume under the scorching sun. Within tens of seconds, the huge amounts of spider demon shrunk by more than half, and were only a dozen meters tall. And this clearly visible change also fell into the eyes of others. Clang! Captain Steve's shield fell to the ground. The last second he swore that Iron Man was about to lose. But the next second, he was slapped hard in the face. Haha! It's just relying on high technology to attack. Captain Steve turned his head and looked at his companions and explained again. Dr. Banner is different. He relies solely on his powerful body to destroy everything around him with one punch and one kick. His strength is truly powerful. Ah! Screams sounded. The huge amounts of spider demon are still disintegrating. In this short period of time, he has degraded to only 5 meters tall, and Peter, who is located at the heart, has gradually revealed his figure, twisting crazily on the ground. He has already feeling the damage caused by this satellite cannon to him. The pain that penetrated his heart almost tore him apart. If it weren't for the venom that dispersed most of it, he would definitely be torn apart. But symbionts also have limits. As the venom shrank him to the point where it could only wrap him, the offensive of the light cannon was not over yet, but Peter knew that if he didn't think of a way, he would be dead. But under the impact of this powerful energy, even if he frantically thought about various methods, he still found nothing. The scorching energy cannon had burned his skin. Gonna die? Really dying? This suffocating feeling of imminent death enveloped him. Just when Peter opened his eyes wide and scanned everything around him, taking in Captain Steve and the Black Widow and his group who were watching coldly, the rage that burst out from the bottom of his heart burst out crazily. Why are you willing to die like this? How could you lose to this group of people? Under the crisis of death, Peter briefly regained his sanity, but he will face the despair of losing everything again. Boom! It was also at this critical moment. Sudden changes occur. First, dark clouds gathered, mixed with thunder and lightning, forming a storm. Then countless bolts of thunder and lightning fell from the sky towards Peter. If the satellite cannon is enough to annihilate this little reptile, that thunder and lightning just added fuel to the fire. Iron Man Tony also opened his mask, showing his proud expression as he admired the battle situation after the dust settled. Click. His proud look was also recorded by April. It's all over. Captain Steve shook his head. Although he admitted that the Dark Spider-Man was very strong, how could manpower be worth the high technology destroyed by that powerful energy cannon? Under this interweaving of thunder and lightning, Peter's fate seems to have been decided. I just hope that S.H.I.E.L.D. can share some of the research results obtained on this alien creature. Captain Steve is not pedantic, he has experienced the suits made by Fitz. And this is inspired by the Venom symbiote. It is an incomplete product. If it is complete, it will definitely enable him to better protect this country. But surprisingly, after a while, Spider-Man Peter survived after being struck by lightning and satellite cannon. Chapter 29 The Deal to Carve Up Peter, 3000 Thunders. 2/3. Cough cough cough. Just when the satellite cannon was attacking, the lightning struck down one after another, and Peter thought he was dead. But what was unexpected was that the thunder and lightning protected his body as if it were spiritual. Not only did he not get hurt, instead, it resisted the satellite bombardment, buying precious time for Peter to practice. Obviously he was about to die. I didn't expect it to take a turn for the worse. Peter's face was full of excitement. Looking at this smart thunder and lightning, he naturally knew that someone was secretly helping him. Wasn't it reported that a powerful mutant came to New York City a few days ago? I didn't expect him to be a warm-hearted person. Peter burst into tears of gratitude. He also experienced repeated blows. I have experienced the fall from heaven to hell several times. It is obvious that the defeat has been decided. He was also rescued. This kind of act of providing help in times of crisis made Peter have a good impression of the person he had never met. And just after the energy beam of the satellite cannon gradually dissipated, Peter's figure appeared in front of everyone again. His body was covered with scars, but his eyes were firm as he scanned the surrounding enemies. Clang! Iron Man lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. As a maker of weapons, he knew exactly how lethal it was. But this black spider actually managed to survive and still seems to have some strength left. Does this kind of alien creature have such powerful potential? The greed in Tony's eyes was even worse. He wanted to break open the skin of the symbiote in front of him and squeeze out all the scientific research value from him. Captain Steve also walked out. He swept past the two people confronting each other and stood silently next to Tony. He stretched out his hand and accused Peter, "Look around, look at the disaster you have caused, how many people will suffer because of it? If you are displaced, how many people will be separated from their wives because of you?" Hee hee. Peter just sneered when he heard this. Wasn't it all the influence of S.H.I.E.L.D. that brought him to this stage? At this moment, he pretends to be a good person and accuses himself crazily. Are they themselves right? Captain, have you forgotten that I once stepped on you? Even a prodigal dog dares to bark. UBD. Captain Steve felt like he was on the wrong side of things. This experience had already become a stain on his career, and now it was being exposed in public. He had already felt some strange looks from his companions around him, and he couldn't help but feel resentful in his heart. S.H.I.E.L.D. will judge you. Justice will judge you. Captain Steve read out with a righteous look on his face. Iron Man Tony also frowned instinctively when he saw this. He couldn't stand this kind of behavior that usually doesn't contribute, but waits for the dust to settle, but wants to share the pie. What's this? This is peach picking. This black Spider-Man belongs to my uniform. It is impossible to take him away from me. Tony spoke righteously and his tone was particularly strong. Captain Steve should have argued after hearing this, but surprisingly he did not choose to argue. Instead, he gestured with his eyes to Black Widow to speak. Natasha Romanoff quickly walked out and became the peacemaker. We are companions. We can't let such trivial matters hurt our friendship. Captain Nick has a few words to say to you. I want to see how you feel at ease. Iron Man Tony did not refuse, but Jarvis opened the conversation with the SHIELD. After some conversation, Tony's attitude softened and he didn't mention the trophies again. All disputes arise from the uneven division of interests. In this case, as long as one party pays enough benefits, everything becomes negotiable, and S.H.I.E.L.D. happens to be an organization that has been established for 70 years. During these years, he has collected countless weird things, many of which contain alien technology and super ancient civilization, but due to the lack of professional scientific researchers to analyze it, these treasures have been covered in dust. Director Nick took out a special item Terrigen crystal in exchange for the right to research venom, and Tony could participate in the entire process of researching venom. Isn't this just borrowing a chicken to lay an egg, and the benefits are not lost, but a treasure is also picked up? Tony expressed his approval of this way of dividing interests. They talked like no one else was around, and even argued about the ownership of the Spider Demon, and ended up with one party ceding the interests. This is the superhero league that represents light and justice. After seeing all this happening, April felt extremely absurd. But this is reality. Where there are flowers and a full moon, justice will prevail. This is true and unabashed humanity. Avengers attack. After several members restored a semblance of peace, Captain Steve waved the shield in his hand and led the team members behind him to launch a counterattack against the Spider Demon in front of them. They performed extremely well at this time. Whether it is coordination of shots or tacit understanding of movements, teamwork is highlighted. And Peter was beaten to the point of retreat. Just like those super criminals who were defeated in the past, they have become their background and foreshadowing. As the glory of justice shines on the earth again. Steve slammed the shield down hard and pointed at Peter's head. Getting closer. There is no stopping you. Clang. The shield flew backwards and hit the wall deeply. What's going on? Before Captain Steve could react, his vision went dark, followed by a feeling of weightlessness. He was pushed out with a strong force, spun twice in the air, and landed on his face again. What just happened? Captain Steve stood up holding his painful cheek and asked his friends around him. It seemed like a flash of lightning. Hawkeye said with some uncertainty. Although his vision had reached the limit of human beings and could aim at buildings hundreds of meters away, there was no foreshadowing for what had just happened. He only saw a shadow. Are those damn mutants here again? Iron Man remembered the news from the past 2 days. Another person with lightning super ability appeared in New York City. People with super abilities don't dare to cause trouble to us. Hawkeye frowned. After all, In this world, it's still about background and power. S.H.I.E.L.D is the golden brand. In addition, after destroying several dens and imprisoning a group of super criminals, no criminals dared to touch their brows. But the next second, Hawkeye was knocked away. Thunder suddenly appeared. The thunder and lightning intertwined and combined to form a vivid unicorn. But the mythical beast can. Chapter 30 Thunder and Lightning Roar, as if a god has come to the world. 3/3. What on earth is this? Iron Man already knew through Jarvis's scan that the ferocious monster in front of him was composed of pure energy. Apart from that, there were no other flesh and blood organs. This thing shouldn't have appeared at all, it's totally unreasonable. Whatever it is, we just crush it. Captain Steve opened his mouth to cheer. The few companions around me all agreed. The best way to eliminate fear. Nothing like crushing fear. Avengers in full force. Captain Steve took off the shield and led his companions towards the blocking beast in front of him. No matter how many people you face, reunion has always been able to go together. What is not about martial ethics? This is about teamwork. Hawkeye's arrows and Stark's missiles hit the target one after another, but after the explosion, the ground turned scorched black, but the thunder and lightning unicorn seemed to have taken a tonic, releasing blue lightning under the dark clouds. Captain Steve's shield soon arrived and hit the Kylan hard. But it was like hitting a wave of water. Instead, he was knocked back a few steps by the reaction force. Ordinary physical attacks have no effect on him. Black Widow held the dagger in her hand and stepped aside, obviously not getting any benefits. Iron Man Tony was suspended in mid-air, already frowning. In the past battles, they had never encountered such an opponent. I was in trouble for a while. Spider Demon Peter was dumbfounded. He watched dumbly as the Avengers members in front of him rushed up, and then were bounced away. From being so fierce to falling in all directions, the whole process only lasted for tens of seconds. Peter rubbed his face, trying to take a closer look at the battle situation. Then, he saw an even more exaggerated scene. The thunder and lightning unicorn's body was full of light, carrying a thunderstorm from the sky. After the countless thunder and lightning surged out from the clouds, they gathered around the thunder and lightning unicorn, adding texture to its already lifelike body. The hair was swaying in the wind. The lightning unicorn roared and hit Captain Steve first. Crack! Even though he was curled up and leaning against the sound-absorbing shield, his arms were still scorched black by the thunderstorm, and he fainted as soon as his eyes turned white. Team leader! Hawkeye exclaimed and wanted to step forward to rescue him, but was dragged away by the more sensible Black Widow. Flesh and blood cannot resist lightning. And poor Captain Steve. Due to the influence of his extraordinary physique, even after he fainted, he was still twitching, causing his limbs to move uncoordinatedly, making him look extremely ghostly. Iron Man should have the strongest mobility while suspended in mid-air. But what a coincidence! A thunderbolt fell from the clouds and hit his mecha directly. Diddy. News of energy overload kept ringing out. Tony hurriedly raised his hand and fired at the house not far in front of him. Boom! Half the house collapsed under the attack of the energy cannon in his palm. This terrifying destructive power is no less than that of the spider demon Peter just now. And through the performance of this superhero, it is a bit more dramatic. Did you film the superhero destroying residential buildings wantonly? April asked her partner beside her. I even have photos of Captain Steve lying on the ground twitching. Partner Fern said excitedly. The current photographer was completely impressed by April. Recalling that I was unwilling to come to the center of the battlefield just now, I wanted to slap myself twice. As the saying goes, wealth is found in danger. How can you gain something if you don't take risks? If this kind of black material video about superheroes is released, it will definitely cause an uproar. At that time, not only April, the host, will benefit from it, but Fern, as the photographer, will also be able to get a share of the pie. Promotion. Salary increase. A beautiful tomorrow is waving towards him. Vern looked at the deflated superheroes in front of him. Not to mention how happy he was, he wished he could take more pictures of them deflating. In this way, the news will be more interesting. Thunder and lightning roared, as if a god had descended into the world. Under the influence of terrifying thunderstorms. Not to mention Hell's Kitchen. Even the other side of the island across Manhattan saw this scene. And this naturally attracted the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles who wanted to follow Li Xian. I saw Master Splinter emerging from the sewer first. He was wearing a black robe, covering his rat head, leaving only his deep eyes, looking towards the center of the thunderstorm with enthusiasm. Leo, the eldest of the 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, also climbed out, followed by the second, third, and fourth brothers. These brothers all wore masks, carried weapons, and stood ready. Set off. For the legendary ninja way. Master Splinter held the ninja stick, pointed the top part toward the clouds, and then swung it down hard. Swish, swish, swish. These people were all running quickly through the city. Their speed was so fast that ordinary people could only see shadows passing by. But take a closer look. But no trace could be found anymore. Wow, New York is so cool. Weefo couldn't help but roared, looking like a wild horse running wild. Even if he got a stick from Master Mouse, he wouldn't remember it for a long time. Donnie is very motivated. He has always been very interested in such weird things. This time, the legendary Ninja Deo has caught his interest. According to this instrument monitoring, we will find the target soon. Already. Only N.A. Makey was worried. His pursuit of Ninja was not very strong. On the contrary, he was a little afraid of the massacre and prayed that he would never encounter him in this place. Right in the center of this building, at the top of a high-rise building overlooking the entire New York City, 2 figures quietly emerged. They were none other than Li Xian and Slaughter. At this time, the appearance of the massacre had undergone some drastic changes. If he was a bit like a dark descendant killer before, now he has grown 3 times stronger and turned into a bloodthirsty berserker. His pair of knives also changed from the previous slender shape to a thick, large, and thick machete. Just then this little guy said in a milky voice. "Sir, what do you need me to do?" Li Xian pointed to the mall and said. "Bring me a cup of milk tea, and some French fries. I want to watch a show." Ha! Slaughter was a little confused after hearing this, and obviously did not expect such a demand. You're really worthy of being an adult. Chapter 31 The Shocked Jessica Jones and the Defeated Avengers. 1/3. Zhang Zhongzhong completed the tasks assigned by Li Xian. Even though his devilish muscular appearance could stop a child from crying at night, he still rushed into the shopping mall without hesitation. Screams and panic immediately spread around. Especially those young and beautiful white women who were leaning against the wall and shivering, completely losing their dazzling appearance in the past. This monster won't kill me, right? In the crowd, the girl with light blonde hair was curled up and leaning against the wall. As she glanced sideways from the corner of her eye, she saw the massacre getting closer and closer to her direction. Jessica Jones's heart is already hanging. Just when she turned pale with fright. But 2BA passed by her, gestured to the milk tea shop in a milky voice and said, "Give me a cup of the best milk tea in your shop." Jones was stunned for a long time. No matter how much she thought, she still didn't understand that the huge amounts of monster actually had a childlike pronunciation. And while she was shocked, but I also saw the weirdo patting his head with a broad hand knife and muttering, "Can you give me another order of French fries?" Crazy, crazy. Jones was shocked by these words. No matter how she thinks about it. I never thought that this huge amount of humanoid monsters actually came here to shop. Isn't this equivalent to having 9 8K in one hand and whiskey in the other on the battlefield? Jones couldn't help turning his head and looked at the carnage a few more times, as if he wanted to carve this scene into his mind. And while she was secretly watching, she even heard a sentence that shocked her. "I don't know if adults will like it." I saw Xiao packing the milk tea and French fries very lightly, and even received a little gift from the store. However, he did not show joy, but his heart was in his throat. I was afraid that Li Xian would be dissatisfied. After all, he is his reborn parent. Clang! Just as he was meditating on the massacre, the long knife in his hand lightly scratched the ground. The originally smooth and neat tiles shattered. And the blade doesn't stop there. It went deep into the soil. It is unimaginable that if this sharp weapon fell on a person, his blood would definitely be splattered on the spot. Jones was also stunned, and her thoughts were also coming and going. Such a powerful weirdo is actually just a subordinate. I really don't know how powerful the ability he talks about is. At this time, Jessica Jones has not yet obtained superpowers, nor has she suffered any major changes. She just looks like a young girl. That's why, when she was involved in the super incident for the first time, the impression was particularly profound. The Avengers are in dire straits. You must know that thunder and lightning in nature are extremely violent. If it were not so, no one would call lightning strikes thunder punishment. It means punishment from God. Just after the thunder and lightning unicorn struck 3 times, Captain Steve had completely fainted, and Hawkeye was also so shocked that he couldn't even hold the bow and arrow. Especially, Black Widow's short hair also exploded. Like a hedgehog ball. Hey! Black Widow Natasha Romanoff exhaled a breath of black air. Even though she is the strongest female agent cultivated by the Red House, she cannot withstand the dimension-reducing blow of this thunder and lightning. Able to dodge constantly. Able to survive on the battlefield. He is already extremely skilled, how dare he expect too much? At the scene, the only person with resistance ability was Tony Stark. He wore a suit of armor and was able to convert the power of thunder and lightning into energy, so he was able to deal with this thunderstorm. However, repeated overload releases have brought this steel suit into a fully loaded state. If it continues, it will most likely lead to an overload explosion. If my Iron Legion hadn't been completely destroyed, if the satellite cannon hadn't needed to be recharged. Iron Man looked at the Thunder Unicorn with a face full of reluctance, but he could only sigh helplessly. I wouldn't have ended up in this dilemma. When the spider demon Peter saw this, his eyes shone with excitement. He had been beaten up by the members of the Avengers and almost died. Now is the time to beat up the drowned dog. Venom, how are you recovering? Peter asked, do you have the strength to fight again? If it's to defeat these bastards, I'll be happy to accompany you. The black symbiote squirmed, condensing a skull face on Peter's shoulder. Then let's attack. Peter rubbed his scarred body, gritted his teeth and let the venom cover it, and then flew out. No matter when. Able to beat up opponents. It's always worth the effort. Bang bang bang. Spider Demon Peter was the first to find Captain Steve. Among the Avengers, the one he dislikes the most is this hypocrite. You talk so much about justice and protection, bah, disgusting. He slapped the handsome face that symbolized free will twice. And these 2 blows were extremely forceful. Captain Steve's face quickly swelled up, looking like a pig's head. Poor Captain. When Eagle Eye saw this, he was filled with indignation and squeezed 2 tears from his eyes. As the only ordinary person among the Avengers, he has been conquered by Captain Steve's charisma. In his opinion, Steve was humiliated. It was like he was humiliated. But Hawkeye is just an ordinary person, and all he can do is use his archery skills to take revenge. Call out. Hawkeye shot an arrow at Spider-Man. At that critical moment, with lightning speed, Peter lifted Captain Steve up and held him in front of him. Crack! The arrow pierced Captain Steve's shoulder, and the severe pain caused him to wake up from his coma. When he looked down, he saw that he was hit by Hawkeye's flying arrow, and he felt even more angry. But the spider demon Peter laughed wildly. "This is what you call companionship? It's really ridiculous." Crack! At the same time, the Iron Man flying high in the sky was also overwhelmed and fell to the ground. As he raised his head and looked not far away, what caught his eye was the crazy expression of the spider demon. The situation is dangerous. It was just as Tony expected. The spider demon changed its target and rushed towards him. "I almost forgot about you. Good-do-do. Going to the theater is such a beautiful thing." Li Xian was leaning on a tall building, drinking milk tea and eating fried chicken, looking far into the distance and taking in everything. And he was humming a little tune and waving his hands, but he was accumulating Peter's favorability, just waiting to get ready to go. Not too wonderful. Chapter 32 Hulk Banner is captured by the giant hand that covers the sky. 2/3. After Blacken, Peter is worthy of the title of Spider Demon. He is ruthless in his attacks and completely loses the righteous and kind-hearted superhero appearance in the past. Iron Man's mask was violently torn open, and Peter's hands have turned into sharp claws covered in venom. Then grab it hard. Zilla. Bone-piercing scratches appeared on Tony's face. If it weren't for Peter's desire to torture him, this move alone could kill him. But this act of cutting flesh with a dull knife made Tony feel even more unspeakable humiliation and anger. It was obviously the result that we should have won, but we still lost, a complete defeat. In his opinion, the reptile in front of him could be crushed to death at will. But I didn't expect that I would still be riding on him and be injured by him. What is this? What the hell is this? Tony's eyes widened with anger. He raised his palm to activate the laser cannon and fired it towards Peter. Even if there is a risk of overload explosion. But he still chose to fight back. Boom! The energy beam gathered in the palm of his hand, but in the process of accumulating energy, Peter grabbed him, turned it around and pushed it towards Tony's face. Tony's eyes widened, his feet kept kicking the ground, and he struggled wildly. He didn't want to die by his own weapons. If so, will definitely become the laughing stock of everyone. No. But no matter how much Tony resisted, the palm of his hand was held down by Peter, giving him no chance to stand up. If it were normal times like this, it would be a big deal to stop accumulating energy. But now this armor has encountered a thunderstorm and been severely damaged. Even with Jarvis's adjustments, some functions have failed. Unfortunately, the device that prevents energy storage is broken. Tony's eyes were splitting, and he felt that his life was hanging by a thread at this critical moment. A huge boulder fell from the sky. Spider Demon Peter quickly dodged away. Taking advantage of this opportunity to breathe, Tony turned the back of his hand toward the sky. Boom! Powerful laser cannons rushed out. Under this subsequent force, Tony felt like he was being pressed to the ground, unable to move, and a mouthful of blood came out from his mouth. I've never been as embarrassed as I am today. Iron Man turned his head and looked at the spider demon not far away, with fear and trembling remaining on his face. And he actually became afraid of an enemy he had once underestimated. Tony's face turned red with anger and he felt ashamed. What kind of monster are you? Peter turned his head and looked not far away. Right where he was looking, a panting middle-aged man appeared. He was wearing a plaid shirt and black-rimmed eyes. He looked like an honest man, but his arms turned green and turned black. If that's okay, I'd like you to call me Dr. Banner. The man said softly. The next second, his whole body expanded and turned into a green-skinned man who was 3 meters tall. Leave my companions! The green monster roared. Shock waves visible to the naked eye spread out. Peter couldn't help but take a few steps back, and as soon as they met, he was given a slap in the face. What followed was a crazy warning from the spider sense. Obviously, it would be extremely dangerous to fight with the green monster in front of him. It's better, just let it go as soon as it's good. Peter gritted his teeth, glanced deeply at Tony and Captain Steve, and then shot out the spider silk to leave. But don't wait for him to pull away. Then Captain Steve started yelling. This person, who was supposed to be the leader of free will, was acting like a madman at this moment, waving his arms and yelling. We must not allow the spider demon to leave safely from this place today, otherwise, our Avengers will lose face. Yes. All members of the Avengers Alliance attack. Not only did he fail to stop the super criminal Spider-Man. Instead, he was allowed to destroy an entire street and then leave peacefully. It was such a slap in the face. If things continue like this, the Avengers formed by S.H.I.E.L.D. will no longer be a deterrent. And this will also lead to the entire New York City falling into riots of super criminals. Dr. Banner is naturally a smart man. Even now it's Hulk who dominates the body. Roar! Hulk roared loudly, then took a step forward and jumped to a height of tens of meters, aiming to grab the Spider-Man Peter. But when it comes to dodge ability in the air, Peter is undoubtedly better. Peter put the soles of his feet on the glass, turned sideways to avoid the inevitable grab, and then the ejected spider silk landed on another building. While the spider demon was dodging back and forth. Hulk has no intention of giving up on his capture. As a new member of the Avengers, he urgently needs to show some results to prove his ability. If not, doesn't it make him look incompetent? Hulk is the most powerful warrior. The green monster struck again and again, and while he was jumping back and forth, he smashed the outer walls and glass of several buildings. During this process, there were also several screams and exclamations from women. Someone will definitely complain about us. Black Widow looked at the Hulk who was constantly hitting and destroying, and her blood pressure was rising. Director Nick will sort this out. Hawkeye did not panic. Instead, he looked at Hulk's body and praised, just like the legendary god of war. I have long said that Dr. Banner is the most powerful one among us. Captain Steve stood up. Although his face was dark, his eyes were bright. When he takes action, all evil will have nowhere to hide. When he said this, he looked up at Spider-Man in the air. Really? His situation was precarious. And just the next second, the spider demon even screamed, obviously being caught by Hulk. Captain Steve turned his head and looked at his companions who continued to chatter. This is not only a victory for justice, it will also be a victory for S.H.I.E.L.D. But Captain America, who kept talking, obviously didn't notice that the expressions of his teammates in front of him gradually changed. Captain, you'd better look behind you. Hawkeye said in a panic. What? Captain Steve hasn't reacted yet. Quick! Look! Ah! Black Widow screamed, what kind of monster is this? Just when Hulk Banner grabbed Peter Parker and stretched out his hands to tear the little reptile into pieces, an unexpected scene appeared. Just above the sky that should have been cloudy and breezy. Purple light spreads. Immediately afterwards, the clouds exploded, and a giant hand reached out from the clouds and clamped down on the Hulk Banner. Chapter 33 Dr. Banner in Tsukuyomi Space 3/3 Hulk is angry. When the green giant was captured by the giant hand that covered the sky, he struggled, but the palm locked him like an iron pincer. He burst into a shocking roar. Can't break free either. Even Peter, the spider demon who should have been caught, was forced to let go. The sharp and scaly claws were none other than the Susanoo displayed by Li Xian. Originally, when he only had the bloodline of Indra, the power of Susanoo had not reached such a terrifying level, but after he possessed the bloodline of the sacred tree, the techniques he performed became hundreds of times stronger. After all, the sacred tree is the source of all ninja ways. And Li Xian, who has his bloodline, is equivalent to the incarnation of Tao. When he uses these corresponding tricks, isn't it like a fish in water, like a fish in a bag? Li Xian stretched out his hand and tapped the milk tea lightly, and saw a layer of frost emerging from it. Then he took a big sip into his mouth, glanced sideways at the stunned Avengers not far away, and said, "Happy." The slaughter next to him was sitting upright, and he didn't quite understand what his master was doing. Just when he saw his joy. The slaughter will also be fun. Comfortable. But the Avengers were already stupid. During this day, they first experienced the attack of the spider demon. I also saw Iron Man Tony's satellite cannon. Suffered another thunder and lightning attack. Then a hand came out from the clouds. Has New York City become a base for mutants? Captain Steve's lips trembled and his face darkened, obviously shocked by the thoughts in his heart. Maybe not many people, but just one person. Iron Man Tony no longer had the cynical smile on his face, and spoke with some solemnity. He already felt that whenever he wanted to catch the spider demon Peter in the dark, someone will take action and help him. Just as the Thunder Beast appeared and disappeared so quickly, the only thing it did was cause heavy damage to the members of the Avengers. And let Peter escape smoothly. And as Dr. Banner's reinforcements arrived at the scene, they were about to catch the spider demon again. But there are many branches, and they are caught by that giant hand? If the army is sent to search, there may be some trouble. Captain Steve, maybe, we need to stop hunting down the spider demon, Tony said with a solemn expression. Although he is not willing to give up just yet. But smart people know when to let go. But mediocre people can't see it. Why do we give in to evil? Captain Steve's eyes widened when he heard this, obviously rejecting this statement. Tony seemed to be irritated by this rhetorical question. He stretched out his hand to grab the leader of the men in front of him, pointed to the sky and said, "Why? I have damaged 17 armors and am no longer able to fight anymore. Should I let you fight this monster in the sky? Or should I let that Nick Fury fight? The situation is already very unfavorable for us." Captain Steve originally wanted to say something else, something high-sounding. But when he glanced around at his friends and saw the exhaustion on their faces, the idea that I wanted to fight for something was shattered. Captain Steve lowered his head and said dejectedly, "We lost this battle. I just hope Dr. Banner can break free from that giant hand and come back safely." Hawkeye said, "Don't worry, Dr. Banner is much stronger than we thought." Iron Man Tony stood up again at this moment and said, "I once carried out an encirclement and suppression campaign against Hulk with General Ross. At that time, the military deployed 2 legions of troops and equipped them with combat weapons from Stark Industries, but he was still destroyed by him with overwhelming force." "You mean Dr. Banner once fought a battle with his bare hands? Jesus Christ, this is no joke. Perhaps, we can expect this companion to create miracles." Hulk is angry. As the giant hand grasped it, he began to struggle. First, the muscles in his arms expanded rapidly, and then the muscles in his back and legs swelled. In a short period of time, he became no less than the 5-meter Devil Muscle Man. This expansion of body shape also greatly enhanced Hulk's strength, and the fierce friction even caused some of the scales on the palm to peel off. Roar! Hulk roared again, and as his anger intensified, he felt that the restrained palms were becoming more and more powerless. And he could escape from trouble at any time and at any time. Hulk fell into a state of rage. When he raged again, the palm of his hand had become shaky. Even Peter, the spider demon adsorbent on the wall, felt more and more that the green monster in front of him was becoming more and more threatening to him. If we talk about before, Peter still had the confidence to dodge in front of him. Now, Peter just wanted to run away from this place like crazy and no longer had the courage to face it. But just when he was about to leave this place, an unexpected gift appeared. Maybe I shouldn't call it a gift. An eye appeared in the sky. Those evil, weird, absurd eyes that seemed to be incompatible with reality emerged. It is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The moment these eyes appeared, There was also a man wearing a black robe, wrapped in it, who suddenly appeared in mid-air. His figure is like a ghost, but his posture is as ethereal as a fairy. He stood in front of the violent Hulk, as if he would be torn apart by the rage warriors in front of him if he was not careful. But the mysterious man raised his head, and at the moment Hulk looked at him, his spirit was pulled into the Tsukuyomi space. This is a land located in boundless darkness, and what he sees is desolate. But as his spirit enters it, he finds that he has regained his sanity, and he retreats cautiously. "Who are you?" Dr. Banner said, looking at the man in black robe in front of him. "Me. You can call me the Bloody Hand Butcher, or the God of the Wind." Li Xian counted on his fingers, then glanced at the man wearing glasses in front of him and said, "Names don't matter. What matters should be, Dr. Banner, do you like your current life? Do you like the feeling of being separated from your girlfriend and turning into a monster?" Chapter 34, Break an arm of the Avengers and obtain the 9 llamas. 4/3. Of course I don't like it. Dr. Banner responded instinctively, but then thought of something again, and his face became wary. Just a second ago, he was trapped by the giant hand. But the next second I arrived at this place, there was a strange atmosphere everywhere. Obviously the guy in front of me is not a good person. Let me out quickly. Dr. Banner rushed forward, stretched out his hand and grabbed the collar of the man in front of him. "Relax, my friend," the man said casually. But Dr. Banner still looked excited. "My companion, you really grieve me." Li Xian shook his head. "Then maybe I have to give you some pain to understand what reality is." He snapped his fingers. Crack! The next moment. This was a huge change in the dead space, and it suddenly turned into a prison. In front of Dr. Banner were ancient torture instruments from before the Middle Ages, and behind him were some famous torture instruments since World War II. For example, tiger bench, operating table, gallows, etc. "We have a long time, we can talk slowly." Li Xian spread his hands and said nonchalantly, but the coldness in his words made Dr. Banner tremble. But the next second, screams sounded. Dr. Banner is trapped in a cycle of torture. The effect of this Tsukuyomi space is extraordinary. As long as the caster pulls the opponent's soul into it, he can control it and deal merciless blows to him. In addition, Dr. Banner was an ordinary scientific researcher, but he turned into a monster after being exposed to gamma-ray radiation. After experiencing the second punishment, he collapsed on the ground, his face pale and his expression dull. Li Xuanzhe raised a question again. "If I can help you reunite with your girlfriend, and even reconcile to some extent, will you be willing to leave S.H.I.E.L.D.?" I. After hearing this, Dr. Banner looked very excited and was already attracted by the future he described. If we say at the beginning, Li Xian did not resort to lynching. Dr. Banner still doesn't believe that the person in front of him has this kind of ability. But after he experienced the pain personally, on the contrary, he became more convinced. "Tell me your method first," Dr. Banner asked. "I can seal Hulk's soul," Li Xian said with interest. At the moment the complex pattern in his eyes reappeared. Roar! In this supposedly dead space, suddenly there was a roar. The sound was like coming from the ancient abyss, carrying a terrifying aura of hostility. "It's Hulk." Dr. Banner was shocked to hear the familiar voice. Dr. Banner began to waver. Although the treatment he received after joining S.H.I.E.L.D. was not bad, but it doesn't satisfy his spiritual needs. After all, as long as he is emotionally excited, he will turn into a green monster and cannot even perform intimate behaviors. He glanced at everything around him, his eyes showing imagination and confusion. He didn't want to be a superhero. What he wanted most was to be able to control the monsters in his body one day, master his emotions, and meet Betty again. "Can you tell me your choice now?" My choice is to agree. Dr. Banner finally gave in to his deepest desires. He couldn't wait to see Betty. To this end, even if the man in front of me is a devil, he is also willing to exchange. As for breaking away from S.H.I.E.L.D, I have only joined this organization for a few days. Dr. Banner doesn't have many deep emotions. We have to trust Dr. Banner. Outside world. Everyone in the Avengers Alliance is still looking forward to it. I hope this new team can create miracles. Immortal magic, lock of the golem. Li Xian formed a seal with his hands, and as the purple energy wave surged behind him, the virtual heretic demon appeared, and then countless chakras condensed into chains and plunged into the earth, and then quickly pulled out, and then what followed was that the dark green monster was pulled and restrained in mid-air. That's Rage's Hulk. Dr. Banner, next, I need you to clear your mind and not resist. Otherwise, not only will the seal fail, but you will also become an idiot. Dr. Banner nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and then closed his eyes. And the next second, the countless chains condensed with chakra penetrated his abdomen. The severe pain came instantly. Dr. Banner was shaking with pain, but he did not dare to move, obviously afraid that the seal would fail this time. The pain dissipated after a few seconds. Li Xian moved very quickly and sealed him to Dr. Banner's lower abdomen. Did it work? Very successful. And it overfulfilled the task. Now, even if you want to complete the transformation, it is impossible. Li Xian looked at the almost perfect technique he had completed, and couldn't help feeling secretly happy. After being sealed by this technique, even a powerful tailed beast cannot escape. Doing so would be equivalent to breaking an arm of SHIELD. Dr. Banner doesn't yet understand his potential. How could Li Xian not know? Among the many difficulties that the Avengers will face in the future, the only two generals who can use them as strategic weapons are Thor and Hulk. But now, after Hulk was sealed, the Avengers' ability to fight danger is greatly reduced. Let's see what tricks those sanctimonious and superficial hypocrites can play. And the outside world. When Dr. Banner once again took over the dominant position in his body, the originally violent blood gradually calmed down. But that strong body is also shrinking. This is Hulk's power fading. Dr. Banner's face changed drastically, and at this moment, the magic hand that originally held him gradually disappeared. Dr. Banner screamed and fell from the sky. Before the power completely dissipated, he fell to the ground. Click! His foot sprained, and a sharp pain hit him, causing his legs to loosen and he fell to the ground. Peter, the spider demon, felt happy when he saw the opponent he had defeated met such an embarrassing end. However, when he turned around and found the mysterious man floating in front of him, he became a little restrained again. Hello, mysterious strong man. I am Peter Parker. Thank you very much for saving me. And thank you for slapping those bastards in the face, well done. Peter told. And the system prompt came as promised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Spider Demon's Fury and starting to calculate rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Adventures of Jackie Chan, Army of Shadows. Ding! It's detected that Peter is respectful and fearful of you. This reward will be doubled as a critical hit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Naruto, the Art of 100 Heroes, Strange Power Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Hokage, 9 Llamas. Chapter 35 Reward the Shadow Army, I am the Holy Lord. 1/4. The Black Shadow Corps is not bad. We can ask some of our younger brothers to do odd jobs. Li Xian took a few glances and felt it was better than nothing. As for the Hyakuha no Jutsu, it is an ability developed by Tsunade based on her own talent. Just a pair of fists. It can break through everything. It can be called a good method. But the subsequent acquisition of the 9 Hokage Llamas was truly an unexpected surprise. Who doesn't like cute pets that can be masturbated? Please make it super cute. In the world of Naruto, the 9 tails is the closest entity to the 10 tails. It can be cute and attackable, and the energy in its body is almost endless. In the process of merging with Naruto, the human power pillar, it gradually developed the half-tailed beast form, the tailed tail. Beast transformation, 9 tails chakra mode, 9 llama mode, 9 llama sage mode, and the powerful 6 path sage mode, etc. Naruto still only has the bloodline of Asura. But Li Xian is different. He obtained part of the blood of the sacred tree. If we say that the bloodline he acquired previously laid a good foundation for him, then this tailed beast 9 llama will greatly shorten his growth rate and enhance his strength. After all, when Julima was not sealed, he had endless power accumulated in his body, and he could blow up several mountains by just spitting out an energy bomb at will. Wouldn't that allow me to become a mobile fort? Li Xian felt extremely happy in his heart. Sufficient milk supply. High damage. The blood volume is thick. These advantages add up. This greatly enhances his error tolerance during combat. In addition, the chakra of 9 llamas also has the ability of self-healing. That would make him a nightmare for opponents. Spider Demon Peter was a little frightened. After he thanked the man in black robe in front of him, he did not respond. But he didn't dare to act rashly, fearing that he would do something to offend him. It might make this adult angry. The Hulk is a lesson learned from the past. From Peter's point of view, this opponent who could not be defeated at all was easily controlled by him. It was simply too terrifying. "My lord, can you tell me your name?" Spider Demon Peter asked in a flattering tone. "Holy Lord." Li Xian opened his mouth to respond, just as he looked up at Peter. The original hood of the robe was taken off. What caught his eye was a green-faced face with fangs that looked like an evil ghost. And after this man snapped his fingers. Aha! Countless ninja regiments hidden in the shadows emerged, like stars holding the moon, surrounding the two men. This sudden scene caught Peter off guard, and when he observed carefully, he couldn't detect any breathing movement from the ninja corps in front of him. They were like corpses dug up from a cold graveyard. Just looking at it, it will make people feel weak. If it were just a dead thing, it wouldn't be able to make Peter in front of him feel scared, but when the members of the ninja corps raised their heads, what came into view was grey-blue skin and blood-red eyes, filled with death and desolation. Although the appearance of ghost ninja is similar to that of ordinary Japanese ninjas, they are stronger. They also master various ancient ninja tactics and weapons and equipment, and have highly keen skills in combat effectiveness. They are proficient in karate and light kung fu, and are as light as a swallow. Good at long-range attacks and melee combat. Just a few of them won't be able to cause trouble to powerful superheroes. But if there are hundreds? But what if there are thousands? If the human C tactic is used, let alone Peter the Spider, any other superhero would be upset. The Spider Demon Peter became more and more respectful. Above the ground. When Dr. Banner fell to the ground, Captain Steve rushed over first, and when he reached out to help the man in front of him, he did not forget to greet him. But the man in front of him seemed to be in a state of confusion. He didn't respond. The guy who claimed to be the god of the wind didn't lie to him. His brutal side was sealed away. Dr. Banner's eyes showed joy. He didn't look like he had just lost the battle. When Iron Man Tony saw this, he was a little confused and asked, "Dr. Banner, where is that huge hand in the sky? Why did it suddenly disappear? Do you know what happened?" I don't know." Dr. Banner looked around, not daring to look directly. It was the shooter Hawkeye who came out to save the situation. As long as Dr. Banner can come back safely, Tony, look, you scared him. As soon as these words came out, everyone thought it was because Dr. Banner was not good at communicating with others because of his personality. It didn't extend to the level of him lying. Dr. Banner also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt a little ashamed. From the moment he chose to seal the Hulk away, it is already destined to break with the Avengers organization. After all, Director Nick recruited him because he wanted to use his powerful power to fight darkness and evil. If you can't transform, it will definitely not be accepted. I have to start planning to escape from S.H.I.E.L.D. This man, who seemed to be very honest on the surface, was also making a small calculation in his mind. Between tall buildings, Master Splinter held the ninja stick in his hand, and after crossing a building, he landed on the roof. As he looked out, what came into view was a densely packed, black shadow-like ninja corps. They seemed to be well equipped and dressed as ninjas, and they felt a sense of intimacy. Almost instantly, the Mouse Master confirmed that he was right. And this is the person they are looking for. Leo was the second to cross the high platform. When he saw the graceful Li Xian in front of him, he couldn't help but feel awe. But when Wei Fu fell from the sky, he rolled on the rooftop. After standing up, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is really cool, there are so many ninjas." Mikey's nerves were highly tense. As he glanced at the many ninjas in front of him, he was still thinking, if they are called, maybe these turtles are not enough to kill them. And just when he was full of crisis, a chance glance, it made Mikey panic even more. I seem to see a red devil. Chapter 36. Aren't you bullying honest people? 2/3. There are enemies. Mikey screamed. The next second, the 4 turtles and mice gathered together and formed a look of fighting the enemy head-on. "Where is the enemy?" Master Splinter asked, his face serious. "Just right there." Mikey was in shock, and he raised his finger tremblingly and pointed forward. Everyone looked towards the tall building to meet his gaze. But no enemies were found. It turned out to be a false alarm. Wei Fu put the forks he picked up back on his waist, fiddled with them and said, "It's good this time. Don't coax us next time." "I don't." Mikey glared angrily at his friends around him, and said emphatically, "I really saw the red murderer. He was near the balcony, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye." Wei Fu didn't trust him and laughed, "You coward, you're hallucinating." Mikey was furious and rushed forward, preparing to start a fight. "Stop arguing, don't forget the purpose of our coming here." The inventor Donnie in the group of 4 stood up and stopped the brothers' quarrel. Then he pointed at the mysterious man suspended in the air and said, "You see, Spider-Man, who has been in the limelight recently, is also trying to please this man. He is our target. How many turtle people are there? And a big rat as tall as one person." Opposite the high-rise building, when the spider demon Peter saw the unexpected visitors, he was a little confused. "In addition, with my strong hearing ability, I vaguely heard some words such as follow and adult." Peter looked at the man in front of him, thinking more about his mysterious background. "Perhaps this is also my opportunity." The expression on Spider Demon Peter's face gradually became subtle, and then he vowed to say that he owed the man in front of him his life. "If there is anything needed, be sure not to decline. Although his ability is not very strong, it does have some merits." Li Xian didn't feel like there was anything special about him. At most, he was just an actor who played the role of the Holy Lord. Just please. Doesn't it look super cool when he controls the Shadow Corps? It is simply more majestic than the original Holy Lord. Then, what did the spider demon in front of me come up with? He actually came forward shamelessly and confidently. It seems that not assigning some tasks to him is like failing his hard work. Li Xian only felt that he was stuck. He could only pretend to put up the score and say, "Hell's Kitchen is suitable for you." As soon as these words came out, Spider Demon Peter breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a grand thank you, and then jumped down from the tall building and jumped towards the distance. If this spider demon Peter knew that the man in front of him was the butcher who had beaten him to shame. Maybe it could raise his blood pressure. Tap tap tap. Just as the spider demon took off, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles jumped and landed in front of him. The highly respected Big Mouse stood up first, faced Li Xian and introduced himself with his hands raised, and also told the story of the 4 turtle sons behind him, all of whom were very capable and were all masters. Finally, I felt that the preparation was almost complete, so I said that I wanted to follow him and learn the way of ninja. After Li Xian heard this, he felt numb again. What's not good about learning? Do you have to learn what comes with the bloodline of the God Tree? These are all tax on. But looking at their eager looks, he couldn't bear to refuse, although he also thought about gathering people to attack the Avengers. But he hasn't released a recruitment announcement yet? Result: this 1 or 2, all delivered to your door. Are all these superheroes buy one get one free? Li Xian felt powerless to complain. But it's okay to come. Someone who comes to your door asking for help. The initiative fell to Li Xian, and as he was familiar with the ways of controlling people, he also knew that most people would not cherish success if it came easily. Only after you have put in the hard work and fought for it, the results you get will be hard-won. Also at this moment, April and his companions who were hiding in the dark and secretly taking pictures were also discovered by the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and they were confronting each other. Li Xian pointed at the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in front of him and said with a taste of chicken blood, "Where the leaves are flying, fire is also endless. The light of the fire will continue to illuminate the way forward and let the new leaves sprout. The inheritance of Ninja Dao is based on this. You want to learn Taoism? Let me see how determined you are." "What do you mean?" Master Splinter looked excited, then turned to look at the Avengers, and said, "I understand." He happily jumped off the tall building with the 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. "Delete all the bad information you filmed." Captain Steve stepped forward and said with a serious face, "In this battle, the members of the Avengers suffered losses and lost the battle. Naturally, he doesn't want to be reported by the media. As a journalist, what I pursue is truth. So what if you are superheroes? Can you bully people?" April blocked the camera and cameraman behind her like a fighting lioness. "Captain, don't say anything, let me smash it." Hawkeye shook his head indifferently. As an agent of SHIELD, he has done a lot of work sneaking behind enemy lines, let alone just bullying a little girl. There is no pressure at all. How dare you? After April heard this, her expression became more excited. She's not a softie either. What if you are really greedy for life and afraid of death? Why did you just come to the center of the battle to take pictures? April is a fighter. Although her identity as a reporter did not cultivate her agility, she also cultivated her integrity. PSST. What kind of professional ethics does a female reporter have? Is it enough to give you $100,000? Not enough. How about $200,000? Or $300,000? Iron Man Tony laughed and used his usual methods. That's throwing money at people. As he continued to increase his efforts, the photographer became somewhat interested. After all, he works so hard not just to make money. But April protected the camera like a baby, and said, "No way, we won't give it to you, no matter how much money you give, it won't do. This is our dream." "Your dream is to blacken superheroes." Black Widow did not give the female reporter a good look, and took out 2 daggers from behind her back. "If this is the case, you will have to suffer a little." Chapter 37. In order to follow the adults, all superheroes will be beaten. 3/4. If the male superheroes at the scene still had idle baggage and were unwilling to attack a weak woman, Black Widow stood up and said that she had no pressure. She came from the top agent training school Red Room. No emotion will affect her correct judgment. Black Widow turned the dagger around in her hand, turned the back of the knife outward, and rushed towards the female reporter in front of her. Not spoiled at all. Dr. Banner in the crowd shouted, "Please, don't fight." But unfortunately, he didn't listen to his instructions. "I'm going to suffer, I'm going to suffer." When the cameraman saw something was wrong, he wanted to beg for mercy, but Natasha Romanoff had already rushed to him. "We can." Before Fern could finish a word, she knocked him out with a flying kick. She smiled and turned her attention to the female reporter beside her. April was a little panicked, but in the face of pressure, she still maintained a confrontational attitude. Yes. No. Will. Give up. Defeat. The Black Widow's response was also very decisive. She wanted to knock the woman in front of her to the ground. What if you are blocked from completing your goals? Of course, clear the target. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff has always been like this, and will continue to carry out this behavior to the end. April looked desperate. She watched as the Black Widow rode towards her face, and then slashed her neck with a hand knife. Wow! But what was unexpected was that Black Widow flew backwards. Captain Steve looked shocked. What's going on? Hawkeye also rubbed his eyes and said with some uncertainty, "Is this female reporter hiding something secret?" "No. Another uninvited guest is coming." Iron Man Tony looked solemn. Through the skin of his armor, he had already noticed a black figure flashing past. "If you have the guts to cause trouble, don't you have the guts to come out?" Tony scoffed. The words just fell. "Call out." A stone hit him in front of him, making a shallow pit in the solid ground. Members of the Avengers are threatening female reporters with coercion and inducement. This is really shocking to us. 5 figures gradually walked out of the darkness. The 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles looked taller and more powerful. But they followed the Thin Mouse Master respectfully. It seems that he is the backbone. It turns out there are still a few freaks. Let me see some mutated mice and some mutated turtles. It's really surprising. Tony's tongue was as venomous as ever, but his eyes said, "I'm very interested." Although he is a genius inventor, his main research is high technology, and he prefers technological creations. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in front of them are more like a miracle of a great leap forward in life. All of them are highly research-intensive. A Spider-Man escaped on the front foot, and several humanoid turtles and mice followed behind. This is really God helping me. Tony pressed down the steel mask, raised his hands towards them, and threatened. "If you give up resistance and surrender, I will give you a decent chance." Captain Steve also quickly said helpfully, "You have attacked superheroes, and according to the regulations of SHIELD, we will take revenge on you. If you don't want to, surrender as soon as possible." How shameless! Female reporter April's face turned red with anger. Previously, when the members of the Avengers attacked her, they showed no regard for morality or law. But after it was Black Widow's turn to be beaten away, she actually talked about benevolence and morality. What a robber! They are simply bandits. Then hit. Master Splinter recalled what Li Xian had told him, then he raised the ninja stick in his hand and said, "We are not used to superheroes like you who are sanctimonious and say one thing but do the other behind their backs." And the next second. But Leo, the boss of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, rushed out with a pair of katanas. He targeted the most arrogant Tony. Wei Fu spun the iron fork and also chose Captain Steve as his opponent. Mikey and Donnie each picked Black Widow and Hawkeye to fight. But the Mouse Master who led the team did not immediately choose his opponent. Instead, he walked up to the female reporter with a ninja stick in his hand and said with a kind expression, "Long time no see, little O'Neill." "Who are you?" April looked into those wise eyes and couldn't help but wonder, does she still have any interactions with these guys? "Have you forgotten? It was you who rescued us from that laboratory fire." Master Splinter said briefly, but the female reporter in front of him was dumbfounded. As for the fire in the laboratory, it did happen more than 10 years ago, but at that time, what she released were 4 ordinary little turtles and a mouse. Now those who come back to repay their kindness are obviously superheroes, right? So, I contributed to the growth of these superheroes to some extent. April was shocked and angry, and also expressed shock at her unintentional actions. What follows is strong honor and pride. Her father was not just a scientist who could only talk empty words. He had unparalleled talent and had actually developed a potion that could enable living beings to unlock intelligence. These living weirdos in front of you are the best evidence. Chiang. With the swing of Wave's iron fork, Captain Steve was defeated continuously, even though his Superman's physique was enough to crush a group of ordinary people. But the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in front of me are all drug addicts, and they are as good as several super soldiers. Coupled with the continuous battles, even with a 50-50 aura, Captain Steve was still in a state of exhaustion, and being able to hold on through gritted teeth at this moment could be called an iron will. Clang! Later, Captain Steve was accidentally kicked out and fell to the ground. When he raised his head, the cold knife and fork was pressed against his chest. If you don't want to die, tell them to stop. I will not give in to evil. Captain Steve acted very courageously. Clang! Wei Fu was also very brave and kicked Steve 3 meters away. Then I will satisfy you. Tony was caught in a tough fight. Although he had Jarvis's analysis of the battle trajectory of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle in front of him and could fight back, he was thick-skinned and had 2 swords in his hands, so he could withstand more beatings than Captain Steve. After dozens of attacks in a row, there was still no winner. This armor was also seriously damaged, and those firepower crushing tricks couldn't be used, so they could only be used up. Out of thin air. But a stick fell down. Only then did he land on the elbow of the steel armor, and launched several consecutive attacks. Different from those fledgling little turtles. This Master Mouse is a weather-beaten warrior. His fighting skills have been refined over time, and he has long reached the level of using skill to overcome force. The armor on Tony's hand automatically disintegrated and exploded. Before he could scream in surprise, the ninja stick swung down repeatedly and broke his mask. Tony looked horrified. When he looked at the rat man in front of him again, the contempt and neglect in his eyes were no longer there, but instead showed fear. How is it possible that the armor you built was disintegrated with just a stick? Before this incident happened, he must have thought someone was talking nonsense. But this absurd incident actually happened to me. Does he feel like he's going crazy? And it was at this moment that Master Splinter said, "If you do something wrong, you will be punished by standing. And in order to follow you, sir, please help us, obey and be punished." Chapter 38 Iron Man went crazy and asked Iron Fist for help. 4/3. Fake squid. I punish. Damn. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Iron Man Tony still maintained his high profile. And just when he was strong, showing the arrogance that belongs to superheroes, Leo, the boss of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, showed pity on his face. He glanced up and down at the man in front of him, thinking of himself in the past. The 4 turtles would not be easy to worry about. If they were not taught by Master Mouse with sticks, and will not become sensible. I have to say, it really hurt when the stick was thrown on my body. I just hope that the man in front of me can survive half a minute. Call out. Master Splinter had already raised the ninja stick in his hand, and he said coldly, "I like people like you, hard-boned." The next second, the stick was swung down hard. It hit the Iron Man on the butt. It's like beating a disobedient child. In this regard, Master Mouse said he was too skilled. In just 10 seconds, Iron Man Tony's face changed from fair to red to blue and finally turned completely dark. He is the most important person. Even when he picks up women, he only picks those who have appeared in Time magazine. Now he was beaten by a mouse, which was like throwing his self-esteem to the ground and rubbing him. With a cold face and clenched teeth, he was already resisting with a cold attitude. But Master Splinter didn't want to make things easier for Iron Man. Instead, he waved the ninja stick in his hand. With such a good attitude, even the bystander Leo couldn't help but tremble with fear. He once again recalled being RD by his own family. The fear of being dominated by the master. The man who had subdued Captain Steve was also leisurely watching the show. As he glanced around, he saw the Iron Man being chased all over the ground with a stick by Master Mouse. So what if Tony could bite the bullet? This is a filial son born from a stick. Master Mouse is a master at beating his son. April couldn't help but laugh. Originally, she was threatened by these sanctimonious hypocrites, and the mute couldn't tell the pain of eating Coptus. But now with the appearance of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, help her breathe a sigh of relief. Even the two-level reversal made those superheroes feel frustrated. Kaka. The camera kept taking these pictures. The female reporter did not forget to say, "I let you bully me, I will definitely retaliate against you." Just ran for a while. Tony leaned against the wall exhausted and looked down. When he saw the bruises all over his body, there was no indifferent expression on his face anymore. Instead, there were only traces of frustration and tears after being beaten. This was also it's so bullying. How big is he? Even my own father never beat me like that. Why should this rat man be? Swipe. That stick doesn't have eyes. As Master Splinter approached again, he quickly swung the stick, which frightened Tony's face. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind, and then he lowered his head and said aggrievedly, "I was wrong." "Where did you go wrong?" Master Splinter did not stop there, but pressed forward step by step. "You." Tony was furious, but the situation was stronger than others, so he could only lower his head and said, "I shouldn't use my power to bully others, intimidate and lure that female reporter. Now that I know I was wrong." Master Splinter swung his stick again. "Then why don't you apologize? Do you still need to be heartbroken to kill someone?" Tony felt extremely wronged. After all, billionaires like him usually solve troubles by spreading money. Have you sincerely admitted your mistakes today? Are you going to continue to make things difficult? Is there any royal law here? Is there any law here? Tony's eyes were so wide open that he looked at the female reporter and forced a smile on his lips. "I'm sorry." As soon as these words came out, even Hawkeye and Black Widow, who were still fighting, were stunned. God knows, when Tony didn't join SHIELD, even if he was poisoned, he never showed such a posture. Is that filial son emerges from under the stick really so clever? Just as these two people looked at each other, he was knocked to the ground again by the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle duo, and the sharp weapon was pressed against his neck. From fighting the Avengers to losing, the entire process lasts less than 3 minutes. This will be another battle worthy of being recorded in history. It's a pity that Captain Steve fell into a coma. Otherwise, he would have gritted his teeth and said the famous saying, "I can fight you all day long. I could literally play all day." Master Splinter holds a ninja stick in his hand and has an aura of contempt for everything. He's been playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for 10 years. The hand holding the stick has long been as cold as my heart. As for Dr. Banner, the only good guy at the scene, he was not beaten, but after witnessing these atrocities, he also felt some emotion in his heart, that is, never offend a woman at any time, especially the woman who has a backstage. Because she doesn't know when 4 turtles and mice will appear to stand up for her. The invincible Avengers were defeated once again. But they relied on their tenacious perseverance to get up from the ground. Don't think this is an easy thing. After experiencing Master Splinter's stick education, even those mutated Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles had to kneel, let alone them humans. Iron Man Tony was undoubtedly the most severely beaten. Because he had the strongest willpower and was determined to fight the evil to the end, he was beaten until he cried and howled on the ground. Although Hawkeye was much better than Tony, he was still shaken by the beating and did not dare to recall what had just happened. Not to mention Black Widow and Captain America. Because they had been injected with potions to enhance their physical strength, they were under intensive care and could only lie on the ground, unable to even move. Drive. Banner became the only active partner at the scene. It was an unusual back and forth. Not only did he have to help him back and forth, he also had to make phone calls and seek support. In the process, he did not forget to scold everyone, "Let you talk about it. Listen, you have to bully others, now it's better, 1 or 2, they are all getting beaten." As for the combination of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Master Mouse, they gained a lot because they slapped the members of the Avengers in the face. Li Xian was very satisfied and taught them the basics of chakra training with a wave of his hand. The 3 ninjutsu are instantaneous, substitute, and transformation. In the world of Naruto, this is the most basic foundation, but in the world of American comics, it is Scorpion's unique skill. After all, there are very few extraordinary sequences that can form a system in this place. In addition, this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles team has been honing their skills for several years, and they are uniquely talented in ninjutsu. Especially Master Splinter, during his first training, he mastered the refining of chakra and successfully performed the teleportation technique. Such a talent! If you put him in the world of Naruto, maybe a mouse fairy can come back? In addition, they have completely offended the Avengers. In Li Xian's view, they are one of their own, but he missed them. But just when Li Xian was triumphant, his horse's hoof was broken. Iron Fist is in a life and death crisis. Chapter 39 Devil. This is the devil from hell. 1/3. Iron Fist Danny found his childhood friend Meacham, hoping to learn from him about the circumstances of his parents' plane crash. He also wanted to get back the company shares his parents left him and his identity as heir, and get back his family business of control. But this time it stirred a hornet's nest. After all, in Meacham's view, the Milcom Industrial Group has long been his own industry, but now someone wants to share the profits? If this family business is really returned to Danny, what else will they do? It's better to go to bed and get out early. Although his heart was full of hatred, Meacham did not show it on his face. Instead, he kindly made him a cup of coffee with added spices. "Even if you want me to believe that you are Danny, you have to provide evidence. I guarantee the truth." For example, Danny started talking, and just as he was getting excited, he picked up the coffee and took a sip. When Meacham saw this scene, he was secretly happy, but he showed it very indifferently, with the attitude of saying, "Whatever you want, I will nod perfunctorily." After a few minutes, Danny also sensed something was wrong. You must know that according to the physique he tested in Kunlun, he can survive in extreme weather and will never get sleepy while sitting on a chair. He stared at his childhood friend with wide eyes and said in horror, What did you do?" Meacham sneered when he heard this. He was not afraid that the cooked duck in front of him would fly away. He explained slowly, "I just added a little bit of drug. According to this dose, you should have fainted. I didn't expect to carry 5 minutes, it's incredible. Why are you trying to hurt me?" Danny's face was full of doubts. After all, when he was a child, the man in front of him was his best friend. "You were the one who caused trouble first." Meacham looked fierce and said, "My companion Danny has been killed in an avalanche accident long ago. You dare to pretend to be him to deceive. Do you think I should plot against you?" He looked like he wanted revenge. Apparently he thought he was sure of victory. Do. Iron Fist used his remaining strength to dial a call, and after the call was connected, he shouted, "Help me." Then, before he could say anything, Meacham snatched him away. "Hey!" A flurry of doubtful questions came from the other end of the phone. "No matter who you are, I advise you not to take a trip into this muddy water. Meacham introduced himself. I am the current president of Milcom Industrial Group. If you come to cause trouble, I will definitely make you pay the price. PSST. The other end of the phone suddenly laughed, and the man said emotionally, how are you going to deal with me? I will make you never come back, I will make you evaporate, I will make you regret coming to this world. Meacham continued to threaten. After he poured out his heartfelt words in that long paragraph, I felt a sense of comfort all over my body. But he never saw Danny's slightly puzzled eyes, which seemed to be saying, where did you come from, idiot? Others don't know. How could Danny not know how powerful Li Xian was? Just when they met for the first time, he felt that the powerful energy in the man in front of him was not inferior to Xiao Lao. You must know that Xiao Lao is a dragon that has lived in Kunlun for thousands of years. Can ordinary people compare with dragons? Can't. And if someone dares to challenge the dragon's dignity, then he must be dead. Just wait, you'll regret it. Danny said in that weak tone. It's you who should regret it. You dare to pretend to be my childhood friend. I will send you to a mental hospital for treatment. Meacham lowered her body and approached his ear, speaking gently and threateningly. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Meacham thought it was him who made the call, and the security personnel he called arrived, and he walked to the door excitedly. But just when he saw a dark figure standing outside the door through the peephole, he couldn't help but look panicked. He turned around and took out a pistol from a drawer not far away, turned on the safety, then pointed at the door and shouted, "Who are you? Didn't you invite me here?" The soothing male voice outside the door was also mixed with some joking tone. "Why are you asking about me now?" After hearing this, Meacham's expression changed, and then he became a little angry. "You really dare to come here?" The next second, the man started shooting through the edge of the door. The bullet quickly penetrated the wooden door. Just after he fired all the bullets, the man breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, the stupid young man outside the door must be dead. Meacham walked up confidently, but as he opened the wooden door, the scene he saw surprised him. No blood. There were only shell casings in one place. And the mysterious man who remains standing, and the ghostly mask that is mocking him? Fear. Horrible. Those kinds of emotions emerged from the heart of the CEO, and then spread to his whole body. Even when the man in front of him reached out and patted Meacham on the shoulder, he was still in a state of confusion. Meacham couldn't understand that despite his sudden attack, he didn't defeat this uninvited guest. But as this man swaggered into the room, he sat on the boss's chair without hesitation, not taking him seriously at all. Meacham was furious, pointed with his finger and said, "Just wait, I will sue you and put you in the police station. But all your men are lying on the ground. Then I'll call the police and let the New York City police come and arrest you. You just expect a pile of rubbish that will wash the floor." Li Xian was amused by the man in front of him. He said, "Then you might as well look forward to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Also, you don't seem to have figured out your position." Crack. Just a slight snap of the fingers. Members of the Shadow Corps appeared throughout the room. Although they were only 1 against 10 ancient ninjas, with their near immortality, they could still display powerful abilities even in this modern war. Come. Commonly known as the cannon fodder harvester. This is the power of the devil. After seeing this strange scene, Meacham was so frightened that his 2 legs trembled, and he leaned against the wall to avoid falling to the ground. And then, the masked man's words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. If Danny cannot be awakened within 5 minutes, he will be sunk into the Manhattan River. God! This is a devil. Chapter 40 Green Tea BCH? Slap her on the ground. 2/3. Meacham hurriedly searched the room, but while he was rummaging through the boxes and cabinets, the anxious expression on his face did not fade away at all, but became more and more intense as time went by. Not this little brown bottle. Not this little blue bottle. Not this little black bottle. He was like a grasshopper tied to a rope. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape his destined fate. Just when he was about to be driven crazy by the looks of those shadow soldiers, he finally found the antidote at the bottom of the cabinet. Meacham hurriedly fed Danny. His movements were extremely careful and gentle, as if he were treating a lover. You must know that just a few minutes ago, he was speaking evil words and threatening him, showing an arrogant attitude. Goodoo. Danny regained consciousness shortly after taking the medicine. What caught his eye was the smiling expression on his childhood friend's face. Subconsciously, he clenched his fist and gave him a blow. Crazy? Didn't he threaten to send himself to a mental hospital? Danny's body reacted much faster than his brain. With just one punch, he was knocked 4 meters away, and the back of his head fell to the ground. He fainted as soon as he closed his eyes. And when he stood up suddenly, he also discovered the members of the Shadow Corps around him, as well as the demon-masked man sitting on the chair. Who are you? Relying on his powerful perception ability, Danny has noticed the powerful coercion of the mysterious man in front of him. Then the vast chi almost surpasses Xiao Lao, reaching a level that ordinary people cannot look up to in their lifetime. The companion who invited me to dinner last time. Danny said hesitantly, obviously not sure yet. You are right, my companion. Li Xian took off his mask. You really came to save me, thank you so much. Iron Fist Danny walked up and gave him a hug. It is true to say that a friend in need is a friend indeed. It was also after experiencing this kind of experience of being without friends and being betrayed one after another that Danny became more and more aware of the preciousness of friendship. After all, not everyone can take risks like Li Xian for someone they just met. Diddy-da-da. As Meacham fell to the ground, the back of his head was hit, and a large amount of blood seeped out. Even the carpet has been dyed red. It took Danny a while to notice the situation, and he hurriedly stepped forward, picked him up, and checked the situation. But the more Danny checked, the colder he felt in his heart. No breathing. There is no heartbeat. Although this childhood friend plotted against him. But according to his original idea, it was just to teach him a lesson, not to send him away in one go. Danny was stunned. Even though he has been practicing in the secret realm of Kunlun for more than 10 years, the teaching he follows is not to kill innocent people indiscriminately, which is similar to the famous and decent sect of ancient Daxia. But now, Danny found out that he had broken the habit. This sudden incident disrupted his arrangements and made him fall into reflection and doubt about himself. Although Li Xian stood up at this moment and persuaded him step by step. After all, it was Meacham who made the first move, and Iron Fist could only be considered a subconscious move at best. But he can't even withstand a punch? Who's to blame? But Danny still frowned and looked coy. He was obviously caught in the most common trouble of superheroes, which is to constantly add moral buffs to himself. Put shackles on yourself. As long as you identify yourself as a superhero, you don't need others to say anything, and you will automatically take on the responsibility of saving. And if you do something wrong, you will fall into trouble and self-blame, causing mental internal friction. Unless someone comes to break this situation. Li Xian turned his head and followed his gaze. Clang! The wooden door was pushed open, and Iron Fist's childhood playmate Meacham also rushed in. She is Harold's daughter and Meacham's sister. She was good friends with Danny when they were young. After the elder Harold faked his death, together with his brother, he manages the Rand Group and is responsible for financial management. But now, as she saw her brother lying in a pool of blood, she couldn't help but look excited. What exactly did you do to my brother? Meacham shouted, and after scanning the mysterious man in the evil mask and the many shadow ninjas, his eyes rested on Danny, who was at a loss. She is undoubtedly a shrewd woman. I know that persimmons should be picked soft and pinched. Also under her constant questioning, Danny looked ashamed and evasive, as if he had been caught. After seeing this, Meacham became even more arrogant, and she said viciously, "I will make you pay the price. I will make you pay with blood." As soon as these words came out. But it made Li Xian laugh. He directly pointed out that Harold, the brother and sister's father, was not dead. He secretly planned the crash of Danny's family many years ago. When facing Danny's father's request for help, he chose to stand by and watch, which ultimately led to as for Danny's mother, she also chose to die in the snowy mountains because of her deep feelings. This wave of two-level reversal came out. Meacham's arrogance suddenly dimmed, but he still refused to admit defeat and said, "My father Harold has died a long time ago. Don't make up nonsense here." She was unwilling to admit that her family had done anything wrong to Danny. She can't afford to lose that person. Although their family did make a fortune by occupying the company founded by Danny's parents, so what? Even if they don't take it by force, someone will have evil intentions, otherwise it would be better to let them keep it for you. After all, Danny was already dead. "You liar, don't pretend to be my friend." Meacham pointed at Iron Fist and cursed. "Wow!" Iron Fist Danny's eyes were already red, and when he raised his head, his face was filled with murderous intent. "My friend, is what you just said true? I have the Shadow Core. It's not easy to hide any secrets from me in this city. Damn old BD." Danny gritted his teeth and never gave the woman in front of him a chance to perform, so he slapped her with his backhand. The woman was knocked to the ground on the spot. And she was like an eggplant beaten by frost. Declined. Next, I want old Harold to pay with his blood. Chapter 41. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is righteous. 3/3. Although the old Harold was confined in the secret room by Mrs. Gao and had almost no qualifications to leave, he also gained the friendship of the Hand and possessed an extraordinary material keel that allowed him to survive. And just a small piece of it made old Harold feel an amazing effect. The temptation of immortality. This is the best way to attract these wealthy businessmen to be obedient. Tap tap tap. But on this day, there was a sudden knock on the door. Old Harold became a little confused. Today is not the time to pass on information and hand in tasks with the Hand? Why is someone here? When old Harold looked out through the safety door, he was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He actually saw a familiar figure. Those facial features. That temperament is exactly the same as that of his dead old friend. Could it be that the scandal happened to me back then, so his ghost came to trouble me? Old Harold was still guessing. But there was a roar outside the door. What followed was that the iron door was smashed open with a punch. The flying dust and spurting screws were scattered everywhere. Danny's right fist exuded light golden power, and a deep fist mark appeared on the broken iron door, obviously unable to withstand his power. Old Harold's expression changed even more. He had already concluded that the guy in front of him was no longer a human being. How could normal people have such amazing power? It won't shine anymore. Danny raised his fist and asked the man in front of him about the circumstances of his parents' murder. Just under his angry questioning, this old Harold told everything about his assassination process back then. It turned out that he had a crush on Danny's mother, Heather, but because of Danny's father's violent attack on her, he came up with the idea of killing him and possessing Heather. Harold Sr. quickly put this plan into action. And he also successfully killed Danny's father. But what he didn't expect was that Heather was also very bloody and chose to sacrifice herself for love. I gave her a chance, but she didn't take it. I can't blame her. Old Harold was still chattering away, trying to avoid responsibility. As the secrets that had been accumulated in his heart for many years were revealed, he became extremely excited. But Danny's expression turned even worse. Originally, he was already furious after listening to Li Xian's narration. Now that the enemy who killed his parents is in front of him, he still looks unrepentant, which makes his anger even higher. I will beat you to death. Iron Fist Danny gritted his teeth and said, I will punch you to pieces. As soon as these words came out, Old Harold turned pale. But his daughter's expression also changed drastically. He had already seen his brother lying in a pool of blood. But I never thought that I would have to witness my father's death. No, you can't. Meacham rushed to Danny. She knelt on the ground and cried. The development and growth of Milcom Industrial Group today is all due to my father. You can't burn bridges by crossing the river. You want me to show mercy to an enemy who killed his parents? Danny asked rhetorically. I just think we should look forward. Things have happened, and I am very sad, but life has to go on. We can welcome you back to the company. And you can be in any position you want, as long as you let my father go. Meacham continued. Danny's face had already turned dark. If we say that before, he still had regrets for his childhood playmates in his heart. Now after this incident came out, this little bit of incense love has long since ended. Old Harold must die. Danny clenched his fists and saw the light golden luster coming out. It was the power he got from Xiao Lao that was being released. The next second, the figure flashed by. Bang! Old Harold fell to the ground in response, and his chest was dented to a large extent, and blood was pouring out from the wound. His eyes were wide open and he looked straight at the man in front of him. Just as the old man felt that the vitality in his body was gradually disappearing, he used his last strength to praise, he is indeed her son. When Meacham saw this, he burst into tears and ran forward a few steps, reaching out and hugging him. She is heartbroken. She is remorseful. She was regretting that her luxurious life was about to be gone forever. Perhaps, there is still a little bit of sadness, feeling sad about the death of my father. You are just an executioner, you can never become a superhero respected by the people. Meacham cursed angrily, trying to make the man in front of him regret. Superhero. Danny's face showed struggle and regret, but as he looked at the bloody fists for a long time, the expression on his face returned to calm. Why should I care about other people's opinions? As for you, when the company's affairs are handed over, I will send you to a mental hospital. Blood debts must be paid with blood. No. Danny, you can't do this. Meacham's expression changed drastically. She couldn't imagine what kind of miserable life she would face if she was imprisoned in a monastery hospital. Her days of extravagance were over. What follows will be full of sadness. She reached out and grabbed Danny's calf, but was kicked away hard again. But Danny no longer cared about her, and instead walked towards Li Xian with a smile on his face. After wiping the blood with the wet towel, he said to him, "My brother, I will inherit the secret from him. I will give you half of the shares of Milcom Industrial Group, and with our cooperation, there will definitely be a bright future. Respect freedom, respect tomorrow." The two held wine glasses and drank the treasured red wine. The bones of old Harold on the ground were still cold. Meacham's eyes were blank, and he collapsed on the ground, frightened and insane. In this already chaotic Hell's Kitchen, when Li Xian begins to recruit troops with the help of capital, he will usher in a bloody storm. When he accumulates enough power in the dark, he will also establish his own justice. That would be violent justice. It will be justice stained with blood. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is righteous. And the rest are all dust. Chapter 42 The Avengers, A Nest of Snakes and Rats, Get Out of New York City. 4/3. After Iron Fist killed Old Harold, he made some changes to Milcom Industrial Group. In the process, there was naturally no shortage of bloody and violent suppression. If he was the only one, he would easily ignore the beginning and end. An error occurred while busy. But who asked Li Xian to intervene in this matter? The Shadow Army under his control is the most loyal guard and can complete the assigned tasks wholeheartedly. It was also during the process of suppression and cleansing. There is an undercurrent in Hell's Kitchen. After all, Milcom Industrial Group is helping the Hand to do private work, and it can be said to be the best dog leg. However, after Iron Fist Danny began to baptize, this matter was delayed and put aside. Danny even said, "Who cares if the Hand is combined? From now on, the two brothers will have the final say in Hell's Kitchen. I have to say, when an honest man breaks the habit of killing, it will become no taboo." This is what Li Xian is happy to see. He himself is a ruthless butcher. Besides, if the situation is not chaotic, how can he recruit superheroes? Kingpin, the Hand, Russian brothers. This needs to be sorted out. April, the female reporter, was not idle either. After she collected the dirty information about the Avengers, she wrote one report after another overnight, exposing all the members of the Avengers. What American Light reveals Captain Steve's hidden dark side. Marksman Hawkeye actually attacks his own team members. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? A nest of snakes and rats? The bully Iron Man gets out of New York. When this series of news reporting materials are presented, it caused an uproar in this TV station. Not to mention Captain Steve, who is a representative of the American spirit, and yet his house collapsed. And that Playboy Iron Man is also full of ugliness. Although Hawkeye's enthusiasm was less, he shot an arrow at Captain Steve. The dirty stuff and gossip about these superheroes. It will make the whole of New York City excited. The female editor-in-chief of the New York Times wanted to kiss Priel on the spot. After finally controlling her emotions, she said, "Well done, great done. You will become a popular star in the journalism world, and you will be well received. With the support of all media people, your efforts will be richly rewarded. Thank you, Editor-in-Chief." April was extremely excited, even though she knew her efforts would be rewarded. But I didn't expect it to get such a high rating. Immediately afterwards, the female reporter was arranged to host a new program, asking her to publish this depth charge-like behavior. 10 minutes later, there was a quarrel on the internet because of the actions of the Avengers members. You must know that in the past, they all symbolized justice. Under the halo of superheroes, they were the people's protective umbrella. But with this news report, they became villains, selfish villains, and two-faced people. Such a strong contrast also caused the originally good reviews to plummet. What Captain America? I didn't expect him to be a despicable and shameless villain, doing one thing in front of others and doing another behind his back. Bah, disgusting. The Captain also had his share of glorious risks, but that was 70 years ago. Now he does not deserve to be praised as a benchmark and a banner. Captain Steve, you failed us. Heartbroken expression. What Iron Man? He is just an arrogant and joker. Don't be funny when you put on a suit to save others. This is his true face. It's my fault that I still regard him as an idol. I really didn't expect that all the members of the Avengers are a den of snakes and rats. They are all scum. Just under this constant explosion of heat, it also gradually spread to New York City residents. Inside SHIELD. Just when the internet was quarreling over the Avengers' inappropriate behavior, Nick, as the leader, was also worried about this. He originally wanted to form a team to unite to protect the people, but now he is ridiculed as League of Scumbags. It would be fine if the matter ended here, but who alerted Nick's superiors? Make sure you handle this properly. Captain Steve's glorious image cannot be discredited. What's this? You're asking me to wipe my butt? Nick reached out and patted the bald head, and the expression on his face became as if he had eaten shit. He quickly dialed the number of the medical center and asked, "How are the members of the Avengers team? How is the treatment effect?" The medical center gave a positive answer, except that Tony is more seriously injured and cannot turn over. Captain Steve and Black Widow can already get out of bed and walk. Nick said angrily, "Then let them come to my office." After some time, When Captain Steve and Black Widow came to this place, Director Nick scolded him in a disrespectful manner. After all, the attempt to subdue the super-criminal spider demon failed. I didn't expect that such a big deal was left. Now it has flowed to the entire network. The situation continues to get worse. How do you want him to wipe this butt? At this time, Director Nick looked like he was worried about you, but he forgot that during the operation, he was also very interested in the alien creature and reached a pie deal with Tony. But now after things fell apart. However, Director Nick turned his back and said that it was all the fault of these team members. In fact, we have discovered that a reporter was secretly filming, and went to rob. Captain Steve explained. Then what? What's the result? Director Nick's face turned black. The result was that we were beaten by 4 turtles and a mouse. Captain Steve continued. You have the nerve to say this. Director Nick gave another scolding, and after his anger subsided a little, he said. Next, we will hold a press conference to clarify the negative impact caused by the Avengers. Captain Steve will go back and prepare the manuscript. I will let Agent Hill review the manuscript. As for Black Widow, I have other things to arrange. As Captain Steve and Black Widow walked out of the director's office, both of them looked unhappy. Since I was released from the ice, I found that the world has changed a lot. Actually, Captain Steve, what I want to tell you is that nothing has changed. Chapter 43 Iron Man implements Superhero Registration Act. 1/3. 2 days later. S.H.I.E.L.D's clarification campaign about the Avengers team begins. Hundreds of media came to the scene, like sharks smelling blood. The original superheroes were aloof. Although there were occasional negative reports, they were not real. But this time, when April showed the news and video, everyone became excited about the confirmed content. S.H.I.E.L.D has been very busy with this. On the one hand, it is constantly arranging for the Navy to clean up the floor. On the other hand, it is also actively preparing speeches in an attempt to restore Captain Steve's image that should have been dazzling. I'm very happy today, that everyone can come here. On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D I will announce a brand new business. The National Youth Home is a non-profit organization, dedicated to helping homeless young people. Before Agent Hill stepped onto the stage, she first gave a speech. With her excellent eloquence, she quickly attracted attention to this charity. After some sparse applause, the captain walked out wearing a 5-star flag uniform. His clothing had the texture of the last century, and it was obviously the honorary uniform he wore for his debut. When people see this familiar clothing, they can't help but think of Captain Steve's feat of saving soldiers and liberating Europe from Nazi rule. For a while, the atmosphere at the scene was also more lively. Hill Agent also took advantage of the situation and said, Captain Steve is human. He, like most of us, makes mistakes, but we all deserve a chance at redemption. It is also in this spirit of correcting mistakes after recognizing them that Captain Steve has donated $10 million to youth homes across the United States. Next, let us welcome Captain Steve to speak. Hello everyone, I'm Steve. I know I'm sorry for everyone, and let this free spirit be tarnished. I can't sleep all night because of this. There is no doubt about it. Captain Steve is a master at mobilizing emotions. When talking about the rise, he also threw the manuscript aside and began to express freely. It was this kind of spontaneous behavior that made the atmosphere at the scene more lively. But right here, Captain Steve finished his speech and was waiting for media reports to clear his name. Whoops! A streak of fire flashed across the sky. What followed was a cool armor falling from the sky. It's Tony Iron Man. As he opened his mask, all the media members became excited, picked up their cameras and kept pressing the shutter on him. Tony, why are you here? Before Captain Steve could recover from the shock, he heard something big popping out of his mouth. We are obviously not at fault, why should we apologize? I have had enough of this a long time ago. I am better than most of you, and smarter. I have inherited the history of Stark Industries founded by my father and will carry it forward. You should praise me. He just stood in front of many media people. Speak freely without hesitation. The reporters around were even more crazy. Asked more. Mr. Stark, what do you think of this defeat? I underestimated the enemy this time. I will definitely make the spider demon look good next time. Mr. Stark, some people think you are fooling the audience. You are not a superhero at all, you are a joker. If you let him come in front of me. Let me see who dares to say that. Mr. Stark, may I take what you said as a threat? I recognize your work badge. You have to pay attention to your words and deeds, Mr. Reporter. Under the questioning of everyone, Tony responded fluently, and his chat was so fluent that everyone forgot that this was a press conference belonging to Captain America. Captain Steve wanted to step forward to stop him, but was stopped by Agent Hill. She said quietly, "It's good to have him share the firepower. He can bring out your reasonableness, Captain." That's right. Captain Steve thought that his speech was inspiring enough and his attitude was sincere. The goal of this press conference has also been achieved. If there's anything else I'm not satisfied with, that is, Tony came and stole all his limelight. But when I think about his performance, it will bring out his own perfection. Captain Steve smiled broadly and walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder, showing the close interaction between the team members. Also at this moment, Iron Man Tony felt that the foreshadowing was almost complete, and he uttered a shocking sentence from his mouth. I believe that if we want to reduce the crime rate, we must unite all superheroes. It is not advisable to fight alone. Only by working together can we fight against all crises. I recommend that Congress pursue the Superhero Registration Act. Let all the superheroes in the world unite, so that no matter how evil the supervillains are, no matter how strange their abilities are, it will also be taken down by our collective. Justice will prevail. At the end of Iron Man Tony's narration, he waved his fist to express his position. As soon as these words came out, the already fiery media experienced another emotional explosion. You must know that Tony Iron Man is a capital group that can dominate the direction of society. His words and deeds affect the actions of many people in the world, and the superhero bill he mentioned this time has caused a huge wave of publicity. It is conceivable that if all superheroes can unite together, this will be a feat across the ages. With their joint efforts, New York City will usher in a new era. There would be no war. It will be an era without chaos. Mr. Stark, do you want to be the leader of all superheroes? Certainly. After hearing this, Tony said with certainty, I am the son of a billionaire, I am the greatest inventor, and I will lead the superheroes to the top. Click. After hearing this, the microphone in Captain Steve's hand was crushed. No matter what he guessed. I didn't expect Tony to play such a trick on me. If he wins the leadership of the Avengers, then who does he matter? Steve, you screwed up this time. Chapter 44, Little Green Goblin, Punisher, Immortal Mode. 2/3. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. After director Nick finished watching the press conference, his face became uncertain for a while. He didn't expect Tony to play such a trick. His original plan was to form a powerful team of superheroes to deal with the crises lurking in the piece. Although there were some deviations in this plan. Since the Butcher was given up, the team has hit a wall one after another, but this does not mean that director Nick has given up on the plan. On the contrary, he has paid more attention to it, and even specially selected high-level agents to assist. Captain Steve clears his name. But Tony's words caught him off guard. After all, director Nick is just playing the petty Avengers, but he plays the role of uniting all the superheroes. Isn't this equivalent to starting from scratch? If he could do it, His Avengers team is really a joke. Unless, he is doing this work as a member of the Avengers. It looks like. I have to cut my flesh again. Director Nick looked bitter, regretting himself, and I will take some of the treasure house of S.H.I.E.L.D. and ask Tony. Just wait, it won't be too long. When the Venom 2.0 suit is developed, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents will be super soldiers. By then, not to mention the Spider Demon and the Butcher, everyone will be trampled under our feet. Director Nick used the spirit of AQ to encourage himself. But just as he was scanning the sky outside the window, New York City shrouded in dark clouds. In the single-family villa, the little green goblin Harry also scanned the news. When he heard what Tony said about the Superhero Registration Act, his mocking expression became even more distorted. Another lunatic who wants to be famous. Superheroes are all arrogant and want to join forces. What a wishful thinking. In his opinion, Iron Man Tony is just a clown. Although he is the president of Stark Industries Group. But he is also the president of Osborn Group. The little green goblin Harry is also the son of a billionaire. Even though he is not as smart as Tony, after being injected with the medicine, his body has been strengthened to more than 7 times that of ordinary people. Coupled with the newly developed gliders and protective armor, he can also able to fight with those so-called vigilantes. Spider-Man can turn into a supervillain. He would like to see how many superheroes can stick to their hearts. And close to the abyss. Will be swallowed by the abyss. Did he? Just as the little green goblin Harry was thinking, a text message came up on the screen in front of him. As he clicked on it, the picture of the superhero Butcher appeared on it. You are the one who made Peter feel bad, I gotta find you. Boom, boom, boom. Although it was 10 o'clock at night, there were people who did not fall asleep at the Hell's Kitchen construction site. The man has a thick beard, wears a patched jacket, and looks unkempt. But his work efficiency is very high. In a short time, a wall was broken through with a sledgehammer. After a while, when the front wall was destroyed, the man took off his headphones, sat down and gasped. When he took out his phone and took a look, he found a news push from the system. Arrogant genius? Stupid fool? Is Iron Man crazy? The man browsed quickly. When he saw the superheroes united and able to fight against all evil, he laughed contemptuously. I don't believe that good will be rewarded with good and evil will be punished with evil. The only thing I believe in is that the gun in my hand can punish them. I am the Punisher. Frank murmured, his thoughts returning to the warm interaction between himself and his wife and daughter before the accident. At that time, he also had a happy family. But just because of a simple weekend party, they witnessed a lynching incident by the gang, and they were shot and silenced by the gang. If it weren't for his good luck, he would also have been shot dead. And there is no way to take revenge. The government's inaction also crushed the man. Frank chose to embark on the road of revenge. In this world, if justice cannot be upheld, then there will be punishers who will wipe out everything with iron blood. In Tony's seaside villa, when the events during the day further escalated, this genius fell into a simple and intense busyness. He was a greedy and arrogant man, but he was also a genius inventor. Even if he didn't, Venom conducts dissection research and only relies on a small piece of symbiont. He also developed a brand new armor. There is nothing similar to previous armors on it. Like a ferocious predator. Evil. Ferocious. Brutal. I named it Greed. This alien creature is the rarest material. It can derive many possibilities depending on the host. It is like a monster that will never be satisfied. I combined it with the technology of Stark Industries, and it created a wonderful chemical reaction. Tony said, and reached out to touch the somewhat agile armor. And the next second, the armor of this half-mechanical, half-living body decomposed and then covered him again. It looked like an alien hunter appeared in the laboratory. Tony, what did you invent again? Little Pepper walked in not far away. When she saw this amazing armor, she couldn't help but speak. "I invented a monster." Tony spoke, showing some pride in his words. But it was never perceived. Under the cover of this symbiote, the flaw that could only be called arrogance has gradually been magnified. This symbiote can amplify the dark side deep in the host's heart. Even after mechanical transformation, it still exists, giving him the possibility of losing control. And inside Hell's Kitchen, in that extremely gorgeously decorated manner, the hundreds of members of the Shadow Corps were also working. Lee was lying under the moonlight, enjoying the pleasure of countless energy pouring into his body. As the blood of the sacred tree came into play, he could clearly perceive that his strength was getting stronger. He felt that he was far away from opening the immortal body. The pattern is not far away. It's as if it's at your fingertips. Really looking forward to it. Chapter 45 Iron Man takes advantage of Dr. Octopus. 3/3. Iron Man rushed to Empire State University and gave a speech, calling on all superheroes to unite and fight evil together. Iron Man publicly stated in the newspaper that he would preside over the work as the captain of the Avengers. Iron Man made a promise that any superhero who joins him can get generous rewards and friendship from him. Just after Tony publicly stated that he would implement the Superhero Registration Act, he began to travel around, develop and debug the Greed armor. He is indeed a genius. After he mastered cutting-edge technology, he did not forget to join forces with his partners and form a community of interests with them. In this way, both hands go hand in hand, and Tony firmly believes that he can defeat all opponents. However, even though the slogans and rewards have been announced, they still cannot attract real superheroes to reveal their identities and join this group. "Tony, you have to fight evil, you have to set an example," Hawkeye suggested. "You're right." Tony nodded in praise. "I really should show my own strength to attract them." It was at this time a news article appeared in the New York Times. Otto's experiment failed, exploded, and reappeared as an octopus monster robbing a bank. Tony's face showed excitement. After scanning the news, he roughly guessed the doctor's intention. That is to rob a bank, obtain funds, prepare equipment, and conduct experiments again. This kind of Frankenstein mindset. He knew it all too well. And if we grasp this point correctly, we can definitely bring this criminal to justice. Compared with ordinary people, catching a super criminal will definitely show the level of Iron Man. Although the newspaper boasted that the 4 mechanical tentacles could destroy all obstacles, even safes were easily destroyed. But for Tony, who is also an inventor, it is not easy to deal with. The Greed armor he invented integrates the most cutting-edge technology at the moment and will be the nemesis of all technological weapons. Captain Steve sat in the corner. With Tony's sudden rise, his status dropped again and again, becoming a marginal figure in the group. Even Hawkeye, who was close to him, felt a vague sense of alienation. This severely damaged his already arrogant self-esteem. "Obviously, I was the one who came first. I decided to take action against him," Iron Man Tony said categorically, and after saying that, he stood up suddenly and walked out. "Need our help?" Hawkeye's voice came from behind. "No, this will be my own stage." Iron Man Tony rejected his kindness and instead believed that his own strength could deal with all troubles. Just shortly after Tony left, Captain Steve sat in silence for a long time and then said, "I can fight all day." He regained his fighting spirit again. He thought nothing could knock it down. So what if it makes Tony famous for a while? In this world, opportunity always comes to those who are prepared. "I have to go find Agent Fitz and have a chat." In New York City and Queens, what was supposed to be a dilapidated factory was filled with rows of precision instruments. After Dr. Otto robbed the bank, he used all the money he earned to buy raw materials and instruments, preparing to continue own experiment. Dr. Otto didn't want to eat or wear anything. Even the clothes he wore were old jackets. But he is willing to invest in his ideal. He wanted to invent an endless energy source that would be enough for the entire world to use. He wanted to create a tritium reactor. Although Drive Alto successfully carried out experiments with the help of Osborne Company, after the death of the old Green Goblin Norman Osborn, the little Green Goblin came to power, making his money-burning project unable to continue. Just in the last experiment, the pipeline ruptured, causing radiation to leak out, causing a big explosion. This also caused his brain tissue to mutate, allowing him to control the mechanical tentacles behind him. I will rise again in the midst of suffering, and no one can stop my determination, Dr. Otto said confidently. And the mechanical tentacles just behind him are also swinging up and down. It was like a group of crazy snakes writhing in strange dances. Just when Dr. Otto was once again planning to conduct a robbery and add new instruments to his experiments, Iron Man Tony released a new video. I am Iron Man. I'm here to challenge that arrogant octopus weirdo who robs banks wantonly. No matter where you are, no matter what you want to do, I will catch you and put you on trial. Damn BD. When Dr. Otto saw this, his face turned red with anger. You know it was in his memory. There was no contact with this playboy at all. Now he is just going a little too far to raise funds. Unexpectedly, I was also threatened by this superhero. He just wants to develop endless energy. Even this small request cannot be met. He has never harmed anyone. But he was still targeted by this genius inventor. Why in this world are there always people who disturb my research? Dr. Otto couldn't figure it out. The mechanical tentacles behind him were dancing crazily, and with just a slight crush, a big crater appeared on the solid ground. The last experiment failed, and the leaked radiation not only changed him, but also made the robotic arm that could grab 8 tons of weight become indestructible and extremely agile. If you want to catch me, then come on. Dr. Octopus isn't afraid of a challenge. Alto whispered, his eyes showing amazing madness and rationality. He has endured too much suffering and experienced too many hardships. Those difficult years not only failed to defeat him. It also allowed him to become calm and tenacious in the process of time. Ding! A random mission has been detected nearby. Chapter 46. If justice cannot be served, then let me do it. 4/3. Opposite the Empire State Building, stands the largest financial bank in New York City. There is a reinforced platoon of federal guards standing at the door, not to mention the specially designed safe inside, which is said to be able to withstand the explosion of a nuclear bomb. But since its establishment, until today, no one has tried it. How indestructible is this treasure house? Tap tap tap. Just on the outer wall made of bricks and stones, there were scratches. Dr. Octopus struck again. He was not frightened by the threat of Tony Iron Man. Instead, he became more and more frustrated and chose to slap him in the face. Didn't you say you were going to catch me? I want to see what you are capable of. Dr. Otto crawled quickly. A sharp drill emerged from the mechanical tentacle behind him. The next moment, Zilla. The walls shattered, along with the smoke and dust falling. It's not just concrete blocks and bricks. And that menacing octopus monster. Ah! Inside the bank, almost all the members screamed. They had witnessed the terrifying lethality of this mechanical claw. Even the hard masonry walls could not withstand it, let alone their flesh and blood bodies. Dr. Otto's next actions were quite methodical. He first gathered the bank members and money-saving customers into the lobby, then confiscated all their means of transportation and tied them up before forcing the lobby manager to go to the vault. Under this resolute action, not to mention the already weak girls, even the grown men turned pale with fright. Dr. Otto is crazy, he really dares to do something. Among the crowd, Nurse Claire looked shocked. Not long ago, when Dr. Octopus gave the order to hand over the communication tools, there was a stupid young man who chose to refuse. He kept saying that he wanted human rights. Bang! The next second, The man's forearm was broken. Blood dripped all over the floor. It was also after this little episode. Everyone knows the majesty of Dr. Otto. No one dared to test his bottom line anymore. Showing strength can earn respect. Dr. Otto whispered to himself, and under the leadership of the lobby manager, he soon arrived at the most precious treasure house. We also arrived at this place. The old manager knelt down on the ground and begged, I don't have a special key, plus this safe has a 3-layer lock. If it is blasted with force, it will be locked and cannot be opened again. It won't open. Why can't you turn on me, Dr. Octopus? Otto asked. The mechanical tentacles behind him started to fly. One after another, different operating instruments are displayed. There is an electric drill. There is a cutting machine. Has lock. Almost everything you need. Alto actually wanted to rely on his ability to break into the strongest safe in history and obtain diamonds and gold from it. This is impossible. The old man collapsed on the ground, but after Alto made his move, he was so frightened that he pulled on the wall and got up again. In this old manager's decades of career, he has seen the defense level upgrade again and again. If it were 10 years ago, there would still be a possibility of being breached. But now, this old man can guarantee that it is absolutely impossible for anyone to violently demolish it. But today, he witnessed a guy relying on simple tools and magical operations, turning decay into magic, opening layers of mechanisms one after another. At the end, when Dr. Otto opened the door, what he saw was a slowly piling up of gems. They were worth tens of thousands in the outside world, but here, they were piled up randomly like garbage. He controlled the robotic arm to fill the backpack he brought. But even if all the pockets are filled, for this treasure house, less than 1% has been taken away. It seems I have to work harder next time. Dr. Otto smiled and shook his head, then turned and walked outside the house. In the process, he also manipulated the mechanical arm in an extremely gentlemanly manner and put on the hat of old experience. Wearing it will make you look more energetic. You. After hearing this, the old man opened his mouth and finally held back 2 words, what a freak. In a single-family villa next to the coastline, Tony was debugging the parameters of the new armor and increasing its burst capability, but a sudden piece of news interrupted his thoughts. It was sent by the artificial intelligence Jarvis. Mr. Stark, I should remind you that the super criminal you want to arrest has appeared. What? After Tony heard the news, he was very surprised. Where is he? I thought that after he let the news go out. How can it be stable for 10 days and a half? Unexpectedly, Dr. Otto actually chose to commit a crime against the odds. I'm really not afraid of death. A sneer appeared on Iron Man Tony's face. Jarvis continued, near the Empire State Building. I detected an alarm message. The physical characteristics of the robber in the surveillance are exactly the same as Dr. Octopus. If the Mark III is used, it will take 10 minutes to rush to the battlefield. This is too little time. Tony said to himself and turned his attention to the greedy armor that had been initially debugged. But to use this thing, I only need 2.5 minutes. Set off. Iron Man Tony put on brand new equipment, and as the flames burst out from under his feet, he soared into the sky like an arrow from a string. Ding! A random mission has been detected nearby. Dr. Octopus's frustration. Dr. Otto just wanted to complete the experiment successfully, but he didn't expect to be threatened by Tony to destroy everything he insisted on. This honest man was angry, and he wanted to make this superhero who despised him pay cost. Ding! After accepting this mission, the host needs to help Dr. Octopus slap him in the face and disgrace Iron Man. The reward for this mission will be doubled depending on Dr. Alto's gratitude level. As expected of Tony, he is in trouble again. Li Xian glanced at the tasks that appeared on the panel and knew that he had offended the honest Dr. Octopus. It's really hard to blame this guy for being labeled a super criminal. He is dedicated to scientific research. If it wasn't because someone bullied him, he would not have embarked on the path of robbery and scientific research. This is the talent among supercriminals. Can be coaxed. Can be persuaded. Can be used for your own use. I think I'm not collecting my friends fast enough, so you want to help me? Thank you so much, Iron Man. Slaughter, we have to give him some color. Chapter 47 I will become the light of hope for all mankind. 1/5. Along with the firelight, a black figure fell from the sky. When the ferocious symbiote armor twisted for a while, Tony's face just appeared in front of everyone. He glanced back and forth, and what he saw was the broken wall and the residents who had escaped from the bank. They seemed uninjured, but looked extremely nervous. Run quickly, that octopus monster said that if there are still people in the bank within 3 minutes, he will kill them. He is really good at taking action. One of the disobedient ones has had his arm broken. There are no staff in the bank now. No, there is another unlucky guy hanging in the hall. Iron Man listened to the chatter of the residents around him, with some thoughts flashing in his eyes. This is obviously coming for him. Jarvis, you said that octopus monster found out that I was coming? That's why he arranged this good show. Mr. Stark, I think you are right. But why is he so sure that I will come as he expects? Perhaps, he has analyzed your behavior and ability, Mr. Stark, and came up with this arrangement. Then I have to thank him very much. The ferocious mask on Tony's face closed again, and then flames spurted out. He flew into the sky, circled around the bank, and then carefully broke a window and flew into the building. After he glanced back and forth, he found a young man with a broken arm hanging in the center. Although his wound was simply bandaged, blood was still dripping. He sobbed silently. Jarvis, scan the scene for potential dangers. Tony ordered. The next second, the data eye began to analyze the on-site environment. But after a few seconds, the results of the scan were beyond his expectation. There are no potential enemies around. There were no bombs about to explode. This is an ordinary and extremely ordinary act of kidnapping hostages. Tony quickly fell from the air and untied him easily, but the next words that came out of his mouth made his face turn black. After that weirdo with 4 tentacles tied me up here, he turned around and walked into the toilet. He was such a BD, and he even broke my arm. By the way, Dr. Octopus asked me to take a message before he left, which was, "Hello, Mr. Stark." It seems like a simple greeting. After Iron Man Tony heard this, he just felt stunned. He boasted in the media that he would personally arrest Dr. Octopus in Haikou. But the reality now is that he went to the bank to rescue the hostages, but was tricked. Not only did I not even see Dr. Octopus's face, I was even humiliated by the words he left behind. This is a slap in the face. Iron Man Tony's face was gloomy, and the armor on his body also grew sharp undercuts in response to his mood, cutting the ground like a sickle, leaving deep bone-deep marks on the smooth marble tiles. The young man who had just been chattering about his thoughts was so frightened when he saw this scene. Is this still a superhero? Isn't this too scary? He kicked his legs and ran away quickly. Tony walked towards the toilet without saying a word. In the middle of the men's toilet, there was a mess. Dr. Octopus dug a deep pit, broke open the steel pipe, and escaped along the underground pipes extending in all directions. Bank. In this case, then there is a reasonable explanation for his actions just now. First, the bank personnel were released to delay. He also hung the hostage in the hall and asked himself to rescue him. And when the hostages were liberated, Dr. Octopus had already escaped with the help of pipes extending in all directions. What a simple and practical technique. Iron Man Tony sneered, but his face did not show disappointment or depression, but instead became high-spirited. If mice were so easy to catch. This is not very fulfilling. Start tracking mode. Tony ordered. The next second, a hole was opened on the right side of the armor, and dozens of mechanical search bugs crawled out and spread like a spider web along the pipe. Little Mouse wants to leave by virtue of its geographical advantage. It's not that easy. I'm a genius. The objects I invent can solve any problem for me. If you are targeted by me, there is only one way out. Either you can surrender and be captured. Maybe I can give you some dignity. Beep beep beep. It didn't take long. The detector showed new discoveries. Iron Man Tony stood up from the corner, then jumped up and fell into the dark and deep pipe. This Dr. Octopus will be brought to justice. Other end. After Dr. Octopus successfully robbed and stored the gems in the secret room, he relaxed completely. He calculated the harvest of this robbery. Not only could he purchase 2 more large instruments from the black market merchants, but also the remaining the gems are enough for him to purchase raw materials and conduct more than 30 experiments. You must know that when he was in the Osborne Group, if he wanted to apply for an experiment, the reporting and approval process alone would take several weeks. Not like now. He can control the experiment process autonomously and adjust the steps anytime and anywhere. What if there is no assistant to cooperate? The robotic arm he developed himself can complete the entire experiment by himself. This is an invention that spans the ages. This is also a compliment to him. I will create endless energy, I will become the light of hope for all mankind. Just as Dr. Otto's thoughts were flying, an uninvited guest arrived outside the door separated by this wall. Dong dong dong. He seemed to knock on the wooden door politely and said, "Is Dr. Otto here?" "Who is it?" Dr. Octopus's face changed slightly. "You must know that he never let others know that he settled in this place. Could it be that the New York City police are chasing me? But he is already very careful. How could it still be discovered?" But the person outside the door did not respond immediately, but turned around and said, "If you don't respond, will I violently break down the door." Chapter 48. Let's capture him without mercy, Dr. Octopus. 2/5. Bang! The wooden door exploded. What came into view was the black symbiote armor. After the helmet squirmed, the face of Playboy Tony came into view, and he clapped his hands. "Dr. Otto, did I really almost let you escape? If your feet weren't stained with mud." "What?" Dr. Octopus looked down when he heard this, only to see small stains spreading along the edge of the door towards the inside. "But it's just file-sized dirt on your fingernail? Can it be tracked?" "Others can't, but I am a genius." Tony smiled proudly, with a somewhat frivolous expression on his face. "If you surrender, I can give you a decent chance, otherwise I will beat you up. You want me to take advantage of you? You want me to give up this easy success?" When Dr. Octopus heard this, his face turned livid. "You are too arrogant." "Arrogant? You're just a cowardly thief." Tony started to accuse and abuse without hesitation. "You are just a little mouse that slipped away from the sewer. Are you worthy of blaming me?" After Tony finished speaking, he raised his hand and launched a missile at him. Bang! As the missile flew towards Dr. Otto. But it was pinched by the smart mechanical tentacles. Immediately afterwards, flames burst out. Dr. Octopus remained unscathed in the smoke and launched an active attack on this great genius. His mechanical arm moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it struck in front of the Iron Man, and with a fierce grip, it even clamped the man. But, surprisingly, this clamp did not pull Iron Man away, but instead caused him to fall into an anxious state of wrestling. I saw the Iron Man raising his arm, grabbing the mechanical tentacle, and pulling it out fiercely. He relied on the power of the armor to engage in the most primitive confrontation with this mechanical arm. "Dr. Octopus, all you rely on is this mechanical arm. Without it, what use are you?" Tony said without hesitation, and while he was taking advantage of the man in front of him to be stunned, he also threw the mechanical arm away. I will win this battle. But the next second, the 4 mechanical tentacles all attacked. It's like a wild python hunting. I'm so happy, I have 4 tentacles like this. The mechanical ends that are constantly opening and closing are like sharp fangs. Such a series of attacks caught Tony off guard. Although he can move 1 robotic arm, Dr. Octopus has 4. As he used his spirit to control these arms to attack, what exploded was a power that amazed everyone. He was too skilled. It has even reached the point where the human and the robotic arm become one. You must know that Captain Steve has only achieved body and shield oneness. Dr. Octopus's robotic arm is also extendable and can reach an extreme distance of tens of meters long. This means that when he uses his mechanical arm to fight with all his strength, his enemies are often defeated from a distance without even touching the corners of their clothes. The dream I've always held on to, people like you will never understand. Dr. Octopus looked complicated. Bang! Bang! There was a dull sound like the sound of iron being struck. This Iron Man Tony was beaten to the point of defeat. Although he has artificial intelligence Jarvis that can analyze the opponent's offensive trajectory and predict it. But who knows that Dr. Octopus's human brain computing power is not a vegetarian. He is a man who can rub out a reactor with his bare hands. Under the constant duel between the two sides, this old house also made an overwhelming sound of breaking. There's a chance. Iron Man fired a missile into the air. This also became the straw that broke the camel's back. Bang! Houses collapsed. When Dr. Octopus climbed up from the ruins, he found that all the instruments he had purchased earlier had been smashed, which made his face darken and became even more angry. He obviously just wanted to complete an experiment. He clearly didn't kill anyone. Why? Why are there always some bastards coming to disturb his life? Tony! You deserve to die. Ah! Dr. Octopus frantically launched a combo of mechanical tentacles, slamming towards the Iron Man. It was like a ground-tamping machine that kept falling downwards. This Iron Man was beaten to the point where he retreated. But just after he got away from Dr. Octopus, he controlled the armor and flew into the air. At this time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Otto, I admit that I underestimate you. Your robotic arm is extremely flexible, but if you can't hit me, what's the use? I'll knock you down, you megalomaniac. Dr. Octopus controlled the robotic arm and approached crazily, trying to shoot him down. But after this fight, Tony didn't dare to let him get close easily, so he directly opened the missile system and suppressed fire on the man on the ground. Although his mechanical arm is very powerful, Alto, who controls the mechanical creation, is an ordinary person. He is just a flesh and blood body. If he is defeated, the crisis can be easily resolved. Bang! After the first missile exploded next to him, one after another, the dozen or so missiles also exploded. A bombing zone was formed within 20 meters of Dr. Octopus. When the scorching flames spread, the place where the explosion took place already showed a scorched earth and dilapidated grey color. Experience such a violent explosion. Naturally, it was impossible for Dr. Otto to not have any injuries. When he looked down, he also found that the stray bullet had penetrated and formed a small opening of 2 centimeters, and blood was constantly flowing down. Iron Man Tony saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. If even long-range weapons couldn't do anything to him, he might as well go home as soon as possible. But now, the opportunity has arisen. Tony was about to arrest the supervillain in front of him. Although it's a bit unfair, but what can we do? As long as I win, everyone around me will cheer for me. Aha! He slowly raised his arm, and after the symbiote squirmed for a while, what came into view was the upgraded and modified laser cannon. After the sizzling sound came out, the laser cannon shining with white light shot towards Dr. Octopus. After some collision, It even penetrated the end of the mechanical arm that was supposed to be extremely hard. How is this possible? Dr. Otto looked pale. Tony laughed. Since I have made such bold statements, how could I not develop new weapons for you? Your robotic arm was originally equipped for testing. Combat is not its strong point. In addition, the material is average. I only need to make slight changes to destroy your weapon by increasing the energy level of the laser cannon. Just go ahead and capture him, Alto. You're at the end of your rope. Chapter 49: The Violently Beaten Iron Man and the Excited Dr. Octopus. 3/5. I really have no chance. Dr. Octopus's face was ashen, and as he lowered his head and glanced, the mechanical arm was even more burned and dilapidated. Even the hard drill bit melted. He admitted that the Tony in front of him was truly a genius inventor. When he got serious, the effect that exploded was extremely astonishing. Dr. Otto is a lesson learned from the past. But, if you want me to be captured without mercy, it's absolutely impossible. He said categorically, and as he raised his head and glared, there was even more madness. He has given up everything. Even his beloved wife died in the test explosion. He has long been alone. If even this little remaining hope is to be taken away, he would rather die. It seems that you have chosen an unwise behavior. Iron Man was suspended in the air, and his words revealed a little regret, but then he was overwhelmed by the ecstasy of victory. After he defeated the super criminal. As long as the media is used for massive publicity, I believe that by then, if he implements the superhero registration bill, it will definitely be much smoother. And he will also become the light of hope for all mankind. Tony raised his arms in joy, pointed the laser cannon at Dr. Octopus and said, "Next, you may feel a little pain." Boom! The energy cannon shining with white light was released, carrying frightening, terrifying power. Dr. Octopus Otto reluctantly raised his robotic arm to fight, but as Tony continued to fire, not only was he forced back, but the robotic arm began to melt. Click! The first section of the robotic arm broke off. The second robotic arm fell to the ground. It's like a chain reaction. Under the erosion of this terrifying laser cannon, Dr. Octopus was completely defeated. He felt the crisis of life and death. It is also at this critical moment. Boom! The red figure flashed past, blocking the laser like a patron saint. The visitor looked like a warrior who had returned from the future galaxy. The armor on his body looked particularly exquisite, and the sharp heavy knife in front of him turned into a shield, and he actually caught the laser forcefully. Are you the symbiote that once slipped away from my grasp? Iron Man glanced at it. Although the figure of the guy in front of him had changed greatly, he could still tell the unique skin texture at a glance. This is a treasure. By studying part of the structure of venom, he developed the greed armor. If you subdue the guy in front of you, you will definitely gain more benefits. It's really a double happiness. Tony fell from the sky. At this time, his attention had completely moved away from the half-crippled Dr. Octopus. Instead, he stared greedily at the carnage in front of him as if he were appreciating a cherished treasure. As a baby who is less than 1 month old? Slaughter was stared at by this nuisance look and his spirits were not good. And his response method is also very simple. Since you don't want to be stared at by him, why don't you gouge out these eyes? A red light and shadow flashed past. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tony. This astonishing speed caught him off guard, but the battlefield was changing rapidly. He suffered a heavy blow from the massacre and was smashed into debris. Pain. It's like the pain is like your body is falling apart. Tony turned his head and took a look, and found that the originally tight-fitting armor had actually been ripped open with a big hole. How is this possible? It's obviously the same alien structure. Why is this one so ridiculously strong? Tony never imagined that the original Slaughter was just a premature baby with stunted growth, but after Li Xian's repeated meals, he had long since broken away from the growth trajectory of the symbiote and embarked on a path of continuous growth. By studying the body tissue of Venom, Tony was just following others' advice, and couldn't even eat hot shit. Bang bang bang! Iron Man Tony was knocked out one after another. He felt that he could not adapt to the attack frequency of this red-clothed monster. As long as he took the first hit, the subsequent attacks would come like a torrential rain. What's even more terrifying is that under this massacre attack, the symbiotic part of his body has a feeling of fear. This made Tony, who was already in a bad mood, look livid. Isn't it that he can't accept failure? But I hate the feeling that the results of painstaking research and development are easily crushed by others. What if you lose so easily? How can he be called the smartest scientist? Tony called the mechanical aid. Jarvis analyzes the target's offensive methods and initiates responses. Diddy, start building models, start analyzing, start responding. After a blink of an eye, red light burst out from the eyes of this armor. This time its technology's turn to show its power. Bang! Tony watched helplessly as his arm caught the falling knife at an extremely fast speed. Click! But the next second, he was half kneeling on the ground. Jarvis has analyzed the methods used by the massacre in front of him, and relying on the power of the machine, he can barely keep up with its speed. But each sword strike was powerful and heavy. It's simply not something that ordinary people can stop. Even if Tony relied on the combination of machinery and symbiote, he was still at a disadvantage. What happened next was even more tragic. Tony was knocked to the ground repeatedly. Even with the shock absorption and protection of the armor, he was still bruised and swollen from the fall. Dr. Otto, who was witnessing everything happening, looked at the massacre as if he had seen a savior. I don't know where the warrior came from. Could it be that he couldn't understand what Iron Man did? Why? Although there is some suspicion about the identity of the visitor. But that doesn't stop Dr. Octopus from expressing his gratitude. No one can refuse a savior who comes to his rescue in times of crisis. What's more, it's still beating up that damn Iron Man. It's so enjoyable. Dr. Otto counted the number of times Tony had been beaten with his fingers. Just when he focused on him, the scene that happened next shocked him even more. Zilla. Just when Carnage knocked Tony to the ground, he stretched out his hand and pulled hard, actually tearing off his mask. What came into view was Tony's horrified expression. He yelled, "No, no, no!" And the next second, this massacre mercilessly reached out and dug out his eyes. That castration was extremely decisive. It was obviously a deadly move. Chapter 50 Iron Man is blind, and Captain America stumbles. 4/5. Tony's face was ashen, and he did not expect that the armor he developed would start badly and be half destroyed in the first battle. If there is a chance to start over again, he would definitely run away at the first sight of the massacre. Instead of fighting it stupidly. Regret. Anxiety. Resentment. All kinds of different emotions surged into his heart and broke through the man's psychological defense. It was not because he behaved like this, but because the massacre really blinded Iron Man Tony's eyes. When Tony could no longer see the scene in front of him, he collapsed. Not only did he hold his head and cry bitterly, but he also fell into the quagmire. This was in sharp contrast to the arrogant way he had defeated Dr. Otto before. Like a clown who failed to show off and was slapped in the face. This Iron Man stumbled into a big mess. However, Slaughter did not take any time off at this moment. Instead, he turned and walked towards Dr. Otto. As he walked, he said hello in that milky voice. "Dr. Otto, I am Massacre, I came to save you on the orders of my master." "Your master?" Dr. Otto was confused after hearing this. Who is he? He actually saves a notorious supercriminal. Not only that, he also said that the endless energy you developed will be the lighting that guides the future. What? He agrees with my research. Dr. Otto was happy when he heard this. He has been misunderstood by the world for too long. He's not a robber at all. Quite the opposite. He is a scientist who only knows how to study tritium reactors. His status is much higher than those supervillains who are always competitive and fighting. So what he desperately lacks now is recognition from others. I want to see the adult you mentioned. Dr. Otto happily agreed, and when he swept away Iron Man, who was still lying on the ground, although his eyes had been poked blind, he was particularly upset and walked forward and punched him in the stomach. A hard punch. Bang! Tony arched his back like a cooked prawn. But at this moment, he no longer has the ability to resist, so he can only bear it without moving. He had bullied Dr. Octopus badly before. Not only did it ruin all his dreams, he also gave him a death blow. In other words, Dr. Otto is still a kind person. If it were the director of S.H.I.E.L.'s turn, some kind of lynching might be used. Maybe, we should leave. But Tutu patted the man in front of him on the shoulder, pointed into the distance, and said, "Look, there are many enthusiastic residents coming around." After hearing this, Dr. Otto turned his head and saw that there were some uniformed armed members in the crowd running over. If before, the robotic arm he controlled was not damaged yet and was still capable of fighting, but now, he just wanted to leave quickly. So Dr. Otto set his sights on massacre. The next second, his screams rang out. After the massacre, Dr. Octopus jumped into the air, as if he was equipped with a hang glider. Not long after they left, the peace-loving New York City residents quickly came over. During the previous battle, the aftermath even alarmed all the residents within a kilometer of the area. Now that the storm has eased, they came out to join in the heat. And this Manhattan Island is indeed the most chaotic place in New York City. In addition to drug addicts, there are some low-income households here. What good intentions can they have? What they have is the greatest speculation about human nature. Look, the superhero Iron Man has failed. Oh my God, why is he injured? There is a lot of blood in the eye socket. Call the phone quickly, we have to call the police, call the police. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this playboy the greatest superhero? He needs to suffer a little. Yes, rich people should die. Among the crowd, there was a man with a sinister face who quickly locked his target, walked up to the badly injured Iron Man, and reached out to grab the damaged part of his armor on his arm. That is a priceless watch. If he can get it, that will definitely be a windfall. The man's movements were fast and smooth, and he completed the theft within a few seconds. The blind Iron Man didn't seem to have any extreme reaction. Have you got it now? The man in front of me is Iron Man Tony. He is the CEO of a group worth hundreds of billions. If you take a fortune from him casually, it will be a big harvest. The successful behavior of this thief also aroused the yearning and pursuit of a better life among the surrounding peaceful residents. They started tearing apart Tony's armor like crazy, just like hyenas snatching their prey. It's going to get worse. When the eagle eye not far away saw this scene, he hurriedly quickened his pace and charged towards the people in front of him. He even took down his bow and arrow, preparing to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. But Captain Steve stopped him and cursed. "Are you crazy? We have finally reversed the public criticism of us, and now you want to take action. What if civilians are injured?" "Captain Steve, those are the mob. They are robbing Tony of his belongings. We are doing an act of justice." Hawkeye did not give up, but started to contradict. "I have my own judgment. All you have to do now is listen to my arrangements." Captain Steve waved his hand and decided on the matter. The Black Widow, who witnessed all this happening, remained silent. She was an old agent who had survived from World War II to this day, and she could clearly see the overt and covert fight between Iron Man and Captain America. She didn't even think about stopping this. After all, in Black Widow's view, it's not good to go left or right, so it's better to just be a bystander and avoid offending both sides. Tap tap tap. After a long trot, the Avengers members wearing uniforms came in front of everyone. As they watched, they also discovered that the lucky residents had taken many items from Tony. But after they got these things, they couldn't leave safely. Instead, they were left where they were, each with their own faults. Tony's armor was semi-automatic. When they triggered the autonomous enemy defense mode, they were beaten to the ground by the Iron Man. Even if the armor was seriously damaged, it was not the residents of this group of flesh and blood. Resistant. Superhero, Iron Man kills people. My legs, my legs. My hand is broken. When Captain Steve, who symbolized the spirit of freedom, came to the scene, his expression changed. He knew in his heart that this incident was troublesome. Although there was a lot of regret in his heart, blaming himself for being late, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go. Let's resolve this matter. They are warriors who protect the people.